we're live. Painkiller already, episode 237. Welcome to the show, boys.
This episode is being brought to you by Squarespace.com. Start building your website today at Squarespace.com. Enter offer code PKA at checkout and get 10% off. Squarespace. Build it beautiful.
Well done, Kyle.
Thank you, sir. Thank you,
Yes, a huge improvement from last week's fucked up read.
Like a professional.
So yeah, I blamed that silly, all those silly corny jokes last week on Chiz, but it turned out he did not write that. If you want to go back and listen to that ad read, it's right at the beginning of the last episode. Very, very bad. Very bad.
But
Lots
there's
of bad
a thing.
jokes.
So the thing was called Authors on Acid, and it's kind of like a Mad Libs sort of thing.
Yeah,
So,
it's a cool app. Go check them out.
Yeah, check them out. But it was meant to be kind of like a non sequitur, odd, weird read with corny jokes in it because that's what happens in the app. So
That makes a whole lot of sense.
Yeah, right? So the read was meant to be like the kind of fun you'd have in the thing, but we're doing the read and we're like, your jokes aren't good enough. And, so that's how that went down. But
That's
anyway,
how Kyle played the game. Oh, this joke is awful. What are you doing?
check out Squarespace. I'm sorry. Check out Squarespace. They're sponsoring our show, and only sexy people work there.
All right, so we gotta hit the main issue first, I guess. So Taylor has been talking forever about his new job he was getting. I still don't think we should go into be very specific about what he's doing because I still don't think he would want people to know really exactly. But his job means that being on this show is kind of a no-go.
So I mean, I'm trying to figure out what I can say. His new job is in marketing, and it has like a social, like public-facing aspect to it, and he feels like he can't do that and auto blow jokes on Painkiller already at the same time. So
Still a friend of the show. He loves us. He wishes he could, but unfortunately, because of what Kyle just held up and the other,
he never got his. That's the worst part.
That's a shame too. His party gift. He didn't get to fuck.
Yeah,
but
he didn't get the auto blow.
Advice.
I will say this. Maybe we'll get him to come on as a guest some night and make it a particularly clean show or something like that. But we do have new and improved Chiz. Look at this. First of all, hat's
No
gone,
hat.
right? Right? That's what I noticed right off the bat.
It's a prerequisite.
And that reveals a real nice do he's got up there. I like the geometry. I like the hairline. It's looking nice. Looks real good. And look, rocking some jewelry as well. And then I noticed the beard. I felt like you had trimmed that thing up a bit, made it look nice. I feel like that's the strongest the beard has looked. Top 10 Chiz performance for sure.
I built in my own narrative into Chiz's like new and improved look. I like to
put it under the.
Do I?
Under the, yeah.
Nah,
totally.
you don't have to.
Otherwise, you look no. Oh, now that looks cool. Now you kind of look like one of the evil.
Woody.
No. He looks like one of those evil guys that were in the Death Star. Like not the stormtroopers.
The Admiral guys that got choked.
Yeah.
So
like not one of the peons.
The narrative in my head is this: that Chiz took the bus from North Carolina to California, and along the way, he thought to himself, "You know what? I am fitting in with the bus people too well, right? These are my people now. Really, how am I any different than the rest of these crack whores on the bus?" And decided to clean up his act and elevate his look.
Yes.
I like it.
Yeah, a lot of crack whores. Crack whores and Latin women with children that like to run rampant and bother me on the bus. It wasn't a fun ride back, and it wasn't a fun ride there. But I got a lot of stories, and it was worth it. I really wanted to bitch slap a child. I'm not even kidding. Like, it was so bad. I was the last seat on the bus got taken by this woman. She's holding her kid, and I'm just trying to listen to podcasts and fall asleep. And every time I fall asleep, this fucking kid spazzes out and kicks me or just starts grabbing my elbow and rubbing on me and stuff. And when we got to one of our stops, I said, fuck this. I'm going up to the other empty seat in front of me where I'm super squished and shit. And then I start to fall asleep. And sure enough, now the kid, instead of sitting in my spare seat, is running up and down the fucking aisle and grabbing my other elbow and rubbing on me and shit. And I was just so fed up.
Dude, I
like,
totally think you could have slyly tripped him. Like, just stick your foot in the aisle a little bit, had him eat one, take a header.
I'd have had no one on my team. This is who was around me.
You gotta be
all
careful.
right, so all the cool white people were in the back. All right. You know, it's reverse civil rights, okay?
That's where we like
the
to be.
The woman is this fat Latin woman. I got a really old, crotchety black woman to my left, playing with a kid and stuff. Crotchety old black guy to behind her. And to my right, squished next to me, is this old Mexican grandmother.
Doesn't crotchety mean grumpy and like... It sounds like you're the only crotchety...
They're all grumpy.
You're the only crotchety person around.
I was very crotchety. I will tolerate a lot of shit on the bus. I'm very polite, too. If I will try to steal, I have a strategy to have 2 seats. But if the bus is just filled to capacity and I have to share and you have your seat, I have mine, I will not even take my whole seat because I'm obviously bigger. I will scoot myself over and stay in the aisle. But this bitch was just way too much with her kid, and I was very upset. I wanted to kill that kid.
How old was the kid?
I don't know, 5 or something, like small enough to where he could run free and do his own shit, but small enough to still be carried in her arms.
Did he have any obvious disabilities like ADHD or autism or anything?
He was raised by a Latin woman who really didn't care, who smoked cigarettes.
ADHD doesn't count.
I believe in
age.
it. I believe in ADHD. Here's the thing, right? So I watched this guy who changed my opinion about ADHD. Now, I will grant you this. I think some kids who are on the ADHD spectrum are just kind of misbehaving kids or kids with parents who are too light with them or something.
I believe in ADHD. I don't believe it's a disability. I believe it's like, I don't know. I wouldn't count it amongst disabilities.
An ailment, though? It is a condition.
I don't know. Look, I feel like 90% of the kids they say have ADD, ADHD, or whatever don't have it. I feel like they're just children. Like, you look at the different signs on the spectrum there, and they all are pretty much, they sound like what kids do when they're kids. Yeah. I feel like I have ADD to a level that I have a hard time, like,
you have ADD,
like focusing
ADHD.
Oh, that. Tell me the difference.
ADD is attention deficit disorder, where you can't focus on things, and they give you Ritalin to focus on things. It just so happens that ADHD, attention hyper something, is
attention deficit hyperactivity disorder.
There you go. It's also the same prescription they give you because giving too much speed has your brain chemistry pull you down to a normal level.
So I want to get this out. I watched a video, and he says to call ADHD just like hyperactivity disorder doesn't really define what it's all about. It's like calling autism flappy hand disorder. Like, if flappy hands were the only problem with autism, it wouldn't be that big a deal, right? Like, I tend to jump with my legs a lot. I don't know if anyone ever does this, but if I sit still, my ankles aren't on the ground, they're just bouncing, right? Like I'm just jittery or something. That's not a big problem, right? That's in the thing with flappy hands, right? If that was the issue, if that defined it, then it'd be no big deal. But ADHD and ADD is a failure to self-regulate, right? It is someone's inability to like focus. You know, Kyle, we give you this ad read and you say, all right, I'm going to put on my concentration pants for whatever it takes, a minute or so, do a pre-run, make sure I nail this thing, and then when we go live, you nail it. If you had, maybe you do have ADD, but if you had a more severe case of it, 4 words in, you'd be bouncing off the walls, you'd be on something else, you wouldn't be able to fucking lock yourself into a task and accomplish it.
It's not that bad. I can definitely focus on, several minutes of anything. But I just always had an issue with focusing on an hour of anything. Like, there's no way. Like, I can remember being in calculus and being like, all right, God damn it, you got a 71. You can't afford to slip here. You at least got to know basically what's happening in calculus today. And it was a reoccurring pattern. You know, you sit in class for an hour and a half, and everything you just went over, there's going to be a worksheet on it tonight and a test on that tomorrow. And if you so this hour is important. Couldn't do it. Never would.
So I don't have that problem. Like in coding, it would happen a lot. Like sometimes I'd build web pages, right? And if you were to print out the code behind a web page, it could be 30 pages, and every thing on that page has like a beginning and end marker. You've probably seen HTML, right? You kind of know what it looks like. There's brackets, and somewhere in those 30 pages is an end that doesn't match the beginning. And
is that what I'm seeing when I inspect Element?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I would have to go through those 30 pages and just kind of mentally like, all right, that's a start of this. That's a start of this. I'm 4 tables deep. Now I'm 3 tables deep. Now I'm 2. That's a start. Back to 3, back to 4, go whatever. And look through 30 pages of shit to manually find where the tag is missing. Nowadays, tools do this for you, but that's what it was like. Or even coding. Or just recently, Chiz came to me with an issue at WoodyCraft, and it was difficult to make it so that you could log in using a password to one of our servers. And Chiz had put some time into this and brought in another guy, and he was like, all right, Woody, this fucking can't be solved. They escalated it to me.
A fucking day of time. Like, that's some time. I like to use this. To the point of where everything I have Googled for solutions is just purple hyperlinks. I've tried everything. So I called in the champ IT guy over here for help because I was about to cry.
And it wasn't easy. I don't know how long it took me, like 30 or minutes, maybe even an hour.
I don't know, 2 or 3 seconds at least. I mean, I had to sit down to do it.
For me, and I didn't get shit.
There have been a time or two where like, oh yeah, I see why this was hard. All right, try it now. Like, every so often I get one of these, but this one was tougher. And anyway, it was like I just had to put my thinking pants on. I kind of didn't want to, but it was like, look, he had asked me for help like the night before at like 12:30 a.m. or something, and I was like, no, I'm sleeping. But then the next morning, put my concentration pants on, and I did. And that ability to like regulate and focus and concentrate is super useful in a lot of lines of work. You know, not all of them. You can definitely succeed, obviously, without it. But in some lines of work, in coding and tech work, it's especially you gotta fucking.
I would think like mine disarmor would be one of those where you really need. You can't just be like, hey, what's that?
Yeah, right.
Like, that's not gonna work.
Something shiny. But yeah. So anyway, ADHD. I've only recently come around to like, oh, I get it. I get why the ability to like lock in and focus or lack of is a thing that needs to be treated.
Right, it's a real thing. The argument I'd make is they diagnose children way too early. It's like, oh, is your 5-year-old bouncing off the walls? That's a fucking kid. He's gonna do that. It's like getting a new puppy. Yeah, it's like getting a puppy and going, why is this puppy like jumping on the walls? Because he's a puppy. Like, give it a couple months to a year. He'll calm down a little bit. Like, it's the people that prescribe it way too early on and mellow their kids out at like age 6. Now you've just got this drone that's just focused.
I think that's true too. Like, and autism, in my head, autism is like the big one. Although ADD and ADHD are probably right there.
Certainly, one is
they slap that label on a lot of people.
Yeah,
and
there's an overprescription issue, definitely.
Yeah. And again, some of them really have it, but it's a widespread diagnosis. Diagnosis.
Yeah.
Fair enough. I think it's just overdiagnosed. People are overdiagnosed. Too many.
Oh, certainly. Yeah. Because there's no issue if you overdiagnose for it. It's like, oh, my kid is just not as wiry and he focuses a lot. He's a go-getter now, kind of.
Speaking of puppies, you mentioned a minute ago. How much bigger is your dog?
I don't know. I was telling Jackie that like I don't think he's really grown that much, and she's like, it's only been like a week, and we calculated it had been 10 days. I could probably get him or have him delivered. Would you like to see him?
I kind of want to see
him. I want Buddy. Go get Buddy.
Everybody wants to see Buddy.
Fuck you. Jackie over here.
Hold on a second.
Horrible.
The show has requested Ender and Buddy's presence. Can you bring them? All right, there's a bunch of misspell. Endor and presents, I'm pretty sure is the like
birthday presents.
Yeah, like I was gonna say Christmas, but well, so if I get presents from the dogs, that very well could be poo.
I think she'll know what's up.
I hope so.
Your fingers crossed.
I know that she's.
Good dog.
Yeah, dude. So, Buddy. He'll be up against the wall. I wish I could properly like do a demo, but it's too far away. The other dogs are like biting at him, and he looks like this. Right? Face on wall, getting nipped. Not biting sounds like a pain thing. They're more like using it like a hand, just like holding his neck. His chest and neck and ear is all wet.
It's all wet.
Yeah, and Jackie's like, "Stop it, buddy."
He's like, "Sorry, sorry,
like,
Jackie."
They'll be biting him for a good couple
Oh
of
God,
minutes.
the ears. Oh, those ears.
There's the dog. There's the dog. Buddy!
That is so ridiculous with those ears. He's already getting pretty near Buddy size, I feel like.
Jackie, who do you think's bigger, Ender or Buddy?
I think Ender's taller.
Ender's
Wow,
taller.
yeah, there you go. Now
Yeah.
you can see.
Who do you think is heavier?
I think Buddy's
I think Ender.
thicker.
Buddy.
Like,
Really?
like, yeah,
Buddy's got
like
a lot
from
of
shoulder.
fluff on him.
I think, but the distance between shoulder to shoulder, like
Yeah,
his
I agree.
mass is. I feel like Ender is taller and longer, but more slender.
I've felt those paws though. That is a heavy.
Oh, that's a
Yeah.
delicious treat.
What was I gonna say?
Look at that dog.
Oh, the ears. I think most people know by now because I keep talking about it. But we did not decide to crop his ears. We did buy a dog whose ears were cropped, but it wasn't our case. We have a theory as to why he was for sale. So Ender's mom and dad were both like champions, and he's like super healthy. One of the reasons we went with the whole like bred thing was because Jack died too early, and Harley, who's the only one not there, she has like a droopy eye, and her sister and her mom both had to be put down early for wobblers, and we're like, she's a time bomb. That sucks. So we wanted a dog whose parents had health records. That's the long story short. Anyway, but Ender does have a medical issue. Ender has one testicle.
Really?
Yes.
He is
And
not a champion breeding dog.
They lied. They didn't tell you that, did they?
No,
They-
she did. She said
Oh.
that. So he actually has two testicles, but the other hasn't dropped. And the breeder would every day like grab his scrotum and kind of like, I'm trying to get back on camera, and kind of just
Taffy.
like pull it and like taffy it and work it down. And she was either telling or showing you how to work the dog's junk. Telling, yeah.
This is showing.
There was no showing.
I'll leave that up to you, baby.
So have you been properly working the dog's junk?
That's your job.
I have seen no scrotum pulling during my time at the
Yeah.
Woodworth household.
Chiz stayed here. Do you want to mic up?
I can't. I'm just not like properly.
Oh my God! I've seen you at 7 in the morning. What is properly? Like, let's go.
All right. So she's.
Okay.
So
the question?
have you been working the dog's junk like
No,
you're supposed
I told
to?
you had to.
I'm.
That's not my area of expertise.
You know what would happen to my percent gay if I worked the dog's junk? I feel like I'd be in percent beast
Actually,
at this
the
mode.
vet told me I don't have to do it. They'll go in there when they neuter them. And
They'll go
find
in.
It. They'll
Buddy-
find it, take it out, and stomp
Buddy
on
had
it.
the same issue, the old Uniball.
And you-
And look how lovable Buddy is, isn't he? He's just a great dog. Just a,
yes, Buddy likes
nice.
antiquing and kerchiefing.
Hey, he's an old soul. All right, let's not be so hateful
And
now.
he really likes sleeping with Chiz.
He's a great dog. The other, Harley farts too much.
Oh my
She was sick. She did
You
not
are
feel
such an
well.
issue.
She made everyone else sick. It was like,
Benjamin,
It was truly bad.
here, you take some.
it was like Saddam. Like she was just gassing us nonstop. A little much.
Ender.
And then there's Ender, who's a rambunctious young puppy.
Yeah.
Chiz
So
there rocking the Woody Gamertag hairline tonight.
I know, right?
He looks just
Doesn't
like
he look
you.
great?
Yes.
Perfection. Cal gave me a lot of compliments before the show and on the show.
Wow.
Very nice.
He spends
Yeah.
one week with us, and now he looks just like.
Well,
you.
no. I'm the new host, so my prerequisite was no
Yeah.
hat.
Merc is
So,
gone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, he's on to nice things. He's gonna have a good life.
Yeah, that's a good job.
I'm gonna miss him. It is a good job.
So,
Okay.
I saw there was a poll on the subreddit. They were trying to figure out. They were trying to guess what mode of transport you might use to get to the paintball event.
That was
And,
my thread.
Oh, was it?
Look at the poster again. Look who did it.
That's hilarious.
I gotta see this.
All right, what are the votes? What are the votes at so far?
I love
'Cause-
that. I love that it took off
Do you
like
see
that.
your dogs in the background?
Yeah, they look.
Look at them. They're,
Look at Ender.
They're like
Very
Nazi
intense.
dogs. They're very much ready for. Oh, Jackie's holding food up. And, if I could
Wait,
just-
wait. Where's Kyle's picture? Give me Kyle's picture, Woody.
Well, I've got
It's
some
over
right
there.
here.
Give me Kyle's
Here you
picture.
go.
Here we go. Kill! 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 Okay, give Buddy the hat.
I'm gonna train those dogs.
Kill.
Let's
Can you
see.
see Buddy? Buddy, rock the hat. Rock the hat, Buddy.
My girlfriend got her dog goggles today. They're dog goggles.
That's awesome.
Oh my god, that is just ridiculous.
They look so cool. They're pink doggles, and the dog's like running around, like ears flopping with these goggles on. It's hilarious.
She needs a
paintball?
motorcycle with a
For
sidecar.
paintball? Wait, are the goggles for paintball?
No, it's
No,
when
they're just-
it's when the wiener dog runs a blazing 1 mile per hour and all that wind's hitting him in the eyes. You know, when he's so low
Hey,
profile.
those dogs are low riders. They're
Yeah, it's when the tall grass hits him in the eyes as they go through your farm.
it really is. It's to keep little stuff out of her eyes, and she like it. The dog looks cool wearing the goggles. That's the thing.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Let's see a picture.
I don't have anything like that.
Oh.
Yeah, you should have
I-
taken a picture.
Bring the dog.
It's
Bring
an
the do-
adult phone. It's
Bring the dog
It's
in.
an adult
we brought
phone.
Dogs in.
the dog's asleep though, and
Oh.
the girlfriend took she's already like knocked out for the night. She took sleeping pills and went to sleep.
I'd love to
'cause of
see
this.
like the impressions of
I'm
Kyle's
in my
phone, right?
pajamas.
It's like naked girl, naked girl, naked girl, dog, naked girl.
gun.
He's
gun.
into some shit.
Naked girl and dog. Gun.
I stepped up to the plate. I'm in my PJs. I brought the dogs.
Yes, we all appreciate it.
Yeah.
It could do better with the camera work, I guess.
No, you're doing good.
Yeah, well,
I think.
Well,
Oh, it
what they say
depends
is
which
different.
cameras
Yeah.
which.
Yeah.
So yeah, I thought that was hilarious, and I texted you guys today, and I was like, "Is it gonna be an airship or dirigible?" So I'm
yeah, that's
interested
what
to see
inspired the thread.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought you'd done it before me. The what's leading? That's what I was gonna ask because I don't have it in
Zeppelin
front
is
of me.
leading with 66 votes. Horse is second with 44. They're still coming in live, by the way. Dog Sled with 36. Minecart is right under with 34, and then Unicycle with 30.
That seems unlikely. All right, so I've got an idea here.
Now the
Let's-
problem with the Zeppelin is it's as slow as all the modes of transportation on this list, and it's in the air.
Oh,
know.
so is there an afraid of flying thing happening here that you just haven't admitted to?
No, I don't like
No,
flying.
he's
I'm not
flying
afraid.
internationally.
Yeah, I have like 2 passports that are filled up with stamps. I just
All right,
don't
so
like
so
flying.
here's my idea. Here's my funny thought here. What if at the paintball event we actually got you come in on like a horse-drawn carriage or something for the video, or actually riding up on a horse, something like that. I would really like
We
that.
could do that. Yeah, I'm down for a horse, buggy,
All right.
carousel.
The
you know, all
top-rated
that stuff.
comment is, "I hear the Zeppelin folk are quite pleasant."
Oh, they have to be. Come on, you can't afford to ride a Zeppelin this day and age unless you've got some serious cash on hand. You know.
I think you're
trained
done
folk.
with me.
Yes, you can go. Thank you for your help. I appreciate you getting out of bed and delivering the
I
dogs.
wasn't in bed. I'm putting together.
You weren't in bed? What were you doing?
She got here in like 2 minutes. She was not in bed.
I was putting together a sea cow.
With
The
Lego?
ship, the sea cow.
Oh.
Manatee?
Mm.
No, it's the Lego movie pirate ship called the Sea Cow. And
It's pretty
apparently there's
impressive.
a lot of anger involved in putting the Sea Cow together. For the boy, not for
The
me.
boy's mad?
He got mad because something didn't work right, and I thought I was going to get to put it together by myself because he didn't want to do it, but apparently I was wrong. So now I'm sad.
The boy's in rare form today.
He misses us.
He does. He really does.
Yeah.
He wants you back.
Yes.
Ball game.
I totally want Chiz to come back for our coffee talks in the morning.
Yep.
I'm all
Nobody
alone.
got up at 7 in the morning.
Nope, I'm all alone sitting there. 7, me and the dogs.
Just pounding
Farting.
coffees. So what'd you guys talk about? Wait, did you say farting?
Well, Harley was there, and she was.
I thought
she was doing
Jackie
what
was
she
just
does.
passing
Fart.
gas.
No, let's not clarify that. It was not us. It was Harley.
We were alone. Jackie was just ripping ass. It was just us. No big deal, right? She's got no makeup on. She doesn't care.
No,
It's like a
it was
trucker.
the dog. I swear. No, we were just drinking.
Blame it on the dog. So what'd you guys talk about for coffee talk?
Dinosaurs. Lots and lots
Dinosaurs,
of dinosaurs.
yeah.
Lots of
I
dinosaurs.
like dinosaur talk. What's your favorite dinosaur?
Raptor.
Yeah. I have to say.
Well, are we talking about the velociraptors from the Jurassic Park movie or the ones from like actual real life.
Jurassic Park movie where they talk and they're super smart and they emphasize just how smart they are throughout 3 movies.
Because they were really small.
4.
They wouldn't have like ran people down and killed them.
How
or
tall is
anything.
a raptor in real life?
3 foot.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Wait, I thought during different time periods they got bigger and smaller.
I'm not a paleontologist or anything.
I mean, there was just
Pretend
one.
to be.
But from what I've read, the velociraptors
Hey Siri,
wouldn't have.
how tall is a raptor?
You gotta say velociraptor. A raptor is a bird of prey. Although it may just know. Siri knows you like dinosaurs.
137 feet.
What the fuck?
Well, that's just fucking very wrong. That's so wrong.
You know-
What
is
was that dinosaur?
Yeah, I want
Find
to see
that
what that
one.
is. Yeah, continue down that rabbit hole.
The
of this
raptor, the tallest
137
animal that
foot
ever
dinosaur.
lived. Like,
Its height was 137 feet.
is that a tree?
It ran 57 miles per hour.
What the
These
fuck?
aren't.
Yeah, because
these
its
are lies.
stride was a mile.
These are lies.
Its maximum drop was 115
Do you
feet.
have
What
a
is it talking
picture?
about?
Do you have a picture?
No, there's no picture on
It's
here.
a vehicle,
hyperlink?
isn't it? Is it a vehicle? No,
What
100
vehicle's
is-
137 feet?
I don't know. I don't know. It doesn't make any sense. It has the,
The biggest
characteristics
waves
of a
you can
building.
ride.
It has the same characteristics as a building, an animal, and maybe like
And it moves 50 miles per hour.
Yeah, and a
Wait, wait.
vehicle.
The maximum vertical angle of a raptor is 45 degrees. What could this sideways 137 foot tall, 119 foot dropping item be?
All right, you got to get rid
Draw
of
your
Siri.
depictions at home, everybody, and submit them.
I don't know.
In any case, I'm like 90% sure that,
Are you
that
sure you're talking
velociraptors
about, wait,
were.
are you talking about the raptor
small.
coaster? The roller coaster? In
Oh,
Ohio?
that's what it's gotta
Oh,
be.
nice!
Yeah.
You nailed it.
Nailed it.
This was we like came up with our own little riddle and Jack solved it.
Okay, hold on.
Thank you, Google.
How tall
Good job.
is a velociraptor?
Good job.
Looking. Here's what I found on the web for how tall is a velociraptor.
All right, thank you, Siri. Come on,
Can't
baby,
believe
hurry
you still
up.
talk to that bitch.
Everyone at home should still draw their own depiction of what we thought might have been this 45-degree angle, 100-foot beast that runs 50 miles an hour.
It is a 5 to 6 feet tall and around 7 feet long.
That's not what the internet
What?
claimed.
How
7
much?
feet long.
How?
I mean, I believe you if it says it there. Or
I mean,
whatever,
it's
but I always
Siri.
thought they were-
5 to 6 feet tall?
Yes.
I thought they were like tiny, and the whole
Dude.
Jurassic Park thing had kind of made them look much more scary.
When I wasn't-
No, that makes sense. They've got a legit like dinosaur guy, whatever his name is, on the that worked on all those movies.
When I
actually,
wasn't
to make
looking-
sure it was all up to code.
Siri got awesome. Siri's really good
Oh,
now.
she is not. On my phone,
It
she's
did think you meant
terrible.
a roller coaster first for the
He
first.
said raptor.
I said Kyle nailed it. I
Why
should have
didn't
said
it do bird of prey?
velociraptor.
Okay.
because that
Where was that coaster located? Like, did
which
it pick
makes
a
more
Raleigh
sense.
Location?
Ohio.
Ohio.
Hey Siri, where is the raptor located?
Ohio. You don't need Siri. You got me, baby.
Places matching the raptor.
But we want to see if Siri knows.
Yeah, it's not a test
Siri's
of
a dirty
Jackie.
whore.
It's a dirty whore. I'm with you. I
She's
think
like, "What,
it's
you don't
Siri
believe
because
me?"
of- right.
It's in Cedar
Siri-
Point,
Ohio.
What do you
which
have
is
to
in
praise it?
Cedar Point. Goodness
What's the
gracious.
zip code, Jackie? I
can-
bet Siri knows.
I can tell you the website.
Siri took us to Oscar's Burger Joint somewhere in bumfuck nowhere in an old ghetto, and that place was closed down. That was after Siri.
It was not closed down. It just closed at 3 p.m. because they were
It
catering
looked
outfit.
run down as shit, and you had to pose your question 3 different ways until Siri got it right.
I
for that.
love Siri. Now, Siri came out. I thought she was a joke. The only question she could answer was like, where is sushi and how tall is a giant squid? And she was otherwise
and where
full
to
of
hide
shit.
A body.
And where to hide a body, which she seems to have forgotten at this point. But now
Right.
I've been hitting Siri with questions all day long. I asked her what the mark of the beast looked like, and she got me some valuable intel. And this isn't even a known thing. Siri is one step behind Google in terms of like owning the freaking internet's information, and she's useful all the time. My parents they wanted to go to some campground in Pennsylvania that they didn't know the name of. Siri corrected the name and got me directions there 6 hours, 50 minutes away. It was...
But Google's new one is like 1,000 times better. And then there's that third-party one too. The one they showed at Google like totally interprets like human context and dialogue to figure out what you want and stuff when they showed off at Google I/O. Siri's
Is that
still
one
slacking.
real? Or, like,
What?
Do you have that one?
Well, I don't have an Android phone.
But I mean, do people have the one they showed at Google I/O?
No, because I don't think that the latest Android update rolls out. Until
See, but
September.
that's horseshit then, because you can make Siri look perfect as well. You just ask her the right questions.
Well, Siri's done. They had their update already. Like they're
Oh,
done.
wait.
So in September rolls around, Siri will be behind by a whole year.
You're
Chiz, are
comparing.
you talking about that thing that I saw? I saw a YouTube video or something.
That's
That
the
about
video
third
is
party
spoofed.
one.
What
Yeah,
was it
that's
spoofed?
that's the third party one. No, remember we talked about it. Like that one wasn't like they had cut it or asked it a series of questions. It knew it would get right or something. It was something like that. That's the third party one.
Is that when they're hitting it with like rapid fire questions? And sometimes they're like, "What's this? And what's that?
Yeah.
And
what's the height of this
circumference and-
times this divided by the circle, or what's the curvature of the Earth at this particular day? What's it?
Very
When's the
impressive.
next Wednesday in 2115 or whatever?
But
all that
it
shit,
makes
yeah.
you think it knows the answer to everything because it nailed those questions. But in truth, those were all the questions that it could answer. Which,
Right.
by the way, when I need to write an interpreter, like, to understand what you're saying, and I know that you only say 10 different things, it makes it so much easier to do. But what Google is doing and what Siri has done is much more impressive than what that thing does, even though that thing was pretty impressive too. I'm just saying, Siri came out and I gave up on it. I thought it was crap. It never got my stuff right, etc. I've been using it solidly for the last week, and all of a sudden, Siri is amazing.
I disagree with you.
Well,
I just open.
you
It's just
can't be
quicker
right
for
all the
me.
time.
It's just quicker for me to open Chrome and search myself. That's what I've just. found.
I like that response.
No,
Jackie's like, I disagree with you. Woody's like, well, you can't be right all the time.
I am right. I think electronics just like you more.
well, I kind of got it going on.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
Automobiles, things with moving parts.
Siri.
The air mattress. I have no idea what happened there. It was
Oh yeah, I
deflating.
think I can't back you on that. That was ridiculous. Like
It
we both.
deflated, and then he goes in there, and it's inflating. I don't understand.
Okay, step one, I turned the dial to inflate.
I did too.
Yeah, and I was like,
And then
"You
it
gotta
didn't
turn that off or whatever," and then he turned it off, and then we laid on it, and it worked.
I hate air mattresses so much.
I stayed at your place, and you had the worst air mattress in the world. Apparently, it had internal bladders that were all like twisted up and folded wrong. So it was literally like sleeping on a beanbag almost. Like the upper half of my body had an air mattress, and then from my butt to my feet was just on carpet. But I wasn't one to complain. I just
you
stayed
should have
that
came
way.
and snuggled with me and my girlfriend. We had plenty of room. The problem with those mattresses are like when Epic Mealtime came and stayed with us a couple years back, and I like bought a bunch of air mattresses for like all of them, and like one room was like the whole floor was air mattresses, and that's the room they slept in, and it was hilarious. I should have taken a picture of that, but in any case, that was one of those air mattresses, and it had been like rolled up and packed up 2 or 3 times, and had not been used since that one time it had. So I could believe it. I've still got so many air mattresses. Like
I
don't
wish
know if
I knew you had spares. I just didn't complain.
should have complained. We'd have hooked you up, or we fucking went to Walmart and got one for $100.
You had a lot going on that
See,
trip.
that was a good guy.
Yeah, there's very little that can't be fixed with a Walmart trip. Like a lot of people like to sweat the small stuff, but to me it's always like, well, let's just go get a fucking new one. It's $30. Like $30 should not be stressing us out right now.
It's $100. All right.
Whatever.
It was 120.
Right.
But
Well, I mean,
anyway.
Woody's gonna buy his own air mattress, so it's $0. I'm just guiding him to Walmart, really.
Well, no air mattresses now. So everybody
Yeah,
goes to bed.
we got a proper mattress and bed frame and stuff for our guests now. In the guest house, this is it.
I don't know where Kyle will sleep.
Anywhere he wants to, except our bed
Well, and
or the kids'
well, he
bed.
can sleep.
Okay, in any open bed.
Why does this have to
That's so
progress
weird.
this way? Like,
He can sleep anywhere,
I
except
see where
our
you
bed.
go from, like, not in our bed, or the children's bed. like, what's next? Like, you don't need to list all the places. I
Okay,
can't sleep
no
in your
dog's
house.
cage because I don't know.
No, I don't
can
need a
sleep
list
in
of
a
places I
guest
can't
room.
sleep.
You can
I'll
sleep in a
find an
guest room.
appropriate place to sleep. I promise.
Yes. No. You can sleep in the Minecraft room. I hear it's nice.
At
Yeah,
least
you can sleep in
1,000
the
feet away from the main domicile, as the court order provides.
Well, I think so we're probably 3 weeks away from maybe getting the living room set up, and then we should do a house tour.
Oh, okay.
I'm thinking, yeah.
That's fine.
Order that stuff. The couch should be here in 2 weeks, and everything will be set. Maybe even 2 weeks from now.
Yes, I think our other chairs will be here too.
Yeah. Okay.
So.
We gotta get. I want to, because I feel like we talk about the house and stuff, but no one really knows the background to it. Well,
you have
actually,
some pictures from the day in the life stuff.
You can't piece together that house from this.
Yeah, it's
I didn't watch it.
I know what, and of course I saw the stuff on Zillow and everything. So like, I know what the rooms look like. I got a good idea of what the backyard looks like, definitely, in the back view of the house and all that. And definitely know what it looks like from space. I got a firm grasp on that. I know what every shingle looks like.
Yeah, I was on I was on that one street. That one street. I was like, yeah, I'm very familiar with that street. You know, I've seen it 1,000 times. You know?
So what happens is what was I gonna say? Well, like there'll be like drama, like homeowners association drama, which I guess I can talk about fully now, and or whatever plans or something. I make poor Kyle and Chiz look at aerial photos of the place all the time because if
I got lost, I would know my way around that bitch.
We've been looking at those aerial photos for literally like 6 or 8 months or something like that, because there's lots of reasons to look at them. Like at first it was like, he's like, I'm not sure if I want to buy this place or not, blah, blah, blah. And then later on, it was little things like, hey, where would we put a swimming pool? Or, hey, where would we put an artificial, like, fish pond?
Workshop,
or, like, where could I shoot at? There's all these questions. So we're constantly going back to the aerial. So I'm very familiar with that, yeah.
Chiz and I want to put mini golf in. That's the next thing.
Mini golf.
Yes. Right, Chiz? Mini golf?
Yes, lots of putt-putt. I'm all in favor of the game. I dominated during the event.
He did.
I kicked major ass. Woody thought I was down the whole time, and I was hanging out with Jackie. I was like, I got this shit. Like, I'm getting hole-in-ones. I fucked up, like, the second hole.
Did I get second?
I think you did.
I think you got second. Yeah, because we got top 3. Yeah.
We did.
That's right. Oh.
You know who didn't do very well? The Scotsman.
They don't have putt-putt there.
Well, they invented golf.
That's what I was about to say, but don't they call it guff?
I don't know what they call it.
I don't think there's a. Ask Siri. How do the Scottish say golf, or what's the Scottish word for golf?
I can try.
Say golf. What you do need to post.
Hey Siri, what's the Scottish word for golf?
I'm afraid I can't translate things for you, Matt, but I can search the web if you
See,
like.
dirty, filthy whore.
What a whore!
I think it's guff, but I could be completely wrong.
Word for golf.
She's horrible.
Golf is a Scottish term. Look, dude. She took me to Scottish golf history.
She's terrible.
Golf is a word deriving from the Scottish thing meaning club.
Home wrecker.
People wrote the word phonetically. Guff is one of them. GOWF is one. Golf. Goif. Goif. Golf. 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 And glove.
Okay. Thank you.
How do you turn?
Thank you for all those pronunciations. Right there. It's like it's like the spectrum of your the voices you can do. Right there. It's like, oh, it's goif, 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 and goif, goif. Oh wow, why do they have so many same spellings of goif?
It's like GLIF, GOIFF, and I'm like, well, goif, goif.
You've got great, you can do languages so well, honey.
I'm so horrible.
You're so good at it. But you need to post the video that I took of you guys all dancing. It is epic.
We did the dance, the DDR, Dance Dance Revolution. We pretty much did. Dude, so we did Dance Dance Revolution, right? And there's this.
Crushed you.
He did. I didn't know how it worked at first. You have to hit the arrow when it gets to the top.
Very simple.
So I was hitting the arrow in the middle, at the bottom.
Crushed me.
I didn't know the rules. I was doing spins and shit.
Rules?
I was
it's
like,
basically, DDR is the equivalent of that game as a kid. You get that box with all the shapes in it, and you have to put the whole, the shapes in the pegs.
The square in the square, the star in the star,
star in the star. That is DDR. You put the
arrow.
Test,
they get
when
monkeys.
It hits the hole of the arrow.
So
I kicked your ass holding my pant loops.
He did.
So I was hitting him way too early because I didn't know why I kept missing. I was like, I'm hitting it right in the middle of the screen. So I did it like faster, like right at the bottom, and that wasn't right either. You had it showed you, and you had to hit it when it got to the top. And eventually, someone told me, was it you, Jackie?
I don't think so.
I could see you in the corner of my eye missing. I'm like, he's not that fucking bad. Oh, he's just stomping his feet as soon as they pop up. Well, I'm not going to correct this situation. I already got a disadvantage going into this thing.
Because I'm a dancing champion.
And I had to hold my pants up while I was doing that game.
But there's this creepy guy just watching us, right? And then he starts watching Hope do it, and he was watching Ethan do it, and he was watching Jackie do it.
Let's describe this guy. He was a little heavy set. I think he had glasses on.
Yes.
hippie hair, like dirty, long hippie hair, maybe a beard, a lame shirt, short pants, and tube socks that went really fucking high. And he had his leg like perched on the DDR machine. He was just staring at us play or whatever. So that's how creepy this guy
just
was.
watching
Nobody
us.
said anything?
For like, what?
I'd say something. Like when it was my turn, I'd be like, "Excuse me, this is a very high pressure moment for me. I don't think I could perform my best with you staring at me like you did everyone else. So if you could go like find something to do here at the arcade."
He just watched us for 4 rounds, and we didn't know what the scoop was, right? I thought maybe he recognized me, or something like that. It sounds arrogant, I guess, but that's.
Well, we got recognized earlier in the week.
Yeah, I got recognized yesterday at the waiter at the restaurant.
I know.
Yeah,
You're
like
a
it
flyer,
happens.
baby.
So to think like it's not crazy, and the guy was just kind of creeping on us. But
He
then we
was so
realized
creepy.
he was awesome. Like so we left the DDR machine or whatever, and then like Ethan's tapping on my shoulder, and he's like, "Dude, creepy guy is hitting the DDR machine, and he's killing it." And he's just up there like double footing it, back footing it, doing it, like adding flair to stuff. And we were like, "Oh my god!" This whole time he just wanted us off of his machine, which clearly he rocks all the time.
He was on like super hard, just murdered that. He literally drew a crowd around him,
Yeah.
a small crowd during that scene. Like it wasn't just us that came back to watch. Like everyone was checking this creepy guy with some talent in a very niche thing out.
Hilarious.
There's the creepy guy. But yeah, you should upload that video of me kicking your ass.
Do you guys want to
It's
take the gay
on
test?
my phone.
Yeah, let's do that.
All
Do the
right.
gay
I'm
test.
sure I'll need to fix our things
Well, you
at the
take your
bottom.
gay
Actually, this
test.
isn't too bad.
I'll go.
I'm
Do you
just
want me to take your
gonna
dogs, or are you keeping them?
take them, please.
Especially Buddy, because he's the bad one.
Oh my god, the dog doesn't do anything wrong.
Yeah, he's perfect.
He's-
You can't see him. He's wagging his tail in the corner right now. All right, Jackie.
He's plotting. He's plotting.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Oh, can
Bye.
you bump the air conditioning down a degree or two? I'm hot.
Oh, okay, bye.
Thanks. All right, the gay test. So I have it on my thing. I guess we'll all take it at the same time. Are you ready?
Yes.
Here, do you need a link
Do you
code?
need the link?
I do need a link.
There it is.
All right.
There you go.
Start the test.
All right. I paid blank for my last haircut.
10 to 25.
10 to 25 for me too, Chiz.
10 to 25. It's $14.
Who makes the best messenger bag for men?
I haven't heard of any of these brands besides Prada.
I've heard of Prada. I haven't heard of the other. I heard of Timbuktu actually. I definitely know what a messenger bag is. And
Yeah, I think I have to answer Prada based on the options.
Going,
'cause I know what a messenger bag
I'm gonna
is.
go Timbuktu. I have it in my head that they make like durable stuff, but I'm not really sure.
Yeah, I'm going with Kohan for whatever reason. I feel like
I'm
it's
gonna go
not
with Prada.
Prada.
Okay.
I just
The
feel like
only one
Prada's
I
not
know.
the answer, and I've never heard of Timbuktu.
I have seen blank live musicals in the past year. I'm going 1 to 2. I don't
I
know
don't
if
like
it's.
these options. Musicals are gay. 'Cause if,
I really like musicals actually.
I like musicals too. I saw
Yeah.
Mary Poppins. It was great. She danced on the fucking ceiling. She was like 50 feet up.
It's been more than a year, but I saw Shrek as a musical. I saw Green
Idiot.
Day, American Idiot. They did an amazing musical, but it was kind of dirty. Not that I really like dirty. That's one of my favorite things in any form of entertainment. But I had Hope with me. And within a minute, there were people in their underwear simulating sex. And I'm like, oh, didn't expect that. It said it was fun for the whole family. But anyway, I'm going to put 1 to 2. 'Cause, yeah, really. They build American Idiot as family friendly in the
sex,
thing.
drugs, and rock and roll.
I want to see
is
the Book
that-
of Mormon. But the answer for me is 1 to 2.
All right.
I put that as well.
How many yards are in the end zone of a football field?
How many yards in the? I think it's
10.
See, I'm torn on. I want to say I thought it was 20, but that's not one of the choices. I think when you do a field goal, you add 17 yards to get the true length of it. So is maybe it 15 plus the 2?
I think the answer's 15.
I'm going with
Now-
15.
I'm gonna go with 10.
I don't know. Maybe it is short.
Because I'm picturing it's either shorter or just slightly longer. Because think of what 10-yard intervals are. It's definitely not 10. It's 5.
I think it's 5. I think it's
Yeah.
5 too.
I
gonna
can
go 5.
picture the 10-yard markers, and it's not that big of a gap.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I did as well. I feel like for those big guys, it's like, I think it's like 5
Unless
strides.
it's a trick question and they're asking to include both, but I don't
Think about it this way: a stride is about a yard each, like step you take. Are those guys taking 15 steps or 5 steps in the
Okay,
end zone?
answer it, and then I'm going to get this because I'm curious.
5.
All right,
5.
you guys did it?
Yeah.
Hey, Siri, how long is the end zone?
Checking on that. Okay, check it out.
Thanks for the
Fuck.
slang.
The end zone is a book.
Oh my god.
How long is the end zone on a football field?
This episode brought to you by
Checking.
Siri.
Okay, Matt, here is what I found.
Well, fuck. They just took me to some, like,
So I had to Google the answer
trampoline
in this
store.
amount of time. Oh my god. What
Yeah,
the fuck?
it was Defy
She's getting
Gravity.
drunker as the episode goes on.
Okay,
We'll
well,
find out. We'll find out.
yeah. Can we find out real quick?
All right. Let's. I'm just gonna search it.
How wide is the end zone in football? All right, it is 150 feet wide by 20 yards long. See, I
need
thought
width.
it was 20.
160 feet wide, so it's 160 divided by 3.
I thought.
That's the width. I need the length,
Wow.
I guess. How?
Right.
Well, we'll know
You
at the end
want
of the test.
It doesn't give you the answers.
Well, then here, let me get the answer then.
It's 10 yards. It was 10. So I think
Awesome.
we all got it wrong.
We all got it wrong.
All right,
Good.
all right. Which of the following designers does not produce men's shoes? Monio Blancnik, Prada, Gucci, or Miu Miu?
All right, everyone should answer, and then we should discuss.
Okay, I like that idea.
All right, I've answered.
Mine's in.
I answered two. What'd you guys answer?
Mew Mew.
I answered Miu Miu too. I knew Gucci made shoes. The rest were a mystery.
I
Gucci
know
and the
that
top one does.
Manolo Blahnik, Gucci,
Yeah.
and Prada, I think, all make shoes. I just don't know if they make men's shoes. And I had never heard of Mew Mew, so...
I knew that Gucci made shoes for X-Jaws. Right?
Wait a minute.
Didn't
wasn't the
X-Jaws buy
question which
Gucci
of these
shoes?
wasn't the
Doesn't.
question which okay, just making sure.
All right.
Yeah.
Barolo is a wine produced only in Piedmont, Tuscany, Bordeaux, or Gayville.
Gayville. Yeah.
I actually know the answer to this. I'm like 80%
Really?
sure. Yeah.
But you have to answer correctly. I'm gonna.
I already answered.
All right, what'd you answer?
Tuscany.
I answered Bordeaux.
Piedmont.
All right. My cardio routine at the gym consists mainly of high-low aerobics, the elliptical machine, cycling classes, or the treadmill. My hypothetical gym routine would include the treadmill.
I get
I
what
used-
they're implying with these other workouts that like cycling class, for example. Yeah.
Whatever. I like my elliptical. It's low impact. Doesn't make my hip hurt.
Yeah, elliptical would be my answer if I had one.
That's what I'd use.
Which of the
These are
following
these.
careers has Carson Kressley most recently added to his resume? Fashion designer, author, Broadway producer, who?
I don't
Just
think it's
don't.
fair for us to guess. You just got to go who. We don't know.
Yeah, totally who in that case. I wish I had Brad Pitt's face, Brad Pitt's body, Brad Pitt's money, or Brad Pitt's wife.
All right, I answered that.
Ah,
Oh, it was a toss-up at the end.
that's
actually.
hard.
Yeah, right.
That's hard.
Not for me.
So I
Really?
went with. Did you
Yeah.
pick Kyle?
I haven't picked. It doesn't matter.
Alright.
I'm still like weighing my options here, but I,
went
think
with
I'm gonna.
money, but the wife one was kind of. I like Angelina Jolie. I don't think Woody does, but I do. Though all of which are amazing answers.
It's a bit of a trick question. Okay, so all right. So here's. All right, let's think about this. Do I really want no offense to Woody, but a 40-plus-year-old man's face today? Do I I would. Brad Pitt's definitely got a better body than me, despite his age. He's in incredible shape. He's perfect, right? That would be nice to have. Although I feel like I gotta upkeep that, right? Like that's something
Yeah,
that you
it's
could
gonna
give
go
me,
away.
and I could lose next year.
Yeah,
unless-
you are 3 weeks away from Brad Pitt's body, or if you're Brad Pitt, you're 3 weeks away from Kyle's body. Like you're really not that far.
I don't think
Fat
that's
over
true at
his
all.
ass.
I
don't
do.
think that's
Yeah,
true at all.
yeah. I said
I think I'm like 18 months away from Brad Pitt's body.
no,
No
way.
way.
You were looking
Dude, you have
fucking
no. It's so hard to put
fly.
on that much muscle mass.
You're looking fly at the paintball event. I'm just saying.
All right. Well, in
You're
any
lucky
case-
you didn't share the room with me.
Oh goodness. Brad Pitt's money, I think, is probably the correct answer. However, if you pick Brad Pitt's wife, in essence, you retain all
straight.
that is you, and you gain Angelina Jolie and her money and all that comes along with that.
Including
So
the kids, Kyle. Including the 5 adopted children.
I'll divorce her immediately and take alimony. Brad Pitt's wife.
You would have more money if you went with Brad Pitt. Why would
You want to look up the net worths? I bet her dad's
do
John
that.
Voight. I feel like she's got like old money. I feel like
All right, let's.
I'll tell you, Kyle made a strong argument. Although I think if you marry and her divorce her, you don't get her money. That's not how that works.
So Jolie is.
I would get alimony because she makes more than I do.
So the combined net worth of them is $385 million. Jolie is $145 million. Pitt is $240 million. $100 million more than his wife.
$100 million more, and I don't get the wife or the celebrity that comes along with that.
You plan to divorce the wife, so I don't know why you.
I
keep
do not
throwing
plan
that
to
in.
divorce her. I'm just saying, worst case scenario. Like
it
that's
doesn't
one
matter.
of the outcomes.
I would $100 million plus for either of them. It does not matter.
I think I'm
if
going
you
to take
pick the wife one, Woody, I think you're in a particular house. If you pick that one.
I think I'm going to
Doghouse.
Yeah.
I'm definitely going to pick Brad Pitt's wife.
I went with his money.
Yeah.
I think I'm pretty happy with my wife. And definitely face and body. Dude, if you want to be hot post 40, have money.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I am most likely to cry when someone yells at me, someone breaks up with me, someone dies, or all of the below.
All right. Well.
Let's go ahead and vote and then discuss.
Dies.
I'm in. Yeah, dies.
If someone yells at me, they can fuck off. What was the other one?
Breaks up with me.
Oh, I might do it too.
Cry or die.
But I definitely went with dies. Yeah.
Kyle, are you in? You're still deciding.
I'm going to go with dies, but I will say I have
There was
had
an either
breakups
way. If there was
because
an
I've had
AP.
breakups where I didn't cry at all, where I didn't really even care. And then I've had breakups, as you both know, where I like cried for weeks. So I'm not real
That's
sure.
true. But there's not an option to pick this and that.
Yeah, so I'm gonna go
You
with
definitely
dies
don't the guy that
because I'm
cries.
just gonna assume that they're talking about someone who I like feel like I really
Right.
love dies, right? Like
Yeah, not Robin
something like that.
Williams.
no, not at all. I didn't cry for Robin. I mean, it's a shame and everything.
I
right?
cried for Robin, you heartless bastard.
Tears of joy over there, Woody.
You were laughing so hard you were crying a little, but
Who won season 1 of Project Runway? Jay McCarroll, Jeffrey
No
Sabella.
clue.
I don't know any of
No
these
clue.
people, and I read Project Runway and I thought, oh, America's Top Model. Do I remember? But they're probably different shows.
Yeah, they're different shows.
So-
if
Project Runaway.
yeah, so I don't know anything about that. So I'm gonna say no.
If I could have dinner with one of the following women, I would choose Barbara Streisand, Madonna, Kim Cattrall, and Adriana Lima.
So I'm gonna look up the
Adriana.
other two because
So
the first
Kim
two are
Cattrall
good.
is the slutty one from Sex and the City. Adriana Lima, I've heard her name before, but I don't know what she looks like. So I'm gonna Google her real quick.
Kim Cattrall's 58.
Yeah, they're all older.
Yeah, but the first two are out for me, and I don't.
Adriana
must
Lima.
Oh,
34.
Adriana Lima.
She's a
is-
Brazilian model. Well,
Wow.
my answer.
That's my answer. Yeah, I don't.
Yeah,
even
I
need to
hate
look
the
further
other
than this.
two. The other two are rough. The first two.
I wouldn't say that. I would like to fuck Barbara Streisand. There's a picture. That's a picture of her
Madonna?
right there. I would love to fuck Madonna. I feel like Madonna would be amazing at sex.
Yeah.
And she's still got a pretty decent body. I don't
she'd
think.
Kegel the shit out of you.
And I'd love to just say I fucked Madonna. Kim Cattrall is definitely on the bottom of this.
She's at the bottom. Yeah.
Because she's not that famous like Barbara Streisand is, who's a total legend herself, won tons of awards, super famous, talented, and she's beautiful still. But Adriana Lima is young and super hot, so that's an easy choice.
And a Brazilian model. Heck.
I went with Madonna because I'm not fucking any of them. And Madonna, to me, has lived like the most interesting life of these people. I feel like Madonna could tell a tale. I feel like Madonna is like culturally rich, and that would be interesting to me.
Definitely. Yeah.
I get a manicure 2 to 3 times a month. I have unruly cuticles when I have an important meeting or event coming up in exchange for special favors from my girlfriend every time hell freezes over. I've never had a manicure, so I
Never.
guess.
had a man.
I would happily get a manicure. Like I would probably like if there were like a place nearby and like I went with my girlfriend like every time, I might do it every week. Like I don't have anything
Yeah.
against the idea, and I have a hard time taking care of my nails because they grow really fast. Like I trim my nails like twice a week and they still just keep going. And I like them trimmed, but I don't want like bloody cuticles and weird stuff going on, which I'm prone to. I feel like I'll like pick at it and like peel the nail back and get a whole thing going. So the answer is every time hell freezes over, unfortunately. But I don't feel like that's a fair rating on the
Right.
gait test.
Like I would do that like a pedicure because my feet are rough and I walk a lot too.
So I'm going to say when I have an important meeting or an event coming up, because if something happened where there was an important meeting or an event coming up, I most likely would do something like that.
TV
If I Perhaps. Like what if my hands were literally going to be on like TV or something? Like I'd get a manicure then. Like yeah.
I chose every time hell freezes over because fuck that. If I was going to spend time and money on myself, it would totally be like a chiropractor, which I've never gone to either.
You should do that just for the fun.
Massage, or that's really my whole list.
Those two things to me are like my favorite things. Like I think I'd rather get a massage than a blowjob most of the time. I feel like I really like a massage.
I feel like it's a Brazilian jiu-jitsu thing, but I literally like it's painful to turn my neck from shoulder to shoulder. And I feel like that's right up a chiropractor's alley.
Yeah, and a lot of people say that's witchcraft, but I swear I went to... I believe that a lot of chiropractors are just like, I don't know, flunkies out of, not even med school, but flunkies out of something. But there's some of them that do a really good job, and I felt like I had one. It was like $40 a session, and I always came out of there feeling better than I went in. And whether it's bullshit or not, he'd do this thing where he like would like... He said that my pelvis was like shifted one way, and it was making one of my legs like an inch longer than the other. And he was like, I'm on my stomach, and like he's bending my legs back toward my butt, and he's like putting them next to each other, like the heels of my shoe, and you can see that there's a disparity there. And then he like goes this whole thing of adjusting me and twisting me, and even like palm punching my ass at one point, like my left ass cheek. He's just going pow. Pow, pow, and I'm just like, should I flex for this or? Like, and after it's over, he does the same thing, and he's just like, there you go. And when I stood up, I was like, oh yeah, but my weight feels more
like
balanced.
I could lay you on your belly, put your heels not together, and be like, look, they're not the same. Like give you a big old drum roll on your back.
That guy just wanted to touch your ass. Let's be real right now.
He wasn't manipulating my leg position. He was just like. Just putting them there. Like it was clear that he wasn't doing any witchcraft. And, you know, I mean, he gave me x-rays and stuff too. He was pretty good at what he did. I thought it was a good idea. You should definitely try it at least once.
That's the thing with chiropractors. So I also fear that they're witchcraft. I also fear that a lot of them are witchcraft. And that's like, you know, even if you found a good one. But almost everyone who goes to their chiropractor walks away happy with the experience. And I'm just, so anyway, manicure, fuck that. I've got like better things on my list that I'd rather do.
Okay. My favorite TV show is, and you have to pick one of these. So You Think You Can Dance, Gossip Girl, Grey's Anatomy, or Family Guy. That's an easy one for me. I'm going to pick and vote.
Not that I'm against those other shows too. Like I would check those out, and I've actually watched all of those. But
what'd you pick?
It says favorite. Family Guy.
Family Guy, yeah.
Yeah, same here. I've watched some of those other shows, but I really do think Family Guy is a great show. It's not my favorite, but it's the best out of those.
I can't pronounce this first one. I buy my underwear online at Erogenos. Erogenos, probably.
I bet those are like skimpy bikini men's lingerie or something.
I'm just going to go there.
Yeah.
I'm going to grab this.
Anywhere that has a varied selection of cuts and colors in 10 packs at Costco, or in packs of 10 at Costco.
Yeah. I nailed it.
I don't think I've bought underwear in the past 5 years.
Dude, go to the website.
Look at this slate.
Is it going to get me flagged?
Yeah, it is. Don't go to the website.
Are you sure? Why?
Don't scroll. Yeah, I see pubic hair on the second picture. Like the first picture would be okay. Yeah. But I'm seeing cock and balls as I scroll.
There are these weird designs that are cut that show off some inside, so you do see pubes on the second.
Yeah, I kind of like some of
this. On the second picture, you can see pubes?
Kind of. And if you go to the bottom of the page,
not pubes.
Totally not YouTube.
Dude, that's pubes in the windows of the underwear.
I don't.
They're trimmed. Totally like I can totally see this guy. Yeah, totally. I see pubes in the second picture.
I mean, look at his happy trail and keep following.
That's what I want to show it. The happy trail is legit on this guy. That I want to say is akin to the happy trail on that girl.
Well, I like this underwear. I think I'm going to go and purchase some now so I can click that button.
I love the Cell Block 13 one.
That's what I'm getting!
They look like a jock to me.
Yeah, well, there's jocks and there's thongs.
They turn into jocks. Yeah, they turn into thongs at the bottom.
So I chose online at I took this once before, like as a test, just to see what it was like and if it would like get me flagged or anything. And I chose that because I actually buy them online at Amazon.com. It was the closest I could meet. So I guess number 2.
Yeah, number 2 also for me. Because like I buy underwear at like different. I don't get like the big 10-pack at Costco, but like I don't know, some of my underwear are from like different places. At Amazon. Like I like to get like the individual underwear at nice stores because they like, I don't know, they feel nice and there's different cuts. It's literally what the selection says. Anywhere that has a varied selection of cuts and colors. That's what I do.
All right. One of the following Which of the following is not once a popular boy band? Donati Kane, Take That, 98 Degrees, New Kids on the Block.
Vote amongst yourselves.
I only know of 2 of these.
Same.
This one. Yeah, it's probably 98 Degrees and New Kids on the Block.
I voted. I picked the top one. Danity Kane, I think it was, because I'd never heard of it.
I picked Take That because I haven't heard of the first 2.
I also picked Take That because I hadn't heard of
All right, let me get the answer real quick. Yep, Take That is a boy band.
Well, shucks.
Oh, wait. You fucking misled me.
Okay, if I could travel back in time, I would go to Studio 54, the Moulin Rouge, Woodstock, Nirvana's Reading Festival performance. Totally Woodstock for me.
Woodstock.
Eh.
I don't know. Studio 54 had some
Studio
cool
54 is the
motherfuckers.
one I'm debating between with Woodstock.
But I don't think I could like have as much fun as me at Studio 54. I feel like you need
and also,
to be like
what year and time? Like, we know.
Oh, at its when Michael Jackson and Elton John are in there doing coke together. That's when.
I feel like my clubbing days at Limelight and Palladium were right there at Studio 54. They were the Studio 54 of their day. And they also got shut down like while I was going to them and stuff. And
I'd have more fun at Woodstock. That's my
I'm
vote.
going with Woodstock.
I got into the like elite sections of there every now and then. And dude, like there'd just be like so there's a dance area, right? First of all, to get into the club wasn't always easy, but we would bring these really slutty girls and problem solved. Yeah. And so then like they're dressed like think of a really gay outfit, right? Where you've got like the leather cap and the assless chaps and stuff. Suit. But for a girl in just like chaps, like a thong in the back and like a leather Chiz hat or something like that. And but not like a leather like Nazi hat, like a firmer thing, but it didn't look Nazi-ish. Anyway, girls would wear that and we get right the fuck in. And then in some nights we could get to like the sort of exclusive sections. And I remember, like, it's better lit up there. The doorways, instead of having doors, they had those, like, thick plastic things that might keep the refrigeration in. Are you familiar with
things
these?
at, like, loading bays and whatnot?
Yeah, they're, like, slit up and stuff, but they're
okay.
like, thick plastic doors that you sort of part and walk through. There was a couch back there, and there's like, this girl sitting on the, the top of the couch where you're not supposed to sit because it makes a thing. She was sitting there, and some guy was eating her out. There was another girl just, like, up against the wall, topless, and some, like, 2 guys were sucking on each boob. And, oh, you get to the top, and it's kind of a sex club here, isn't it, guys? And then, I was single. It's like, can anyone just jump in?
I got next.
Because I'm not sure she knows both those guys. I'm right here.
Hey,
where's the queue?
You need an extra mouth?
And,
like a toe or something?
Yeah, and that's at those places. The Palladium was neat. It was a big dance floor, like half a football field. And it was always packed. And then throughout the night, you're like, wait a minute. These walls are moving. Like as the place got like bigger and smaller, giant walls that you wouldn't think could move would move.
And as the ecstasy started to kick in, I feel yeah, we've all been there when the fucking building starts to shrink.
Then the ceiling disappeared.
Yeah. The Palladium had I was really fit at the time. Like I was a collegiate swimmer, but I was scared of the mosh pit because some guys seemed like they were just wanting to fight, and one of my swimmers, he was taller than me. And he was my fellow swimmers. He loved the mosh pit. And, like, guys would go in there and just, like, mow people down. I'm like, that's not even dancing. He's just running and tackling people. But my buddy, his name was Ziv. He was Israeli. He was fucking awesome at mosh pitting, right? He'd be, like, jumping around, just, like, having fun or whatever. Guys would take a run at him, and he's, like, flying kneeing people, and bloody noses and shit. And, like, Ziv is a fucking mosh pit superstar.
It sounds like he's a mosh pit asshole.
No, because he's just jumping around. No, so... I don't think I'm telling the story right, I guess, because he's bouncing around like trying to talk to girls or whatever, maybe protecting smaller people, and there's these mosh pit bullies who are taking runs at people.
But what dance move has your knee at nose level?
Fucking flying knee hit it does. Like, he's literally throwing UFC style flying knees or elbows at the bullies because you can quickly identify. He's bouncing around. He's laughing. People like him. He's like he's becomes this mosh pit. Two things, like a mosh pit. Like sort of mini celebrity, like everyone's looking at him, and he's funny, and he's tall, he's good looking, and he's like, you know, really fit because he's on the swim team, and every like girls are paying attention to him or whatever, and then these hater guys are just like beating up on smaller people. But the minute they came for Ziv, he's like, fuck off! And he's just fucking like,
Jesus.
Yeah, he hit.
Did he scream like that?
They say,
Who knows? The music's too loud. It's like techno or something, and it was awesome. And it was like, because I'm like, this mosh pit's getting too rough. Like, maybe I don't belong here. And Ziv is like, fuck yeah, it's rough. I belong here. And yeah, he like the bully, like literally like bloody noses and shit. And they're like, what the fuck? And he's like, hey, you know, like, we all saw what you were doing. We saw you take out 3 guys before you went for Ziv, whose real name was Ziv, but everyone called him Ziv. I don't know, because we're not Israeli. And anyway, yeah, Ziv was fucking awesome at moss pitting, and he would just wreck guys at the Palladium who went after him.
Well, my girlfriend could not drag me to a women's beach volleyball tournament, a county fair, a ballroom dancing competition, or a Cher concert.
I wish I could answer more than one of these, but definitely. I'll click
with mine. Yeah, I'm done.
Ballroom dancing. I have
Ballroom
nothing to
dancing.
do with that shit.
Cher was a close contender.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, that was my second one.
But if you read closely, it was a competition, and that seems ridiculous. There's no way you could drag me to a ballroom dancing competition. No.
What if it was a square dancing competition?
Absolutely. Why would that make it better?
Because you are skilled in that particular dance.
No, I'm not.
Dude,
that and line dancing.
This one is so easy for me. If I were at a karaoke bar, I would sing I Will Survive.
I'm done.
Valid answer. I'm Too Sexy. Maybe. Sweet Caroline. Not bad. But Living on a Prayer, I found my song.
Yeah. That one's
Sweet
mine.
Caroline.
Woody the
Sweet
Slayer.
Caroline.
I like that one a lot.
Huh.
I'm your daddy and you're in my crosshairs. Whoa. Woody the
That's
Slayer.
a hard song to sing.
You can stop now.
But
I think you just proved that.
But I hit it
Yeah.
anyway. Which of the following movies did not star Eliza Minnelli? Victor Victoria, Tell Me That You Love Me, Junie Moon, New York, New York, and Cabaret.
I
I'm
voted.
gonna guess because
Yeah.
Tell Me That You Love Me, Junie Moon.
That was my vote too.
that's what I picked too. Yeah.
All right, the percent gay.
All right.
Who wants to go first?
Well, how about Woody go last? Kyle, what'd you get?
I was gonna see if who was right on that last one. Tell Me That You Love
Oh.
Me, Judy.
Boom.
Yeah, that actually was a Liza Minnelli thing. So
Yeah.
we were all wrong about that. Let's see here. I think I was 36% gay.
Damn it. Chiz?
I am 37% gay. You're
I am
the kind of guy that
30%
likes
gay.
chicks.
I would not
How
have
much?
guessed
Really?
30.
What?
I'm 3-0. I'm the least gay in this group, which I
Wow.
didn't see coming.
Well, I think that this test is silly.
This
I
was
don't
not an
think-
efficient test because, as everyone knows, Woody's passed what is a 0 to 100 percentile grading scale.
I could probably bump myself a little because I'm still on this Erogenos underwear site. There's actually a thing here. So
Yeah,
we do-
at a point, I closed mine. Yeah.
No, well, there's a whole thing here. Although we specialize in men's underwear and swimwear.
What is your
so-
Woody? What does your description say under the percentile? Since you're 7 points.
Let your
below.
friends know how gay you are and challenge them to be gayer. Use the code below to place your official badge in your blogger profile.
Wait.
Do you have more than that?
Like, there's the gray box and says like you are percentage gay. And
Oh,
in the
oh,
same
oh.
gray box.
You're
Yeah.
definitely not gay, but you could be a little straighter if you know what I mean, darling.
Okay, I got. You're
You're-
the kind of guy that likes chicks but takes a peek in the locker room as well, right?
Same here too.
No, that's not how that goes.
I might take a little peek.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm curious. I mean, let's
You
see.
peek at the urinal? Do you peek at the
No.
urinal?
I don't peek
No,
at the urinal, but I once I had
I
a.
think that's a good way to get hurt.
I've talked about this before, like how much cock I've seen from all my swimming and ice hockey experience.
So much
cock.
So
cock.
much cock. Yeah. I am still to this day. I saw an Asian guy whose cock was to die for. It was gigantic, and I even asked him, dude. So we're in the showers, right? And the showers aren't stalls or anything. It's like a I don't know, a room with a bunch of shower heads.
Like a military shower.
And I'm showering up or whatever, and I'm fine. Like, I'm beyond worrying about my dick size. And at one point, I'm like, dude, are you sure you're Asian? He's like, well, I'm half Asian. I'm like, what's the other half? Black? And that was it. So,
what is
might have been a bit
Jennifer
more tasteful.
what did Kyle say?
I think horse might have been a little more tasteful. You got a little darky in you, boy? 'Cause we don't allow that in here.
I think the other half was some variety of white. I don't know. But
well, all right. I'm glad we took that. Do you want to talk about Miley Cyrus maybe next? Because I've still got this picture here on my desktop, and I just saw it, and I just think it's so funny.
Share it up. So I guess I can post this without. Is this flaggable?
I would just be careful how far you get in with the Zoom game. It's a big picture.
All right. I think I'm gonna I think I can share it like this. Yeah, and you guys are gonna have to imagine the next inch. Like, I've cut her off, but you can see what's happening here, and we have different opinions of this picture. Oh, I'll go sideways so that you can see the quote. The quote is, I hope to motivate mothers and daughters to build their lifetime of memories together and inspire the kids around the world to live their dreams. And if you're on audio only, it's a picture of her clearly in the missionary position with her knees about as wide as they could comfortably be.
Like the birthing position. Like she's
looks like she's sitting on the back of a car, like on the boot.
And
but it's a gold car.
She's sweaty, so she looks wet.
Yeah, she's got a real. I guess you should describe. She's wearing this really weird one-piece thing that, like, basically it's like swimwear, but there's like fur on top. But that's not what matters because her legs are spread wide, and there's very little material covering her vagina. You're not actually seeing anything that I would think is X-rated, but you're seeing everything that you can legally see. And yeah, that whole area is like glisteningly wet. I got no problem with this. My opinion about Miley Cyrus is I think she is attractive. I think she's really hot. Some people are like, she's gross looking, and they show those pictures of her butt looking weird. But I mean, she's wearing like a skin tight thing, and it was squishing her butt. That's not even a fair judgment. I think that all of her antics on stage, like, you know, letting people touch her pussy or whatever, I think she just likes that. Like, I think she gets off literally on doing stuff like this and showing her hot body off, and she enjoys it. And it helps her make millions and millions of dollars.
Did we watch the video where she like told everyone to lick her pussy or something?
Pussy.
Yes.
Did we watch it on the show?
I believe so.
Oh, okay.
I'm not positive.
Basically, you nailed it. She's on stage. Lick
my
the
pussy.
Premise of it was
lick
everyone
my pussy.
Says, you know, guys say "suck my dick" or whatever to women in their songs. So she's trying to like rebel and be like, "Nah, this is my song. Lick my pussy. Put your phones down and lick my pussy." That's
I guess. Sorry.
Just a bit.
I'm looking at. I didn't realize how far off the things were. The names, whatever, on the stream. No one will say anything, I'm sure. But I'm torn, right? So one thing is definitely true. Sometimes actors or actresses will put forth like a fake look on them, right? And sometimes it's true and sometimes it's not. Like Katy Perry and her like Friday night, I can't remember what happened. Facebook had me making out with some girl. I kissed a girl. I don't think that's Katy Perry's real life. I think in real life she's kind of a normalish person who's running a business.
I'm trying to remember her. No. She talked about that. No, that was based on. She talked about it on the Stern Show about where that song came from, the genesis of it. I think that was a true story, but I don't recall. I don't remember. But damn it, I wish I could pull that up.
I don't know. But now I think I could be wrong. But I think that Katy Perry, by and large, just works really hard. She's kind of a reliable performer. She's a professional at what she does, etc. I don't think of her as the mega slut. Kesha, I once argued, like, I don't know what she is, right? Clearly all her songs are about her going out and getting drunk or whatever. Turns out she was a little out of control, and now she's trying to work her way back. Miley Cyrus, I think, is like a carefully crafted thing where she's trying to get more attention. You know, what she's doing in this picture on my screen, I think, I don't know. I think off stage she's not quite as slutty. Isn't she typically in these committed relationships and such?
I don't know anything
I
about
don't know
that.
anything about her relationship history. I feel like you'd have heard something by now. I feel like all these, like, you know about all the relationships.
Isn't she married?
No fucking
That
way.
seems highly
No
unlikely.
way. Katy Perry was married to what's his face?
Yeah, that British
Russell
actor.
Brand or something.
Russell Brand.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then he broke her heart.
He broke her heart? Is that the deal?
Yeah. There's a documentary about her on Netflix, so there was. It was pretty good. Yeah, I think she is this crazy, though, because I feel like to be this level of, like, I don't think she's faking. To be this amount of crazy and do these kind of stunts, you're committed to the cause 100%. So I don't think she's a librarian when she's not on stage. I just don't.
No, you should look at her Instagram. Like, she's really comfortable with her body. She likes doing this sort of thing. She enjoys this.
Yeah, I think who she is on stage is who she is in private. Like, and I think Katy Perry is as well. The only difference is Katy Perry likes to wear fun outfits and stuff like that. Like, I don't think anyone looked at Katy Perry as a slut. She is a role model to a lot of girls and women. I don't think Miley Cyrus is in the same vein.
Apparently she's gay, or at least she's bi. I didn't know that.
Of course she is. Of course she is.
She had an on and off. Oh, she was engaged, but she was never married. And yeah, I don't know. I just, it seems like, who would she be if she wasn't wild, right? I don't think she'd have much of her career. I don't think her
Hannah
music-
Montana.
Yeah, she had a great career before she did this
Yeah,
stuff.
she had a great career before she did all this. It's not like she was declining. She had a good music, good TV career. Her father is fucking Billy.
Yeah, her
Ray
music was
Cyrus.
doing great even before she went like,
Yeah.
she's just
I liked
escalating
her
this thing.
before she snapped.
She's getting
Like,
more and
she
more
pushed this
popular.
button.
I feel like she's doing this to stay relevant, and she wouldn't have bridged the gap from child star to adult star if
She
she
already
didn't
had.
go slutty. You
She
think?
really already had, yeah.
But,
She was.
But look at Taylor. But Taylor Swift has been working since she was fucking 12 or whatever as well, and hasn't had to do these things. She's very relevant. She makes good music. She's transitioned from country into pop. You know, she's
Amazing.
done that.
Yeah.
But she hasn't turned into a fucking slut. You know,
She's the anti-slut. Like, that's what her thing is. She won't even show her belly button. She's not even a normal person. She's like prissy practically.
She's a country girl.
No, she's not. The whole country music thing was just kind of a marketing thing. She's from like Connecticut or something.
Yeah, and George Bush is in it.
There you go. Yeah, she's as country
She's
as
from
George
Nashville, Tennessee.
Bush. They moved there for her career or something when she was young or something like that.
At the age of 14, you're right.
Yeah, she's.
Still,
That's how everything works. Don't believe what you see. That's why I don't believe that Miley Cyrus is crazy. She just likes showing her body off and rubbing her pussy on stage and making millions of dollars doing it. I'd jerk off on stage if they paid me. I mean, come on.
Yeah,
That seems like
I
the
see
best
that.
gig
I'd pay to
ever.
watch that. Yeah. You know, how much would you
Well, I mean, you
charge?
did that one time.
I mean, define paid.
Well,
charge-
I ate the whole bag of Reese's, so I guess. I guess
It's
that.
cookies. Get it right, all right?
I have another video.
All right.
Who is this?
All right. So, what you're going to see here. Oh, sorry. It starts playing right away when you do it, so wait for the countdown. But what you're going to see here is a bunch of people beating up on one girl. It appears to be, it's hard to count because it's so chaotic, but like 6 people or so beating up this girl. But Dad is there. And Dad comes in and starts throwing elbows and like throwing people to the ground, but roughly, so they land head first. Check it out. Are you guys ready?
Ready?
Yeah.
3. Oh, wait. I didn't put on the big screen yet. Hold on. Let me make this bigger, see if I can help the... 3, 2, 1, play. Number 7 is Dad. Pull people off. Oh, yeah. There's like 6 people tearing his clothes apart.
Oh! Bam!
Yeah! You want some? I got some. Oh, bam!
Hammer fist.
I can hear it.
Yeah. He's like, come on, I'm coming for you too.
Oh, curb stomping, bitch.
He's just knocked you down. You're next.
Look at him. Yeah, let's go.
Children, boy.
It looks like he's gut
You're
punching chicks.
bugging.
Those are some low arms.
bunch of titties.
You're a grown ass man hitting. Stop.
You're
wish you'd get
bugging.
some-
You're
I wish-
bugging. You're a grown ass man hitting children. You're bugging.
His best accent ever. I like that one.
The sassy
Did I
black
do one
girl.
well?
You nailed the sassy black girl. You got it.
Yeah.
I am 100% on Team Dad here. As a matter of fact, I wish this situation would have erupted for me time to time. Like you know, in Hope in middle school, she went from like she had all these friends, everything was going right, and then one day suddenly the girls didn't like her anymore, and it sucked, and she was really hurt, and I wish I could have just beat all their asses for her. That would have been fantastic. The only reason I haven't beat up more children is opportunity. I just hit me first, babies. Come on. You know how many
Is that all it would
12-year-olds?
take? What if like a 5-year-old ran up and hit you like that?
Obviously not that. But I'll tell you, if there were 6 girls hitting one of my kids, oh my God. Just fucking bring in the ambulance now because Daddy's got work to
But
do.
see, you know,
He's got a
you have
chain just running through.
Woody has an extensive sub game more than I think a stand-up game. So it'd be funny if like a 13-year-old girl was getting like guillotine choked or something like that. Like, what are you
He
doing, sir?
guillotines the first one, looking around for his next target.
He throws the lit
around.
body at another one.
I got a half decent kick game going on too. I can fold a heavy bag. Fucking.
Most of those girls probably weigh about the same as a heavy bag, so that's gonna come in handy.
I can fold a heavy bag, and all of those girls would crumple on my first leg kick. They come limping at me for seconds. Oh, bring that! I
children over here.
yeah.
That's a pretty good video. That guy was taking no shit that day. I always love the person I hate most in those videos is always the person holding the camera and the annoying cunts instigating things in the background. Get him, Juju! Get him! Like that's all it ever is. Like some stupid fucking cunt in the crowd, like really getting off on that this one dude is gonna beat up this other dude for whatever fucking reason. Like, he gonna beat you up, then you'll see I was right. And I always just want like first beat up that guy and then go get the girl with the camera.
I disagree.
And then turn it around and start fucking her up.
The worst person in the video wasn't in this video. The worst person in the video is white soccer mom. Someone who for some reason shouldn't be in a like gang violence situation yelling, "Stop! Stop! STAHP, stop!" And it's just like, you need to stop. Everyone else here is getting business done.
Yeah.
Woman,
Yeah.
fucking, you're ruining my video.
He's throwing
Yeah.
bitches to the ground and throwing gut punches. I mean,
Yeah,
that was great.
he was throwing elbows. He was throwing spinning elbows.
Spinning back fists, yeah.
Spinning back, yeah.
They were on his back. And they were really effective. He was
Yeah.
throwing people
he was
feet at
like
a time.
fucking Lord Sauron in Lord of the Rings, just like
He was the
it
giant in the episode of Game of Thrones, just ripping off bitches, backhanding them.
Just-
a couple
yeah.
of those guys. Yeah.
He's like a single swipe would take out multiple people. He's a fucking legend. I wonder what happened to him. You know, like, was there any like negative repercussions of his heroic act here? I don't know, but
Hard to say. The cops
I
probably
don't know.
shot him 5 minutes later. That's probably what happened. I saw.
we all
police-
laugh at it.
I mean,
Because that shit
you know.
happens. That's why,
Yeah, yeah.
That's why it's
Yeah,
funny,
they
you
didn't
know?
shoot it. It didn't have anything to do with what he's doing there. He was smoking a
Yeah.
cigarette.
No, he was
Yeah.
trying to sell one. So
Yeah, he saw. Yeah, you're right.
They're
No, I
done.
I saw a video earlier.
poor
I gotta find it. It's basically these cops are escorting this guy out of a bar type, restaurant type place, and then shit goes down outside. Let me
All right, see if you can
dig
find it.
up.
But yeah, I love this dad, and you know, I wonder if he's thankful for having been put in this situation, because I suspect a lot of dads would be down for this.
I don't know, because he didn't immediately start. You know, like
No, he
pointed
didn't.
out.
He at first he was
started-
just pulling
tried
him
to
off.
break it up and stuff like that. You know, he didn't want a confrontation, but then they started clawing at him, and he's like, "Well, fuck this! I'm getting my kid out of here, and I ain't dealing with this shit anymore. You bitches need to be taught a lesson."
The best defense is a good offense. He didn't sit there and become her turtle shell the whole
No,
first
he went
step.
after bitches
Turtle
after
shell.
they fell.
Yeah. When Turtle Shell didn't protect his daughter and they started tearing his clothes apart and shit, fucking out came the tiger. And God, I fucking love it. Yeah. A lot of people are against violence, and some people say stuff like, "There's never a good reason for violence." Fuck that. Violence solves lots of problems, and this guy knows that too. Are you
I
ready?
love this shirt.
You're gonna love this video.
A minute and a half.
Well,
already?
your laugh will be inappropriate at the end of the video. I'll just say that now.
All right, are we ready?
Yeah.
Ready, set, play.
So it's like a bar type. It's an AppleBees. I see now.
Oh, yeah.
He's
The
washing
cops
his
have body
hands.
cameras on, and they're in the bathroom trying to escort this guy wearing his Dos Equis shirt out.
Come on and step out. Okay, you're on video. Get out. All right.
What's he doing?
Do you have any ID on you? What's your ID?
Hands.
What's your name?
I mean, clearly the AppleBees called the police, said this guy was a problem.
A Call of Duty hat?
I hope so. We all know games cause violence.
Yeah.
So they're escorting him outside. One officer behind. That's the camera we're looking from. There is another viewpoint available from the other cop that we could check out after this if you'd like. Now, so they're getting to the door right now. There's double doors, as you can imagine. They went through the first door. They went through the second door, and the officer's looking at the guy, and all of a sudden he starts doing something, and he's got a gun.
What? Holy shit!
Oh!
And he's dead as shit.
Oh my
God! I did not know this was coming.
Wait, is that a taser?
No,
they
it's a
shot
laser
off the gun.
pointer. He has a laser pointer. It just looks weird on the camera.
Yeah. So the guy drew a gun. The female officer yelled, "Gun, gun, gun!" And they both unloaded on him with Glock 22s. Or I think that was a
Who
Glock
was this
22.
guy?
What the? What they?
Right?
What's funny at the end?
Just the turn of events. Like, this guy just.
Oh, I thought there was going to be a line or something that prompted the laughter. It was a good shooting.
It was the fact that he whipped out a gun and pointed at a police officer. No one saw that coming. I know I didn't. That's why I found it amusing. I want to know who this guy was.
All right. So would you like to see that from the other officer's point of view? Because he's the one who shot
Yes.
first. All right. So here that is. All right. So would you like to watch the full video or skip to about 50 seconds, which is when he
Well,
draws the gun?
I think you just linked the same video. Did you
That's
not?
the same.
They
video.
look similar because they're both doing the same thing.
Well,
The
this is
URLs
camera
are
angle.
similar.
Yeah, it started me at 50 seconds in, too.
It's definitely the same video. The URLs are the same.
It's got the same view counter, too. Yeah.
All right. Well, then maybe I have fucked this up.
No, that's all right. But that was a good shooting.
That was a good shooting. Well, let me try to link again. Maybe I just didn't copy paste this correctly because this is definitely the other guy's point of view. It's
Definitely the same video.
that's a different guy. Like, see, if you go to 50 seconds, he's looking at the female officer.
You said it was from the camera perspective of the female officer.
The first video was from the perspective of the female officer.
This
Now,
is the same angle.
when I go to, all right, maybe we all
Let's watch it
different-
again and see if it looks any different. Are you guys ready? We'll start at
Yeah.
50.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, play.
Is this what you watched earlier?
Yeah,
Yes.
that's totally what we
All right,
watched.
well, I watched a different one.
Yeah, and this is the guy shooting.
Oh, this one's better anyway.
This guy's a pretty good shot, I think.
Yeah, I do too.
I gotta watch. Why did he pull the gun out?
Do you think he's as good a shot as you?
Yeah, or better. He did a good job.
Yeah, I felt like he kept. I mean, I'm sure some of those bullets missed. You know, he unloaded like, I don't even know, 10, 12. But
Sounds like more than that. He keeps going.
It wasn't so much his accuracy because that's hard to tell, but he's
reaction.
he drew very quickly and fired. Yeah.
You know,
I want to watch
this
that
guy had
again.
a gun pointed at her. She pushed him away, and then they both kind of shoved him to the side. He ran to turn around, and as soon as he turned around, he got unloaded on.
What the? Why did he pull a gun?
I don't know. That's the backstory. We don't know who the fuck this guy is and why he was pulled into question. It's like, why is this random guy in an Applebee's bathroom getting questioned? And then he immediately draws a gun when they get outside.
Jesus, I approve of his gun handling skills. Like I can see the recoil push the red dot or the green dot. It looks like off, but he did a good job. And like you said, he pulled his gun. I assume he was on kind of code yellow in the first place, or condition yellow. Is that what the gun people call it, Kyle? Condition yellow?
I've never heard that. I don't know.
Or condition red. So here it is. If I have it right, condition green is where most people are, the sheeps. They're not even aware of all the danger around them. This is gun person talk. I hope I'm getting it right. Condition yellow is where you're supposed to be all the time, just sort of like scanning, watching, understanding that the world is a dangerous place, but not necessarily in a gunfight. Condition red means like you have some reason to think that you're about to be in a gunfight. So this guy didn't come from where I am right now. Like if someone would have blasted through that door, I'd be pretty unprepared.
Right.
But so this guy wasn't in that. I bet that's unloaded, but the point still stands.
You bet it's unloaded? I wouldn't take that bet.
That one's unloaded. That one doesn't work right now. That's the problem.
So, but yeah, so this guy was kind of aware he had a perp next to him, which helps with his reaction. But still, it's just good. He's a good cop. He did the right thing. In hindsight, I guess they should have cuffed him in the bathroom and patted him down.
He wasn't under arrest, you know?
Yeah.
Like, that's one of those... I think they did it 100% right from start to finish.
Actually, I don't know why they wouldn't hand it. Whatever the charge of suspicion was to investigate this guy, like that's why they were so ready to.
Let me go back. Let me go to the website this all came from and see if I can learn. I lost it.
It seems weird they wouldn't cuff him in the AppleBees if he was so bad, whatever they were investigating, and they let him walk outside. Like if they knew he had a gun on him, for example.
So let's see. Okay, so here we go. Bushy was suspected of stealing some alcohol from a local Walmart. The videos depict Sergeant Gabriel Green calmly and non-aggressively confronting Bushy in the bathroom of an Applebee's restaurant. He and Officer Kalen Griffin then escort him outside the restaurant. Bushy then pulls a BB gun pistol from his pocket and points at the officers. They then open fire and kill him. By all appearances, the shooting looks both justified and unavoidable. Bushy was likely attempting a suicide by cop. It's really the only explanation for why he'd knowingly pull a non-lethal gun on two officers armed with guns that shoot actual bullets.
Oh, yeah. He's probably drunk, too.
Well, he did steal alcohol from Walmart.
Yeah, he stole alcohol, and I don't see any.
I feel like you're onto something there. like, step 1, steal the alcohol from Walmart. Step 2, consume the stolen alcohol. I guarantee
Step 3,
there was
AppleBees.
nothing in the middle.
AppleBees buffet at the end.
So here's the thing. Gun control, right? I sometimes think of hypothetical Woody as a politician, and the NRA should really like me. Like, I'm pro-gun in a lot of ways. Would my voting record be perfectly clean? Like, it's hard for me to resist some of those, like, mental background checks that the NRA wouldn't like to have. But I'm definitely against a lot of stuff that they don't like. You know, the serial number bullets and all that crazy shit. I like, in North Carolina, there was a big debate on whether you can bring guns to the state fair. And my daughter's so no, you know, why would you need a gun at the state fair? It's like, it's not about needing the gun. And the people that have concealed carry permits and things like that, they're really good people.
It's about protecting yourself at the state fair.
Yeah. Picture crowded grass parking lots going out to the point that there's hardly any lights anymore. You know, that's the environment where people want to not be scared as they walk back to their car.
Dark parking lots, yeah.
Yeah. So, and other people might be drunk or something. I'm for carrying guns into movie theaters. Why do you need a gun for a movie theater? Hopefully you don't. You know, like I've carried a gun with me a lot, and the closest I've ever come to using it is being glad I had it when I didn't need it, actually. You know, like I've like other scary people or two other people that are in an argument and they didn't need it. I've never needed it. But the one situation in which I would limit guns is I'm not sure people should be able to carry them where alcohol's served. Like, that's the scariest thing to me. Or maybe you can't carry while you're drinking.
That's the one I'd say. I'd say that carrying a gun is just like driving. You can't drink and drive. You can't drink and carry.
Yeah.
And then, yeah, and I might even restrict that to on your body, right? Because, like, let's say you're driving, right? And I've got it in my glove compartment. That's considered carrying, right? That's a concealed weapon that I have access to. But, you know, it's in the glove compartment, whatever. Like, it... You know, but
are you drunk in this scenario?
Yeah, I'm
so
drunk.
You're drunk, and I'm explain the scenario. I'm sorry.
I'm drunk, but you're driving, right? But so let's say we go out. I drink too much, so I ask you to drive us back, right? In my car,
okay.
But in my car there's a gun.
Yeah,
that's concealed carry.
That's my gun, though.
No, because it's my car.
When the cops get there, I'll tell them it's my gun. It is my gun.
There you go.
It's my gun.
But what if you're not concealed carry permit? You are.
I am.
Okay, you are. But what if you're not? I just trying to say.
Everything.
I like this. I like it. Like you can't have a gun on your hip. You can't have a gun on your ankle or whatever while you're drinking, because dude, shit, I bet this guy, if he was alive, if he didn't die in this thing, would regret his action. He'd be like, oh, I was drunk. I was so stupid.
I think he was trying to kill himself from the start, maybe. Why did he have that BB gun? You know what I mean?
Well, to rob the Walmart. Like, obviously, if it was enough to make the cops shoot him, it was enough to... Really? You think a Walmart employee...
No, he didn't like, give me your alcohol. He just walked out with it, I'm sure. Like, there's nobody guarding the alcohol at Walmart. He went back there, like...
I don't think he planned to steal the alcohol. I don't think he planned to steal the alcohol the way you say. Know the cops would get called. Find him at this AppleBees. Have the BB gun to prepare for a suicide by cop. I just don't think that's his.
That does sound unlikely. You're right. Unless he was like.
Unless he. So maybe the BB gun was in his coat. It looks like a gun. They do that thing.
I mean, he pulled that.
That looked like a real gun.
You wouldn't have to stick anybody up at Walmart. That's my only thing. Like, you could just.
No, I agree with you.
You can just walk in there and grab the alcohol and walk out. I feel like he shoplifted, and then I just don't. You're right.
Especially
why he has the BB gun.
You're right, because especially if he had the BB gun, it would have been an armed robbery call-in.
Maybe he stole the BB gun too.
That seems most probable. He walked away with a prize to go shoot.
He got himself a big bottle of wine and a BB gun, and then got drunk at AppleBees and suicided by cop.
Every now and then, watching a death like, dude, a person just died. Like, that's a real true thing that just happened there.
I was kind of happy for lack of a term, when I thought it was a real gun.
That's a little happiness inside.
A little happy. When it was a real gun, I was like, well, wow, why the fuck?
That was some lethal weapon shit.
Yeah,
nice one, Murtaugh.
Exactly. But then I found out it's a BB gun. It's like, well, it was a good shot still, but that guy just suicided by cop right there. Like, it's not, I thought this was like, what'd this guy do, man? Why is he pulling a gun on him? Does he need to get away from Johnny Law? But it's just a suicide by cop.
Oh, that's a good question. This is a good chance that if he pulled a gun on a cop, there was something else that was awaiting him. Like, he's been hooked. He's got his rape trial coming up.
Right.
And that's why
he's on the run or something like that.
Yeah, he needs to get away. He's stopping at an AppleBees offside the road.
The one thing I noticed was I watched him draw. He draws it from the hip, it looks like, from a pocket or from his waistband, and like comes up with it. But then he doesn't act aggressive.
He's like this,
He's just kind of like, I got a gun.
Yeah.
Like I watched the video 4 times, and like, don't get me wrong, I'd have shot him too.
Mm-hmm.
But the situation, like, if you watch it in slow motion, you're like, why is he being so weird?
Why didn't she tackle him?
Because, like, when you got, even if you're not professional and you're not going into a stance or anything and like getting ready, like, even if you're gonna shoot it sideways, he didn't even do that. He never really pointed the gun at the officers until they kind of pushed him away, and then he kind of spun around with it still below his around his waist area, holding it down low. Like I said, I'd have shot him too.
I thought he pointed it in the sky at one point.
It was all up here. Yeah.
So I just watched it again. He pulls it from behind and does like a big swooping motion with his arm, and then she pushes him, and he goes.
She pushes, and the officer behind also does something. I think he grabs and pulls.
See.
Yeah. But like the guy, they both are on this guy, pushing him, shoving him, and that's totally her training coming in. Like, she's pushing him with one hand and drawing with the other. Like, that was cool to see. They knew what they were doing, and they both did their job really, really well.
Yeah.
And she was like, she might have been 3/4 of a second slower on the draw than her partner. And they both were on him as fast as you could ever be expected to be.
I'm surprised he didn't yell gun. He was the one in the back and saw the draw. It was her until the gun got pulled up here when he saw.
I got a different situation. This one's fake because it was on TV, but it was on a TV cop drama, to be more clear. And basically what happened is this woman was trying to arrest a perp of some sort. And he was like drunk or high, and he tries to rape the cop. Like, he gets on top of her or whatever, and he's like kicking off the rape. And she pulls her gun and she shoots him a couple times. And in the show, the question was like, all right, it's not that it was a bad shooting, but if that's a guy, that doesn't happen. The fact that the bad guy was so, well, not just the guy thing, but the bad guy so easily overpowered the girl that she had to go to lethal force, whereas maybe if it were, say, a strong man,
if that was a gay criminal, if that was a gay rapist raping a male cop, he'd have shot him too.
Yeah.
No, you can't be on top of it. You don't touch an officer. That's when you're gonna get shot.
That's the thing.
When you start putting your hands on an officer.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if it's
rape or just pushing. They don't like being touched, and you're not supposed to.
Yeah, that's the compliance is really important, kids. You don't fuck with that. But if that guy was doing it to like Kyle, right? That guy doesn't overpower Kyle. Things could go differently. Kyle wouldn't have to go straight to
let him.
Kyle wouldn't have to go straight.
No, no.
My belt's undoing itself. I don't know how that's happening.
Not that,
Oh,
officer.
God, leave me alone, please.
But that guy doesn't overpower Kyle, right? Nothing happens that Kyle doesn't want to happen because he's not overmatching him.
So I haven't seen the guy. You've seen the show. I haven't.
It's
But
a long
I'll
time
argue. He'll overpower me. All right. I don't have that much strength in me, and I'll tuck her out real quick. If he wanted to rape me, he'd rape me. That's how that would go down. And then I'd take some lava soap and go cry for 3 hours. That's how that. That's how the
Lava
tournament
soap? Are
goes.
you using it on your butt? Because that's awful.
I don't want any remnants,
you gotta
Woody. I
scrub
need
the
to take a
chain
layer
out.
of skin off, okay?
You always see that scene in the movies, you know, where
Yeah.
after the victim's been raped, you know, they have this really emotional breakdown in the shower where they're scrubbing themselves.
They're
Like I just
lifting super
but-
hard until they bleed.
and it's really touching and not funny in any way, unless it's Chiz and he's got lava.
I got a pumice stone.
Dude.
Yeah.
It's a terrible thing.
I see what they're saying in the male and female kids would never happen, but there's plenty of guys that are too weak.
And I feel like there
So,
are.
Chiz, are you saying that you're built for rape?
I'm totally. It depends on the guy. If the guy is my height or higher, I'm built for rape. Okay, that's how that's.
Oh,
going.
really? You're one of those dudes with the height requirement? Bullshit.
Certainly.
Size queen. That's what he is.
Size queen over here. Did you guys are Reddit fans? Did you see that all of these subreddits got privated and some employee has left?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
big
So
subreddits.
I think they called her Victoria. Maybe her username was like
Victoria Taylor.
CHUTT or something, like Chute or something like that. And yeah, she was the one who was organizing all the AMAs, and like she was like the contact person, from what I understand, between sort of, you know, the Reddit mods and the authors and whoever else is doing an AMA. And I guess they fired her. I haven't seen any reason for the firing, but I keep seeing, but all those subreddits are privated, and I see the mods from multiple subreddits saying that, like, we have no way to get in contact with the 4 authors who are doing AMAs like tomorrow or whatever. Like, we have no, like, we're having to like Google their Google and find out who their assistants are and stuff like that, and like reach out to them in that way.
So I don't understand these subreddits though. Like, I get her running the AMA and being the proxy between them, but it's like Ask Reddit, our science, our gaming, our history, our art, our movies. Like why are those shut down? Like
that I can't speak to. I didn't know anything about that. That's pretty ridiculous.
Those are big. Those are primary subreddit.
I thought it was just the ones with the AMA stuff. Because
I'm reading this carefully. So it appears that Victoria was let go from Reddit. So they're going to interpret that as being fired. And Victoria, as you guys mentioned, she was responsible for bringing in the AMAs from Barack Obama, Channing Tatum, Amy Poehler, Julian Assange, and a bunch of others. So she is the reason that these great AMA guests came in. So the subreddit called IMA, right? Ask Me Anything, or I guess AMA. I don't know what that is. Something Ask Me Anything.
it's the AMA subreddit.
Yeah, it's the big AMA. I just know what the I is all about. I forgot.
I don't either.
Anyway, they privated themselves in protest, and other subreddits have followed suit in solidarity. So,
let's private PKA. Let's do it right now.
All this inside baseball means that you, Reddit, can't get your fix of interesting Ask Reddit threads, or take part in celebrity interviews, or learn about science or history. So some of the ones that got shut down are IMA. That's the big Ask Me Anything thing. Ask Reddit, that's a really big one to me. Our science, our gaming, which used to be a default subreddit. I don't know if it still is, but that means there's tons of people subscribe. Our history, our art, and our movies have all made themselves private in solidarity to protest.
Our movies, that's my favorite.
Well,
Our movies is your favorite? Ask Reddit is one of my favorites. A lot of
movies.
A lot of PKA questions have been from Ask Reddit. Like, they just ask something that is...
As long as our television is there, that's cool. So, Woody, you want to start working on a Reddit competitor? Because it feels like it's tearing itself from the ground up really hard. Like, the Fat People Hate thing a couple of weeks ago, this, and people are saying that online too. Like, this thing is like self-imploding. You should hire her back. I don't know why you'd fire someone so important. Like, this is your liaison between one of the most popular subreddits you have.
Reddit's... And one interesting thing about Reddit... So... I was into Dig before Reddit, like a lot of people were. I don't know if you guys were really... Like, this is a while ago. It's like 10 years
I was aware of it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, I was a really active person on Dig. I didn't have a ton of. I forget what your dig points were called.
You hadn't dug in very many holes, but you had a few.
There you go. That's fine. Yeah. I wasn't special or anything on Dig. I wasn't knocking on the door of Century Club like I am on Reddit. But I was super active on Dig, and one day it just collapsed. But I always thought like Dig looks so much better than Reddit. Why do people even like Reddit? And then it just got to be Reddit had so much more content. I liked it more. But now I realize Reddit's UI was great. It was totally functional. It could fit so much on a page. If they took Reddit and added like horizontal bars and like separated each topic, I think it would suck. Reddit's really
I love Reddit. It's so perfectly designed for just flipping my thumb up over and over and over until it's sore and just going through link after link. Today all those links are grayed out. Like I read Reddit today. I have read it.
You've read it.
Yeah, and I think we've all been there. We've had one of those days where we read it, and you know, like the first 500, maybe 1,000 posts, like maybe we didn't click them and like but we at least read the comments or grade them out in some way or another. Like
it's funny because I don't use it as much as you guys, but sometimes I'll get bored and just go, all right, let's hit all, and I'll go through this, and I'll be like, did you guys see this, this, and that? And you're like, yeah.
Oh yeah. It's a little depressing.
Yeah, it's like I found this cool thing. It's like I already saw it. I already read it.
I usually don't send Woody like my Reddit finds because like I know he also reads it. He knows. He's seen all that shit. I really love Reddit. It's one of my favorite time killing things to do, and it's not just for killing time. You know, I get all my news from Reddit, which is maybe a liberal taste of things, but I think I'm good enough at sorting things out for myself.
I have a hard time figuring out if the internet's liberal or if the people are liberal, right? Like, I want to say, you could argue that the internet is a filter, which gives you like a liberal viewpoint, right? Or is it just that we're not subject to the views of those multimillionaires out there who want to give you a conservative viewpoint?
The reason Reddit seems liberal is because it is, and the reason it is because first of all, you got you're breaking things down a few times. So first, people who are connected to the internet, by and large, there are more liberals on the internet than conservatives. I would guarantee it because
they're younger.
They're not
just younger,
and a lot of my
populace of where
young
the internet
people
I know a lot
like
of
me.
Some guy came by my booth at the gun show. He's about 55 or so. He was like, so what's all this about, blah, blah, blah. And we explained it to him or whatever. And he's like, oh, the internet. That's how they get you. And just walks away. like he was serious. Yeah. Like there are some people who feel that way, and those people tend to be more conservative, I would say. They think maybe they're going to get the mark of the beast on them or something by shopping on Amazon. You never know.
We talked about the mark of the beast before the show.
A little bit.
It's the iWatch.
Yeah, it is the iWatch. But I'm sorry. Where was I going with all this? What were we talking about?
The filter of the internet.
There's
so many people on the internet, though. Or is the internet the unfiltered version? Okay.
Well, see, I would pose, where is the conservative Reddit then? You know, if it's not just the internet as a whole is
those
liberal,
exist. There's tons of forums and boards where it's
I've never heard of. There's no public internet company going that isn't somewhat more liberal leaning. I've never heard of a conservative.
No, there are. There's lots of conservative places to go on the internet.
Sure, there's what's his face website, previous TV, what's his face, where Woody ended up. You know,
Drudge Report.
There are.
Yeah, you're talking about Glenn Beck's website.
Yeah, Glenn Beck.
Yeah, I made a couple visits on that. He doesn't like me a lot.
Like 20 comments over there. You have read outlets, no doubt. But to say the internet is 50-50, I would just disagree. Because the areas that have
I
more
bet there's
internet
a fundamentalist Christian Reddit out there somewhere called, like, I don't know.
Well, there is Christian Mingle.
Every time I make, like, some other media site, like CNN or Glenn Beck's website, never flattering. But I could give a fuck. I'm always like, all right, free views.
Yeah.
Well, in any case, yeah, and I think Reddit is just more liberal because of the nature of Reddit. You know, it's there's a lot of
more liberal. Reddit's more liberal.
There's conservative and liberal sides of YouTube. Like you see, all I gotta do is read the comments. You'll see it.
If you're into gun stuff, I think you'll find a lot of conservative people on YouTube.
I would just say it's not 50-50. If the argument is which one.
And I'm trying to, there's like, if you're like, all right, there's 300 million people who go to YouTube, but those are just the liberals. I'm like, is it? Or are we starting to represent like the actual population. There's so many people. Could it be that conservatives are a very vocal minority, a very heavy, like, people who are much more likely to vote? Do they think they get better turnout amongst their population all the time, right? Like, some people who vote liberal are black, and unless Obama's running, they're notoriously underrepresented at the polls, right? They just don't show to vote for some reason.
Why do you think that is?
Because they make them wait 12 days with no bathroom to go vote in their particular county.
That is actually a thing. Their voting experience is much. And so if we're talking about black and urban, then the places where they vote have longer lines, and that sucks. My voting experience, I swear to God, I walk in there. There's like no line. I don't even know, like 50 polling things. I did it like videos, but you can't bring your camera right in there, and like you can't film other people voting. But I don't even know. There must be 50 different lines to vote. There's no wait at all. The slowest thing about it is how long it takes me to check the boxes. But if you're in, like, I'll say a poor urban area, there could be 7 or 8 or 12-hour lines to vote.
I don't like how we vote
by mail. Why don't they vote by mail?
I don't like how we vote at all. I feel like our current system has tons of bullshit in it. I feel like there's voter fraud. I feel like every election includes a large amount of voter fraud. And I think it changes the outcomes of elections regularly, and I think that it skews the outcomes of elections, which in turn skews public opinion about politics regularly in a lot of cases.
Another thing I feel like is why don't black people vote? That skewed public opinion about politics, I think, is ripe there, and maybe so. Maybe they feel very underrepresented, like no one's looking out for them. But
who gets voted in is such an important thing, and people have so much to gain and or lose by affecting the outcome of those elections that I feel like in my head I was trying to quickly think of a way to like get around all the corruption, and all I came up with quickly was like having a guy with a big box of like voter cards being like, George Stevens votes Obama, and like on a giant board they go like, Jimmy Stevens votes Obama. And like you just have to go one by one. And if Jimmy Stevens goes, no, I fucking didn't, then you know. And that's it. That's it. I don't see any other way.
There's crazy stuff. So I don't know what's the deal lately, but if you go back like 8 years when like electronic voting was just starting to become a thing, they're like, there's no paper trail. There's no paper trail, right? When you vote, it goes in the database. That's the end of it. I'm like, why isn't there a paper trail? Oh, you're just begging. There's two outcomes of not having a paper trail. One, people can cheat. Right? You can fuck up the system and just like take his vote for Obama and make it for Bush or vice versa, right? I don't know what's happening by the time I press the button on the screen to what's going in the database. We need a paper trail to do that. The other thing that can happen is people cannot trust you, which is also a problem. Even if you don't cheat, even if your machine's flawless, why don't we have a paper trail that goes with it? The ATM machine can make a paper trail. This isn't like cutting edge technology. They just fucking print out 2 copies. One goes in a box, one goes in your hand, and you can always like check it. Yeah, the box one matches the hand one, and 99.9% of the time they won't need the paper trail, but it's there. I don't know what's hard about a paper trail, but.
Well, I would
really
just like
trust.
us to implement texting in our answers for who we vote for. That's the joke a lot of comedians use. Like, if you could text it in like American Idol, everyone would vote.
I like that idea. There needs to be some sort of secure way that involves a credit card or something, but then of course they'll say that this group of people doesn't have credit cards.
It's not hard. All right, you punch in your social security number into this app, you get to vote, and guess what? Like depositing a check from my
Social
phone,
security
send me
number,
an email.
I like that.
Send me an email confirmation to my fucking email with my verified vote status and what I marked for everything, like a bank receipt. There, we're done. Why do we not have this by now? How old do I have to be where I can just vote from home? Why does it have to be mail order or going to a stupid booth because
I think everyone
you would see a lot more. I think you'd see a lot more liberal voting if that were the case. Because back to the internet argument again, those people have computers and phones and networking to then cast their votes.
And my goal isn't to get more liberal voting. My goal is to get more accurate voting. To get the entire population's word heard,
represented. Yeah, because I feel like, as you said, there's a vocal minority of conservatives that get their way time and time again. And while I'm very fiscally I think in a lot of ways I'm fiscally conservative, and on a lot of issues like especially on gun stuff. I'm very conservative about that. But on a lot of social issues, I'm super conservative. My thing has always been
Liberal.
like, you're right, liberal. Because my thing has always been that, like, I just don't care about gay marriage. I just don't care
Social
about
issues never affect you.
Yeah, not even a little. And if it doesn't affect me, then I don't care about it. And so I'm liberal. I say, do what you will because it has nothing to do with me. Why? Who am I to tell you you can't do the thing you want to do? And who the fuck are you to tell me I can't do the thing I want to do with my gun? You know, that's how I roll.
Yeah, I feel like these positions are a better match than everybody else seems to think they are. Oh God, it's weird to me how conservatives and liberals have divided up the issues, right? How the pro-life group is also the pro-capital punishment group, right? Like, it's like they put these issues in a random grab bag, and I'm not the one that first came up with this observation. I don't pretend to be, but yeah, pro-war is another one. Like, well, human life is so valuable, but you know, I'm the first guy to sign up an 18-year-old to kill my 18-year-old to kill your 18-year-old in a war. It's
Carlin's bit. If you're pre-born, you're fine. If you're pre-schooled, you're fucked. Because once you're fucking born, we don't care. No social, no benefits, no food stamps, none of that shit. Conservatives don't want any of that stuff for you to help you once you've had your little baby right there. You know, go send them to war. Go ahead, but like, you know. We'll protect the fetus as much as we can, but once
a lot of that goes back to Christian fundamentalism, and a lot of that's coming from straight out of that. A lot of those moral, those laws that are just based on some morality that doesn't really matter anymore. They're just silly, very silly. Well, the thing I always bring up about gay marriage, or at least that like sticks in my head, but I don't like to argue with people about this sort of thing, is like. In Leviticus, whatever, it says, if a man should lay with another man, they should be put to death and their blood shall be upon them, which basically means...
They shall be stoned, I think is how it goes.
Well, it says their blood shall... They shall surely be put to death.
Is that right?
And their blood will be upon them, which means that kill them, and it's nothing on you. Their death is on them. They deserve this thing. But then, like, there's the whole thing about sodomy, which is like the same offense. And sodomy includes oral sex with your wife. So, that's my thing that I don't understand. You can't have anal sex with your wife. You can't get a blowjob from your wife. All of those things, are sodomy. Just as two guys fucking each other would be sodomy.
If a man has sexual relations with a man as one does with a woman, both of them have done what is detestable. Sorry, they are to be put to death. Their blood will be on their own heads, or their blood is upon them. If you like the English Standard Version.
I do.
This is a Gill's exposition. If a man lie with mankind, it's a sin of sodomy. It's a breach of law, etc., etc. And it ends with slain by stoning. And I'll admit that's not. I thought it was the one Kyle was talking about. But they came up with
Leviticus 2013.
1822. But Leviticus 1822. Anyway, I saw on the internet a solution to this. If a man gets stoned for laying with another man, they need to legalize marijuana along with gay marriage, and we're set.
I'd start fucking, man, if that happened. Then everything's cool, right?
Right? Yeah. If a man lays with another man, he's got
a guy immediately runs over. Come on, bro, smoke this. Come on, that's what God wants.
It gets you into heaven.
All right.
Hey, it's all up to interpretation on how you want to read that.
Yeah, the Bible is meant to be interpreted, right? You take it literally.
Broad strokes, okay? Broad strokes.
I have a video to watch.
Literal. It all happened.
Check out this guy.
Burning bush and all.
I want to learn how. I want someone to explain to me how those animals fit in the ark, because we know what a cubit is, so we can define the size of the ark, and then we know how many fucking animals there are. Like, I don't think you could fit.
Let's discuss.
I don't think the population of the Atlanta Zoo could fit in Noah's Ark.
Not the same.
I
don't know. Atlanta Zoo might be kind of small. San Diego Zoo is impressive.
We got pandas, motherfucker.
It's all obviously made up, right? There are so many holes in this story, things that can't be true. There are people who...
What is it, like 99% of all species are extinct, so now take however many are still around. And obviously it's made up. It's a fucking boat,
Kyle, can you repeat what you were saying before about the observation and such? You phrased it so well. I don't know if you want to say it on the show.
The observation.
People looking for paranormal or something like that.
Oh yeah, I was saying that if you're looking for something hard enough, then you'll see it everywhere. So if you believe in aliens and you're always looking for aliens, you'll see signs of extraterrestrials. You'll interpret things that way. If it's ghosts, the same thing. You know, you're in spooky houses listening for noises, you're gonna hear noises. And if you if you believe that stuff, then you're going to see miracles everywhere, and you're going to like start putting pieces together in your head that somehow make all these Bible stories
Virgin
work.
Mary on toast and trees. And
Yeah, that's sort of, and you're going to start looking, the Bible stories that we find a bit ridiculous, and we all view as sort of fables. Here's a perfect way to explain. I said this to my girlfriend the other night. The stories in the Bible, like, say, Adam and Eve, Noah's Ark, Moses and the Israelites, they all are about as real. They're all about as true as the story of the Briar Rabbit, and they're all about as useful, because you can learn something from all of those stories, and it doesn't matter that a serpent didn't actually walk on legs and then deceive Eve into eating a magical apple. And then God didn't come down and curse the serpent to crawl on his belly from then on, and none of that happened. It's a parable. It's teaching you something. It's making you a better person. If it's a learning experience. It's something for you to hear and take something from, just like the story of the Briar Rabbit is, or the tortoise and the hare. Any of those, take one.
Yeah. I mean, it is. And same with the Ten Commandments and all that. It's like, hey, we need some rules around here because people are a little
Ten Commandments seem a lot like Hammurabi's Code.
I was talking to someone about the mark of the beast today. We'll leave that poor guy out of it. But the mark of the beast, no one describes what it looks like. The Bible does say that you'll need the mark of the beast on either the top of your right hand or your forehead to buy or sell anything. I'm getting it pretty close here because we were just looking it up recently. So they say the mark of the beast is a V-chip. It's going to be under your skin, and you're going to use it, and you're going to swipe it. It was basically like a credit card, LoJack, whatever, embedded under your skin. He told me that it would have like a federal ID or a social security number in it too, and it would be a microchip under your hand. And he's extrapolating a whole lot from this you'll need a mark to buy or sell, which to me seemed like the Bible was talking about more of a tattoo, which would be in line with the technology of the day. They're looking for like, oh, the mark of the beast. That's clearly, the credit card in your skin, a little chip, or it's an iWatch. The iWatch is the mark of a beast because you need it to buy or sell. If you're constantly on the lookout for things in the Bible that sort of become true, then you'll find it. And that was interesting to me.
He causes all, both small and great, rich and poor, free and slave, to receive a mark on their right hand or on their foreheads, and that no one may buy or sell except one who has the mark or the name of the beast or the number of his name. Revelation 13:16.
Yeah.
So that sounds a lot to me like I don't know, like a chip in your hand or something. It
doesn't sound like a chip in my hand at all. I hear mark of the beast, and I think it's a mark, not an invisible under your skin chip.
But what does it mean more? Is it really just commerce? Like, why the fuck is there a mark, and why do you have to trade the whole? Like, why if you have the mark of the beast, you're not going up with the rapture. I feel like there's a hidden subtext there. We're not diving into.
Okay, so
how are we supposed to think the mark of the beast is literally invisible? The mark of the beast clearly, like in that text, it's like you have to have his name, or you have to have the number of names, the 666. Or
the way I interpret that is that there's gonna. So the beast is the Antichrist, right? The beast is some
Satan,
guy who's supposed to take over the world, basically bring us all under one government, and all those other signs of the 7 signs of the apocalypse or whatever. My mind immediately jumps to like, all right, how does that work in a modern world? Well, like, I don't know, maybe there's a global war, and then we need a united nation. Now we need one guy to like lead the armies of the one side of the powers or something. That side, maybe there's a guy who takes over, and then maybe in the future you need a little chip in your hand to buy stuff or something, little scannable chip to prove that you are you. Maybe there's a reason for that. Maybe we get some crazy artificial intelligence in the future.
A mark of the beast on your forehead or the top of your hand, to me, really seems like it's supposed to be a mark. It also mentions it could be the guy's name or the 666, like the number of names he has. To say like, oh, they're probably talking about an embedded microchip under your hand feels to me like changing the rules just a fit. Like,
No, I agree with you 100%.
If you're looking everywhere for it, they've found something that's not really there.
There's plenty of things you could look to right now and say, that is the mark of the beast. I told you about my mother's friends or whatever. Like when I was a child, saying that the Ingalls Advantage card was the mark of the beast because apparently there was 666 was somewhere in the code of numbers, and they were like, look at this, you need the mark of the beast to save money on groceries now. Like, mark of the beast, don't get it or you're going to hell. And it's like, really? Because I'm saving money on Fruit Loops, he's not going to let me into heaven? Like, it's just, that's absurd.
I agree with Woody, though. Like, if you've watched any movie where an apocalypse happens in the biblical sense, the mark of the beast, it burns onto their right hand or their forehead 666. But I don't know what any of that has to do with, like, commerce or any of that bullshit. You know, keep it in the tense of whatever, the year 0. I don't know what the point of it is or anything, or why the mark of the beast is showing up. I don't know where that in the story happens with the rapture and all of that shit. Like, so I don't care about this one thing. Exactly. Okay, it's after the rapture.
Excuse me, it's before the rapture. No, it would be before the rapture because those are the people who get left behind, right? And the others who aren't saved.
Okay.
I just read something about them drinking a cup full of God's wrath or something, and that cup shall be. It was like, and the cup shall be very full. It's like, shit. That doesn't sound good.
Yeah, if it's anything like this is the end, it ain't gonna be fun.
Yeah, I think it's. I don't like to go after little things like the rapture or something like that at the end times and say, oh, this is poorly written. It's much more. I feel like you're better served by saying something by looking at things like the Ark. Or the fact that, there weren't a bunch of Jews in Israel ever building pyramids or anything like that. Like, that didn't happen. Like, the Egyptians kept pretty good records, and they never mentioned any of that shit happening. So, you know what I mean? Like, that doesn't make sense. And then all the animals on the ark, and there's a bunch of stuff like that. So, regardless...
But in present-day sense, it's just fun to poke fun of the one particular guy, I forget who it is, who likes to claim that the rapture is happening like every 5 or 10 years or whatever. That guy, like 1986, 2000, 2012. It's like, why do you even still believe this guy? Like, he's been wrong about 20 different instances.
Yeah. And the other thing I'll say is the fact that none of those stories are real doesn't mean there's not a God.
Yeah. It also doesn't mean, there's not a, some being, some omnipotent being.
I don't think it means that there's not, the God of Abraham and Isaac isn't the true God. I don't think it definitely means that. I personally don't believe that, but I don't think that the fact that the ark couldn't have been real, or a lot of those stories are just plain outright fables, means that none of that stuff's true.
Video time?
Yeah, what do you got here?
Gary.
Chill out, Gary.
Yeah, I'll let you be the judge. Are you ready?
Mm-hmm.
3, 2, 1, play.
All covered up when I got out here this morning.
It's still my property.
Well, this is
Gary.
snow, and if you think you're going to keep snow
You
off of all
don't
your
put
property,
your snow on my property.
this is not my snow.
Yes,
This is
it
not your snow.
This is my property.
This is the snow.
It doesn't matter.
Oh,
This is
calm
my
down.
property.
Why are you being
don't
such an
blow
asshole?
your snow on my
Poor
property.
Gary.
You don't put any snow that was where you were on my property.
Okay, Gary. You've scared me now. I won't put
go to
snow
hell,
on
you
your
fucking
property.
lunatic.
I'm a lunatic. Look at yourself.
You're the lunatic for covering this up.
You want to see a picture of it that I took this
You are
morning?
blowing your crap up here. You don't blow snow.
Look, his
up
whole
here.
house is
So
covered with
you're
snow.
Yeah.
completely snow-free, right?
It is snow-free.
Because you're Gary, right?
It is snow-free all the way back to there.
Okay, well, this wasn't clear.
Yes, it was cleared. It was cleared
Yeah, he
at
can't do
11
that.
a.m.
Can you
It's
yell
on
a
his
little bit
window.
louder so everyone in the neighborhood
I
can hear
don't
you?
give a fuck who the hell hears it.
Really? Okay. Well, then go ahead, yell louder. I have my hat on, so it's protecting my ear.
I'd do something about
But
this
if
if I
you
were
wanna be
Gary.
so-
You don't blow it here anymore.
Okay, sir.
Now clear it out.
Fuck you. I'm not clearing shit.
You fucking asshole.
Yeah.
You worthless pile of shit.
Yeah, Gary.
Go,
back
Gary.
inside where it's safe for you, okay?
Fuck you.
Okay.
Do not clear up my can, asshole.
Oh, okay. I won't touch your garbage can. I'm sorry I touched your garbage can. Oops.
Well,
You are a
Sorry,
fucking
Gary.
psychopath.
Oh, my God.
He's literally...
All right.
You are a psychopath.
I'll tell Chris I was trying to do something nice
No,
for him.
you
and
weren't.
you came out here. What, you think I'm clearing off that garage for me? Look at it, dumb
Don't
fuck.
put it here.
Where should I put it?
wherever you don't do it here.
You tell me,
I don't
Your
care
Highness. Tell me where to put it. Show me.
where. Not here.
Okay. Okay. Bye. Have a nice day, Gary.
Oh, shut
You
the
want to have a
fuck
snowball fight later?
up. Fuck
You want a
asshole.
snow fight later?
Fuck you
You are
motherfucking
incredible.
cocksucker.
I threw
We would
piece
have a
of-
snow fight
I threw
later.
a piece of cardboard in your recycle bin, and you took it out and put it on the hood of my
That's where it
car.
belongs.
Because you don't want recycling to happen on your behalf for a piece of cardboard.
You have your own can.
No, I don't. Why are you yelling?
Shut
so?
the fuck up, asshole.
Okay. I'm quiet now. You go ahead, Gary. Tell the world what you
Get
want
off
them to hear.
my can, asshole.
Oh, you don't want me to touch your garbage can? I'm sorry. You're right. It is a beautiful garbage
Stuck
can.
in the snow.
And I would hate to mess it up with my fingerprints. That would be horrible, wouldn't it?
Fucking sociopath you are.
I love Gary.
Okay. Hey, Gary, have a nice day. It was nice talking to you, buddy. Good talking to you, buddy.
I think Gary's got a point. That guy blew that snow like up on his house, and it's covering the window. I don't know much about. If it's a wooden house, that can't be good for it, right? Like,
And
I
more
don't
than,
know.
as someone who's formerly lived in a cold climate, you could run out of places for snow. Like if you're in Boston last year, the snow just piles and piles. The next time it snows, it's on top of the old snow. You could run out of places to store your snow. And this fucker is just piling his snow up on poor Gary's property. Fuck that. Fuck that guy. And he's like, I'm just trying to do something nice. Fuck you, no you weren't. You know goddamn well you don't have a place for your snow, so you're putting it on Gary's property. Now, Gary's a little bit of a psychopath with the don't touch my trash can thing. I think when I break it all down to this emotional bank account, right? That guy's made so many withdrawals that you're no longer allowed to touch Gary's trash can, right? Gary might let his wife or his mom or someone he likes touch the trash can, you know, not a big deal. But fucking snowblower man does it, and Gary's flipping out. You know why? He's made too many emotional withdrawals from the old bank account there.
I don't like to picture that at all. I think I like to imagine Gary is just constantly like this, like flying off the handle. That's way more entertaining than they have a long relationship of this guy fucking Gary. No, I think
the guy
Gary
put
likes
his.
to just be snappy.
He's like, you know, he's like, hey, I put my cardboard in your recycle bin, and you and you know, you put it
That was
on.
one.
He put it on the hood of his car in retaliation. It's like that's where it fucking belongs. Gary's got a little bit of the crazies, maybe, but
Yeah, this guy is an asshole though. Like, you know,
Yeah.
you don't use other people's trash cans, and you don't just
You
throw
don't?
snow on the
I don't-
entire side of someone's house.
I was on a woodworking forum like 15 years ago. I don't know how long ago, and some guy was like, hey, that guy used my trash can. How should I get him back? And half of the people were like, oh, yeah, he put trash in your trash can? I would sprinkle birdseed around his car. Let the birds get him back on your behalf, right? And it's like, oh, it's fucking clever old people on this forum, right? But because it's woodworking, and a lot of the woodworkers are older. Anyway, but the other half were like me. Like, really? He put trash in your trash can? Knock yourself out. You know, like unless you're consistently short on room in your trash can, which I am lately, but you know, to me,
I got no room for others in my trash can.
Don't here either.
Not a square to spare.
In
Not a square to
Apex,
spare.
in Apex, I felt like in Apex I had 2 trash cans and a recycling. The recycling though was just like almost a cart you'd carry around Target or something. It wasn't that big, but I always had extra room. You can knock yourself out. And this one, a lot of it's because we buy furniture. Like, you know, it seems like every week there's some sort of like chair coming off the internet, and I can barely fit all my trash and, you know, peanuts and styrofoam, whatever. But yeah, if you put your trash in on top of my trash in the can, I just don't care at all. Knock yourself out. I'm not even being nice. I just don't care in the slightest. It's like a footprint on my grass.
Nah, fuck you. You budget your own trash better. Don't be smooching off of my cans.
Chiz knows how I budget my trash. You throw it all out, you burn the rest.
You burn the rest.
You burn
make
the
a
rest.
Giant. You make a 10-foot tall fucking fire. Is what you do.
The taller the fire, the shorter you gotta watch it. That shit. Yeah.
Breathe those fumes. That's called recycling. All right. When you burn all that cardboard and styrofoam.
It goes up in the air and
Yeah.
Yeah.
If the
gone.
flame is green and purple, you burn something cool.
Oh, that's good.
A lot of fluorescent light bulbs and stuff. You know?
A lot of plastic and roofing materials, probably, it sounds like.
Who knows? Yeah, you don't look at everything you put in the fire, do you?
Yeah.
Yeah,
You
no.
burn-
Barrier to entry for the trash pile is, does it fit? It goes in the fucking trash pile. That's how that works.
Yeah, no.
Shingles burn green.
It seems like every week we incinerate the remainder of our trash. This week was no different. Yeah, we had a system now. We put the trash in the thing. Might need some gasoline, might not. Depends on how many paper products you're getting rid of. And then we take the trash to the curb, which takes a little while. You load it on the back of the golf cart, take it to the curb. By the time you drive back, you're ready to supervise this enormous fire. And this last fire we built was big. And our like fire pit that we enjoy and stuff has these swings that go around it, and I was like, that swing might catch because the wind's blowing flames, the flames are licking the wooden swings and stuff, and I had to go in there with the poking stick and straighten things out. We burn some shit every week. That's no joke. 10-foot fires are just the start.
Impressive.
So, we just want everyone to remember that this episode of Painkiller Already is being brought to you by Squarespace. Pretty much the best way to build a website if you want a website. The thing is, your site is going to look professionally designed regardless of your skill level. There's no coding or anything required. They use intuitive and easy to use tools, and they have state-of-the-art technology powering your site to ensure security and stability. Their plans start out at only $8 a month. You get a free domain name if you sign up for a year. They're trusted by millions of people out there, tons of respected brands in the world. So you can start your free trial today with no credit card required at squarespace.com. And when you decide to sign up for Squarespace, make sure you use the offer code PKA to get 10% off your first purchase. So there you go. Squarespace.com/PKA. Make it happen.
Yep. Yeah. Best. If you need a website, there's nobody better. That's where you go. Squarespace.com/PKA. DDoS protection built into it. Amazing tools. You can get some pro-looking stuff without pro skills. That's awesome.
You don't want to deal with all the stress of learning HTML, DDoS protecting it. No, you pay $8 a month, cheaper if you go with us, and they do it all for you. Why wouldn't you?
Or the expense. A lot of people have a good idea for a website, but they don't have the expertise to build it or the money to invest in a full protection scheme. And Squarespace.com solves your problems.
Yeah, they do e-commerce and stuff. That's really cool that they'll set that up for you.
Very cool. All right. I'm looking at more topics here. Oh, did you guys see I bookmarked a Walmart rampage.
Oh, I want to see this, but can I go get another cup of coffee first?
You can't see it because the subreddit is now private. It was on our videos. It's
on YouTube though, right? Or Live Leak or World Star Hip Hop.
I'll look and see. It was a link to a YouTube video. I'll see if I can find it while you're doing your thing.
I'll be right back. I need more coffee.
Yeah, get up and go. I didn't have to pee or anything.
Oh, I can find it actually.
He's a frightful
Yeah,
bastard.
I'll link it up.
All right. This thing.
So Kyle's gone, and what happens? It's the Chiz Show.
I just recently caught the PKA that was recorded when I was over there, so I didn't watch it until just now when I was uploading them and whatnot. You did it wasn't even my rhyme. You did your own rhyme for that part.
What was my rhyme? Patreon.com/PKA. It's where the sexy people go to pay.
It was something else,
Get your painkiller right away. I think that was it. No,
wasn't that either. No, but I remember it. I was like, that isn't even my rhyme.
Patreon.com/PKA. Sexy people get PKA right away. No, there's a lot of syllables in there.
A lot of syllables in that one. A little bit of a tongue twister there.
Yeah.
Show. It's the Chiz Show. It's the Chiz Show. Yeah.
It's the Chiz Show.
Patreon.com/PKA. Go and sign up right away.
I think that was it.
It was that one.
Yeah, I think it was go sign up right away. Yeah. Patreon.com. If you guys are unfamiliar with Patreon, there'll be an annotation on the side of the screen. You can go there. You can do a monthly hangout with us. You can get Patreon early before everybody else. You can get the video version of Painkiller Nearly, which is a cool thing. And the prices are super low. I forget where the awesome stuff happens, but it's like $5 or $10 a month. And
5 for the video for this, 10 for PKN. Really, both are amazing values. 10 I definitely recommend the video for PKA. You know, what? You know, $10 a month. That's nothing.
Do some cool stuff there.
Lunch,
Yep.
Save some money for lunch one day. You know, you got it every month.
And yeah. So it's for, and then we appreciate it because you kind of support the show and you make this all happen, and you know, we love you for it. Your new knife.
My new knife. Yeah, I forgot about this thing.
I like the way that it flips. It's a Kershaw.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Kershaw knives. I have one too. I liked mine. I've started carrying this Leatherman, and I'm so happy with it. I use it for stuff all the time. I didn't know how often I needed a Leatherman.
I actually had a Leatherman, I think, or some kind of, or is this just pliers? Somebody gave this to me, and
it looks like a Gerber. Is that a Leatherman?
I don't think it's a Leatherman. I know it turns into pliers. Ow! And there's stuff on the, yeah, there's like stuff on the inside too. Let's see, pull this out. I got it looks like one of your things, whatever that thing in the middle is, like I don't know.
It looks like it's maybe a screwdriver on the top and a bottle opener on the side.
Yeah, and then
a flathead.
Is this a flathead or a nail file? It's a flathead. Then this thing has a divot in it. What's on this side? There's a Phillips head on this side. I get that out.
Dude, I could let me show mine off for a moment.
Do it.
This is my Leatherman. It says Leatherman on
nice.
one side. I know this video is kind of small. And it says Woody's Gamertag on the other side because you can get them engraved, and I think that's super cool. Probably the thing I use the most is the knife. As far as knives go, it does everything I want, but it's tiny. Like, it's small for cutting boxes. It's small for cutting things. But there's never been a situation where I'm like, oh, this knife is too small for it to do the job. And it came really sharp. So that's the knife. It's small. On the other side is a nail file with, I guess, a flathead on the end. This is probably the thing that I use the least. I sometimes do fingernails and toenails with it, but that's what I use it for. Whatever. It's a nail file. Kyle gave me a funny look, like you don't file nails or toenails. I don't know why.
I don't file mine. I have a system.
I find that filing, especially like, let's say I clipped it and I left like a corner sharp, and suddenly that corner, like 4 days growth later, becomes like a weapon that just cuts things or scratches. Then the file just like, I can get that without all the dangerous corner maintenance, like cutting skin or go on.
So the way I clip my nails is I start at one edge.
Yeah, scoop in real deep.
And I'm making rounded. I'm rounding it off as I go by doing. If you clip straight on the top, then you end up with a square front and jagged edges on either side. But if you start at the farthest to the left or right, the farthest all the way to the side of your finger, and take it the deepest clip you're comfortable taking without getting to the quick, and then you take, you know, it takes a lot of clicks to go around a finger. It might take, I don't know, 5, 6, something like that. But you ended up with a rounded nail that's pretty short, and then it sounds silly, but like. My shower's got like stone tile, and I do this and file all my nails at the exact same time in like 5 seconds.
I actually
like
do
a
my
cat
nails.
with
I do my nails the
scratch
same way, but with my toenails, I guess I'm less coordinated or something. So
I don't scratch walls with my feet or anything.
I don't. No. I don't do the edges as well. So sometimes I. Anyway, let me go through the rest of the stuff. This is new to me. Do you see? It's kind of pointy. I thought it was like a hole poker or something that I didn't understand at first. It's a two. Oh, you guys can't, but the camera can. I'll give you a look too. This is a 2-dimensional Phillips head. So you know how normally there's 4 prongs? This is 2, and it works super well. Now, I wouldn't want to tighten like wood screws or something that takes a lot of torque. I have actually, but you know, not the initial hole.
If you had a big job. This is for that little job, so you don't have to go get the screwdriver.
This is for that tightening, that thing you noticed, a thing that's loose or whatever. And it's so handy. And this is the flathead equivalent. I guess it's a bottle opener and flathead. I never use the bottle opener part, but there's the flathead. And those things I use a lot, and that's why I think I'm preferring this over a knife. When I use my knife, half the time I used it, it was in a situation where scissors would be better, or in a situation where a screwdriver would be better. And some true knife people are like, oh my God, I can't believe you used a knife as a screwdriver, but it was in my pocket and it was handy. And that's why these scissors, you would think that they're too small and they suck. And I suppose if you're cutting like gift wrapping or something, they are too small, but they come in handy a lot. You know, you can cut tape with it. You can cut like duct tape if you don't want to rip it or it's not ripping well for you. Of course, little tags off and things like that. It turns out that really well-built, high-quality scissors even though they're small, are more useful than you might guess. And this Leatherman shit seems to be built really well. And then
I used some scissors like that in Texas. We had to cut a lot of string, and you would think a blade would have been better. Maybe I just didn't have a blade, but I used some scissors like that, and they worked just fine. And I had to cut like hundreds of strings.
And these pliers, I thought I would use them the most, but they're probably the thing I use the least. They come in. I used them today, actually.
Oh, are they spring? Ah,
yeah,
like
they're
that.
springy. There's a little.
Yeah, I like that.
They work. They're good pliers. I used them today. I know when the my go-kart had an electrical short, so it kept popping fuses during the team building event we were running around in the go-kart. And I used the pliers to pull the fuse and fix it and stuff a couple times in a day. Like, I use them, and I'm finding this little baby Leatherman to be a lot more useful than my knives were.
Huh.
Although I'll say this, I didn't carry a knife for self-defense. I didn't. But I kind of liked that I had a knife that worked in self-defense situations. Let me grab it.
Yeah, I've often thought of that. Like, that, you know, you could quickly... Like, it sounds silly, but
Right.
like... Yeah, mine that's similar to that. Or like, this one's bigger, but like, any knife, really. Well, I guess the point we're making is that, like, yeah, you feel safer if you got a knife. Like you know nobody's going to rape you right then and there. No rape for me today.
If I don't have this, though, it's going down, all right?
Yeah, so this Leatherman knife seems to get the job done when I need to break down boxes a lot. Like, we buy a lot of stuff off Amazon, and even more stuff since the house, like bigger boxes with tables and shit. And this little knife always does it, but it also seems especially worthless in a self-defense situation.
Don't you come here, you son
You got to put your
bitch. I'm going to clip your fucking ass. Come here.
There's a very small fingernail little thing that's not spring-loaded, whatever. This, I honestly felt like I could pull out of my pocket and get my hands on it if I needed to.
With some stabbing.
But it's a very uncommon situation. It just
So,
felt nice to know it was
Does
there.
anyone want to take it? I've never opened this. I was given this a while ago. So this is the knife on mine. It's pretty long and sharp. But I don't know what this is. It looked like a knife. And it's kind of like curved, like a
Is it
razor
a
on
hole
here.
reamer?
But it's not sharp at all. Like it's not sharp.
So I've seen that in my dad's multi-tool. I've used it for like whatever, you know, random jobs that seem like it would be good for. No idea what it's actually for, though.
Yeah. It feels like a good, like...
It looks like an old-timey can opener, like when you
I was
actually
going to
had
say,
to,
like, you pop the can with a hole in it or whatever if you drink them like that. But.
Yeah, it beats me. There's lots of little things like that yeah, I don't know what that's for. What kind of tool is that?
I know what it's for. Show it again.
Oh. You're going to have to give me a second.
Is that a Leatherman?
I don't know what it is. I was just given it. Here.
Yep, now I'm positive. That is an awl, A-W-L. And the way you use it is you poke a hole with the sharp point, and then you rotate and twist it to enlarge the hole.
Good call.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, like for example, if you were to gain or lose weight and you needed a new hole in your belt, that would be the tool that you'd use.
I see. I like that. Very good call. That's exactly.
Yep,
you're right.
yep,
Makes sense.
Yeah,
I like tools.
I like tools too. I fixed my alignment on my truck recently. Like the tire was wearing bald on one edge or something. I'm like, I'm getting new tires. I really need to.
You didn't get Cooper's, did you?
You know what? They tried to sell me Coopers. They didn't have the BFGs in stock. They took a day. And like, but we got Coopers right here. I was like, I can't.
No, nothing but Pirellis for that fine automobile right there. The thinnest tire you can get. So when you go off-roading, you're faster than those squirrels.
I was looking at Coopers, and I'm like, I don't know what to think of the Coopers. Should I get the Coopers? But I got the BFGs. They'd totally be approved on the wings scale. But I like tools too, and I have a toolbox. Do you have a tool chest?
Yeah, I got a couple of them. I've got a lot of tools that I don't use at all. Like I've got like full. At one point, I went out and bought everything that I thought I would ever need, and so like I got all the air tools and all power tools, and I've got saws, and I've got. You know, you've seen all that tooling. I think that I've got. You know, the lathes and the machine presses, and I got boxes of tooling for that stuff if I knew how to use it. I met a guy today. It's my lawyer actually that I was telling you about. That I don't want to get too in depth about what he does, but he's going to be a
rape charges.
I think I was begging Chiz not to press, but what are you going to do? So like I think I need to become friends with that guy, honestly, because he was telling me today. He's like, "Oh yeah, I know how to use a lathe and machine press and all the machinery that I've got. Like he knows how to use it." But yeah, I got a ton of tools.
Interesting.
I have so I bought a lot of tools kind of one by one as I started building my personal skill set. So I bought this off-road buggy and then I fixed it and rebuilt the suspension and learned welding and all sorts of stuff. And as I was doing it, I'd buy the tools I needed. So that left me with a lot of mismatched sort of tools in a bag that I carried around. I have a tool bag because it makes less noise. And then I bought a tool chest because getting all my shit out and putting it away from the bag became a big part of the job. And now I have a tool chest, and I went to Sears and I bought one of their big things. I don't know, I'll get the number wrong for sure, but they're like, this is the 1,800 piece tool set. That's the one. And now I have all the what do you need? 22 millimeter, 6 point, 12 point, 6 point deep socket, or 12 point deep socket. You let me know because they're all there So I have a tool chest. I think it's maybe 4 feet wide, and I don't know how tall it is, but I can't see the top unless I'm on my tippy toes. And so it's a pretty legit thing, and I'm super happy all the time. I need my tape measure. There's a spot for it. It's always in that thing. I need a ratchet set or a wrench or whatever. You accumulate tools over time, but buying them in a pack, a set, is so much cheaper. So I was like, well, I'll just have a tool bag for my truck that sort of lives there all the time. And I've got a set of tools for my garage that I use more often.
Did you see the thing I sent from Adam Savage yesterday? Here it is again if you didn't see it.
Adam Savage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't like it.
I don't like drawers. This is where things go to die. This is my solution.
No, I disagree completely. And I'll tell you what, if he doesn't like drawers, that tells me he probably doesn't work with wood mostly.
He totally does. You see their YouTube channel.
He's got see the back in the background.
You should see the drawer system he has. It is. You talk about your set. He has his Imperial and his metric, and it is fucking insane.
So the reason I think what he's got going on here is so great for him is because he's constantly using those tools.
Yeah. He's not pulling drawers open all the time. This is the guy that's always working and crafting something.
I need to show it on the big screen.
And this is kind of all of his tools, really. There's all kinds of stuff back there.
This is just pliers.
This is just pliers and but there's
wrenches.
They're not all. I can't think of.
I don't like it, man.
There's a riveting gun, and there's some.
I
other
wouldn't
stuff.
swap. You go to my pliers, you pull out a drawer, it's a fucking display. They're all there. They all match. They're in rising sizes, and they're
categorized. How many pliers do you have?
Even if you have 40, you're not on par.
No, I don't. I probably have.
I want to say 10, right? So I feel like that would be a normal amount.
No, you're coming in low. I'm going to say 25.
Okay.
Maybe 20. Maybe I'm exaggerating.
It looks like he's got 15 per row. And this is just the front.
I'm going to say he's got duplicates and stuff, though. Dude, if you went to my toolbox, I don't think you'd be like, you're missing this. I've got pliers that you'd use to work on computers, all the way up to pliers you'd use to work on oil refinery shit.
Well, I'm sure he has the tiny small pliers too.
I see in the tiny ones. I'm looking at this. I like this. I could see the advantages to both. It's just I think that he used because of the work that they do specifically. I bet this is pretty nice because you're not always counting on other people.
You don't have to
back where they go.
Exactly. You don't open a drawer, set it back in its nice area. You put it out. This is someone right on the hook.
It's probably easier to tell someone because a lot of the projects that I've done that actually involve doing shit. It's like, Ricky, go get me the the blue one with the the green one with the snipping end with the. And
I'll do this
right there.
If you go to any garage in the world, you'll find almost every professional mechanic has a setup closer to mine than Adam Savage.
That's true.
He's not a mechanic.
He's not a mechanic, but you'll find very few people who prefer his rack of bullshit over a well-organized tool chest.
He literally has your garage wall cabinets with Imperial, cabinets with metric. He literally has every kind of socket and wrench you could have. It's insane.
And the other thing is,
and they're building something constant.
I think he's got duplicates because, I can't. I might be missing some of the bigger stuff. Once you get over an inch and a half, I don't have every socket to the 64th or whatever. But I got a lot of my tools are right. mostly.
I feel like this is just I bet he's got 20 of these though. Like that's the other thing.
Yeah.
Like
Well, now we're talking duplicates again. Now I do see the advantage of pulling it over to whatever table he's working at. I bet he's got a lot of projects cooking at one time.
I mean, where are his hammers? You don't think this guy owns 15 different kinds of hammer? Like, I got 4 kinds of hammers.
Yeah, I was gonna say I got 4. I don't know what I'm missing.
He's got
there's all kinds of like rubber hammers and there's the
I
there's
didn't
the
count them. I got 2.
I don't count my rubber hammers.
I don't. I got a rubber mallet and then I got a rubber almost like club. Like it's got a green circular thing. That's nice for woodworking when you pound things together. And
I think my dad must have like. I mean, he's got
I'm
some
sure
hammers that are.
Yeah.
There's big hammers, right? Like sometimes.
I didn't count that either. Like the mini sledge.
Yeah, he's got like it's like a 6-pound sledgehammer, but it's stuck on just a steel handle welded to it, and like sometimes they're trying to break a tractor tire down or something like that, and there's lots of just pounding the fuck out of something. I don't know, and there's lots of those metalworking hammers that have they're made of softer materials and stuff.
I didn't count those either.
You got those too?
Yeah, in particular, you know why I didn't count those?
I don't count my metallurgy hammers.
I inherited them from my father-in-law who's dead. So like they kind of just sit. They just kind of sit in a toolbox because I don't really work. Like I have jewelry hammers and stuff like that.
Really? Mm-hmm. That's cool.
Maybe I'm not. I don't know if I were to re-guess how many hammers I have. Maybe I've got like 20 hammers. You know, like if you were to count all the hammers.
I looked at a video. You could with a timestamp on it. You can click around too. These are just some of his toolboxes he has in the array of shit, like from screws to actual sockets and tools and stuff. Like they literally, it's a warehouse, and yeah, they do the stuff they do outside of MythBusters is way more interesting than me.
I don't know if I can hang with his stuff, but I'm not that. Like I'm in his league, dude. Like
it's just ball bearings and it's just bearings. Yeah,
that's a whole
thing of bearings.
I bought an old school card catalog that's maybe like 4 feet tall and 4 feet wide, and then I took all those, you know, the super long card catalog drawers. I don't know if people do. I divided each of those. Like I rebuilt the drawers, and then I divided all of them into 5 sections. So while I guess I don't have as many sections as I got a lot of shit.
Drill bits. He's got every drill bit.
Yeah.
He's got a wall of drill bits. This one thing is just and then the camera pans down and it's like more.
It's in Apex right now. I got a freaking like toolbox filled with drill bits that weighs like 60 pounds.
This is the kind of stuff I want see, I feel like this is why your house tour should be delayed until you are 100% set up. I would like to see it if like this guy's tool chest. Like I feel like part of your video should be the tool chest. Or maybe that should be a different video. Maybe just like your workshop whenever it's finally assembled.
Yeah, maybe that when we build the shop and stuff. That's on me.
Did you get an air compressor?
I have 2. So I've got the big air. I have a 60-gallon continuous duty air compressor that could just you'd use that for like I want to say spray painting, but what do they call like HVAC painting or whatever?
You mean like when you're painting a car or something?
Yeah. So I've got an air compressor capable of running all day, continuous duty, etc. That's 60 gallons. And then I have a little one that's probably 2 gallons or something that's easier to carry around. It's super quiet. Yeah. So, yeah, I don't know. I've been handy at stuff for a while now. Like, I started getting handy about 20 years ago, and then you just accumulate tools over time, and people die handy. I get it. But yeah, a lot of my tools are in Apex right now.
That off topic, but that To Catch a Contractor show I've been watching and sending you snippets of. One of the guys that fucked up and was so bad had a contractor's license, an electrician's license, a plumber's license, and an HVAC's license. This guy had every credential. House in total disarray. Looked like a bomb fucking hit it.
Really?
Yeah, he was like the most qualified fuck up they've ever had. Like I said.
That's interesting.
I love that show.
I've never seen that show. I actually saw like a few minutes of it at a hotel recently, but I like Adam Carolla. I remember him from the Man Show, and he's
the best part of it.
I'm sorry, I'm cutting you off. My apologies. But she's been sending me these things, and one he sent me in particular was my contractor. So my not literally my contractor, but like it's like he was quoting him. You know, like I didn't do that. That's your subcontractor. That's who you hired to do that stuff. Well, you know, like he was. I guess he didn't know anyone, right? The problem with my contractor, the total fuck up, jackass, lying thief that he is, he didn't have any industry contacts. Like, one of the things about a general contractor, like one of the things that makes him valuable is he's kind of vetted the subcontractors. He knows people. They work well together. You know, if I constantly hire this sub, then that sub knows that for me to continue hiring, he needs to prioritize my work. He needs to do a good job because that's where most of my work comes from. He has to have like his A team that he can assemble and a backup guy here and there. This guy didn't know fucking anybody. So he'd call like the local supply house and say like, hey, I need a guy that does like tile or floors or something. And they just recommend random. Jamal got recommended through that way. And he, insists like, yeah, Jamal's, that's not my problem. Like, I didn't do it. It's Jamal. I really ProSource is to blame here because they're the ones that recommended Jamal. You fucking pieces of shit. How can you blame your subcontract? You are your subcontractor. You're a general. You don't even fucking turn a screwdriver. Your only job is to hire the right subcontractors and manage this. When you hire the wrong subs, you can't say you didn't do that. And that was the clip that Chiz sent. And, there's a new thing that you want to watch it?
There's the clip if you want to watch it. I love this clip.
I have a little piece of update for my for my guy. But yeah, I'll watch it together. Are you ready?
Yeah. You good, Kyle?
Mm-hmm.
Ready, set, play.
You did a job. You didn't complete the job.
I didn't do that job.
What? You did the job. You did the job.
That was such.
Oh, back up. You didn't build the deck?
The deck was built by some guys I hired, yeah.
But dude, you collect the money, it's your contract.
Yeah.
I got on this deck and it felt like I was standing in a dinghy. If something had happened on this deck, you'd probably be going to jail. The French door, or as I call them, freedom doors, because I'm American. This stucco looked like a drunk guy put it on with a playing card.
Oh, man.
Who did the stucco work?
One of my mason guys.
Yeah, but listen, let me just say something, Carl. You gotta stop making a separation between you and your guys. You are your guys.
I would have never done that personally.
It's your responsibility to do the job. I gave you all of the money.
Dude, that's literally a conversation I had with my GC. I said, you are your subcontractor. I hired you to do this. When your subcontractor screws up, you screwed up. And they would like this. They belong on To Catch a Contractor. These fuck ups. And the engineer called me, right? So here's the deal. We were gonna build a shop with this guy because I'm stupid slow learner. I trust people. That's one of the mistakes I make. And I was like, all right, I know the house isn't going great or anything, but let's talk about the shop and get that thing going. I've saved up my money. There's no reason we can't do it now. And so he does. I remember I had a conversation with him where I'm like, you're in an interesting business. Like, you're bidding this thing out and you have time and costs into this shop and you don't even know if you have the deal yet, right? Because I'm telling him, like, I don't know your prices. Unless you get me a quote, we don't know if this thing is a go. And he's like, yeah, but I win a big percentage of my bids, so therefore, like, it's a good buy for me. But I just found his business model interesting. My brother quotes jobs, like that's just kind of his job. He works for a really big electrician deal, and they quote like multi-million-dollar jobs. He has a side business where he just makes quotes for people. Like, he'll tell you what's involved in this project based on the drawings and maybe what you should bid and what your costs will be. Like, he does it on the side. He teaches college courses about that. Back on topic. So we had a conversation. The relevant part is about how he's taking a risk for quoting this thing because he has to hire an engineer and do that sort of thing. I didn't commission the engineer. He certainly didn't give me a quote for how much these drawings would cost or anything like that. And if I don't go with him on this project, the drawings have no value to me. Anyway, later on, he wants to bill me $3,000 for these engineering drawings. And I was like, no, on this thing, not doing it. I didn't approve this. He's writing as a change order, like it's something that I asked for. I'm like, right here on the paperwork, it says all change orders must be approved by both the contractor and the customer. That didn't happen. I'm not paying this. And I'm like, you're going to have to eat that. You made a bid on something. And what happened was he made the bid. I'll tell you, it was for $53,000. And I'm like, all right, it's a go. Let's build this shop. And then we had an argument, and like days later, he comes back with another quote for $117,000. And I'm like, this is like revenge-based billing. So they were working on it. I stopped it. That's why there's a big pile of mess in my yard. You guys might have seen it the day in the live video. They stopped the demo on it. I was like, I'm not paying $117,000. This guy just can't change the prices. And it was probably 2 or 3 weeks ago. The architect comes to me and says, hey, you know, if you still owe any money to that GC, don't pay him. Because what a sub can do is they can put a lien against the money that you owe the general contractor and divert it to them, right? If the GC doesn't pay their sub, then instead of paying the GC, you can sort of pay the sub directly and solve the problem. But I'm like, nope, you're in a tough spot, man, because I already finished paying the GC, and therefore your problem is you have to get the money from Ed, the lying cocksucker. So that means that Ed didn't pay Jamal. Ed didn't pay the engineer. There's another guy on the project. We called him Crazy Ron. That guy got paid late, and he threatened to put a lien on me, but he got paid. And then there was another guy named Orlando that didn't get paid. I don't know. But Ed has left a trail of debt on this project. And I'll tell you, I paid Ed. Like the only, I had an argument with him at one point. I'm like, the only guy doing his job on this site is me, because my checks aren't bouncing and they're coming on time. And he took great offense to that. But the project took 3 months, and he said it would take 2 weeks. I was the only guy who was really coming through like they were supposed to. And yeah, so if people didn't hear about the Jamal court case thing, Jamal, I guess, sued Ed and I, for non-payment. But from my perspective, like, I don't pay Jamal directly. I pay Ed. So what I did is what you're supposed to do. Instead of paying Ed the $6,000 he sued for, I withheld it from Ed. Then I ended up putting it in an escrow account. So in the escrow account, that's just like a bank account, but you can't take it out unless someone approves it. And then those two can fight over who gets what. And when we went to the jury, or not the jury, the small claims court, they were ready to like issue a judgment that I just paid the two of them equally. And I talked to the judge and said, look, like, this is going to go against my credit record. When a court orders you to pay someone, that's a mark against you on your credit report. And I was like, this doesn't seem fair. Like, I'm the only one around here who pays their bills. Why should I have the knock on my credit record? And the judge immediately said, you know what? You guys are asking me to write up an order and stuff. You're asking a lot from the court. How about instead you write it up and we'll dismiss the case after all this is done? And that's what they did. They dismissed the case, and those two split the money. So
well, that's good.
Yeah, it turned out well.
The only difference between you and everyone on To Catch a Contractor, based on everything you've said, is that your work got finished. Like, he didn't leave mid-job site and said, hey, the money dried up, when in reality he ran off with the money or something like that. Like, that's the only difference, is your work got finished. Otherwise, you'd have been in the same boat as all these people, because he's a piece of shit.
But it sounds like a lot of those people paid like more toward it than they should have.
Oh, definitely. Did you do 50% at the start?
Which was too much, but I did. Apparently,
Right.
10 to 15% at the start.
That's the minimum that all of these guys say. It's like, do not go over 50%. Anything over that, why would the guy have any incentive to come back?
Online, I saw 10 to 15% at the start,
which I agree with more towards that. But
what
your
happened,
job was also bigger too. Your 50% was some people's 100% too.
So what happened was, at the end of it, he's like, Woody, money's tight. I finished like 95% of this job. Do you think you can give me some more money? I think that's fair. And I said, no. And he's like, well, we are like, it's wrapping up. Things are going good. And things were going better at that point. Like, the cleaning staff was in there working at that point. And I was like, nope. How about we go the way the contract is? I pay half up front and half when it's completed. I said, someday there's going to be a ceiling fan blade that's not installed that's going to hold up your $20,000. And I want you to be motivated to finish the job completely. And that's how it went. That's why he finished the job all the way. Otherwise, he probably would have walked.
Yeah, if you paid more, he would have walked, no doubt. Like, because everything else is horrible and awful, bad work, redone work. Anytime you have to redo work, which you guys had to do, that's getting eaten out of his any potential profit or even breaking even. You know?
I'm pretty sure he lost money on it. You know,
certainly,
yeah,
totally, yeah.
There's no fucking way.
There was a guy on site 7 days a week, probably averaged, 60 hours, and I happen to know he made $40 an hour. Do that for 3 months, that's a lot of the money right there.
He didn't mind.
On just one guy. Yeah, he didn't mind. I think he ended up quitting. I heard he quit. And I left out another guy, Francisco, I'm told, is suing him for not getting paid also.
Didn't Francisco cut the load-bearing beam?
He did.
He did.
Yeah,
that motherfucker.
Francisco's not in the end, I liked Francisco more than most of the other subs. But I also, I know Francisco didn't have insurance, so he was, under Ed's insurance, and he earned, a lower rate or something for part of it. Because I think Francisco extended his insurance to someone who wasn't trustworthy, and then he had no insurance for a while, and then he got it back during the course of my project. It just seems like everyone Ed hired was, from the basket of broken toys. They're all showing up in dented Toyota Corollas. No professional vans. And some people misinterpreted. I mean, it's too much house talk. Some people misinterpreted it as, Woody wants to see flashy cars, or, they need to. No. I just want them to have, a professional. It can be a 1989 Econoline van or something. But if your name's painted on the side with a phone number, at least you do that. You're a plumber. You're an electrician. You're a thing, HVAC guy. When someone shows up in just a dented, old, beat-up Japanese car, that tells me you're unskilled labor. You're not...
Cars are definitely a red flag. I'm not going to sign off on they have to have their company branded on it. But you need a work truck, You need a work truck or a work van for tools and shit. You shouldn't be showing up in any kind of sedan or... for, Toyota Corolla or anything. No, you need a place for fucking tools and shit. You're a goddamn contractor.
These people, this guy shows up in a car. He literally didn't have a cordless drill. All he had was a cordless impact wrench, which is super handy. But he's like, this drill bit won't work. Look at this, because it didn't have a, how a drill works. It has the
it's like a
It has it's a chuck. And the chuck grabs the side of the drill bit. He didn't have anything. He's like, I need a drill bit that has a hex side on the other side. Because all he had, I'm like, that's because you're drilling with an impact wrench. Don't you? I've got a cordless drill. But it just tells me, you don't even, this isn't your job. You're an amateur.
I need a drill with a hex end on it.
Those things are really common. They usually come in a kit with both of those tools, the regular one and the hammer type.
Right. And
although I almost always go with the impact one. I just feel like it's because the front face of it is so much shorter. You're able to get into such much more compact areas, and I feel like it's got tons of power. And I'm rarely screwing something that's precision. But he's a fucking carpenter, right? So
I use the impact wrench for everything but drilling. And if I'm trying to make a hole, I tend to use the drill. It's good at that.
If it's an angry hole, I'll still use the impact wrench. If it's just like Kitty will have buckets, and she needs holes in the bottom for drainage because she puts tomato plants, and I'm just just those holes don't matter. What was I going to talk about? Fuck. Oh, we were wrong apparently about Frankie on PC in 1080p.
Oh yeah.
It wasn't just that he had binded.
Do you want to do a little backstory on this?
One of you guys should, because I feel like I was ignorant from the start, and I still am.
I'll do my best. So there's a guy named Lauder, I hope, something close to that. And he apparently is part of a team. They have experts analyze other people for cheating. It's their Overwatch system. And we misinterpreted it. We kind of thought Lauder was someone kind of looking for YouTube fame by hating on a bigger guy. That's not the case. He actually does these videos a lot, and he'll analyze somebody's skill or technique and determine whether or not they're cheating. I know from Minecraft that sometimes it takes a trained eye to differentiate talent from cheats. And Frankie on PC was showing how he had just learned how to b-hop. I guess that's bunny hop, but b-hop anyway. And we thought that he had bound it to the middle scroll wheel, which is considered cheating, I guess. But they think even more likely that he had installed a script on there.
I think binding it to the scroll wheel would have been okay, actually. I think. But he was running some sort of script, they're saying, And I guess at one point he sort of defended himself, and he mentioned something about console commands, which in itself is like this weird way of saying that, like, yeah, I was doing a little something, but nothing really. So it sounds like he was.
He had some vague explanation that he entered some console commands, and according to people who are experts, and I'm not one, there are no console commands that let you pull off B-hops like he did.
So it's clear he was lying about what he was actually doing, and that leads you to believe that.
Yeah, that's not a step in his favor. The a B-hop, it looks like you sort of strafe jump angle to angle, like tacking in a sailboat, and it allows you to move faster and
be harder to hit, I would imagine, too.
Could be. That sounds right.
I bet if you saw someone doing that, it would be fucking hard to hit them in the game.
It also, like, I'm making this up because I'm not a Counter-Strike Go pro, but I'm guessing if it's anything like COD, getting to a spot beyond where they expect you to be would be a big advantage. And so anyway, he's like, hey, I just learned B-hop. This is how I do it. Watch me. And he pulled off 14 consecutive perfect B-hops. Apparently that's a big deal. That is like pro level B-hopping, and he was doing it while a lot of his other movements, like the way that he was smooth and stuff, implied that he wasn't the movement pro that could pull off 14 consecutive B-hops.
He mentioned his left to right cursor motion,
Yeah.
like as he was pivoting or something, and it really, I think, went over our head a bit because we don't know anything about Counter-Strike. But now that like everything's in, it does seem that he was doing something he shouldn't have been doing, which is a shame because I don't feel like he needs to do that. He makes really good videos. I really like his DayZ stuff, though. I keep reading people saying that he cheats at that,
yeah.
and I don't know. Like,
I feel like what Frank, Frank on PC, I think, is bigger than I've ever been. But so I'm cautious about teaching him about YouTube, because he's real successful. But if he does want to take advice from an old man, I don't think people are watching him for his gaming skill. There are actual CSGO pros out there that that they might watch for that. Frankie on PC, there's something entertaining about your videos that's not just you crushing it in the game. Yeah, they're well-made videos.
Everything about them, I really like
the whole
the
package. It's what set Frankie apart from way back is the fact that he was doing 1080p, 60 frames per second, stuff like that, and no one else was.
He went to 4K before the people.
Right,
I think he's actually 4K mostly.
But I don't look at him. I don't say his gameplay doesn't matter because he's not like having these amazing philosophical commentaries or anything. It's his DayZ videos, it's shenanigans and stuff, like reactionary stuff that's happening in the game. So I can't speak on his Counter-Strike stuff, but I think it's a whole package. If he sucked ass at the game, I don't think he'd get the kind of viewership he does.
Well, that's not what this is about. Oh yeah, I see what you mean. But in this, it seemed like he was trying to like be an upper echelon guy.
I bet a lot of people put him on that podium though.
Okay. Well, I don't know either way. It does seem like he did something that it was cheating the way they considered. So he shouldn't have done that, and it doesn't seem like he should have, because it seems like there's a bit of a backlash. You know what? I just saw that Reddit is trending. I guess that whole thing with that lady getting fired has become a thing. It's like the #1 trending thing.
I wonder why she got fired.
Like 96,000 retweets.
She must be giggling at this.
I bet her next job. She's looking for that next. She's already got her next job. Like
she's a liaison with all the contacts. Like, why would you fire this person unless they like raped the?
Yeah,
unless they spoke up against the female CEO or whoever she was during that whole "our fat people" hey, like, hey, you really shouldn't have handled the situation like this. Because I can't imagine why you. That's a really important person to fire.
She's the liaison. Even I saw that the Greg Barrett, I think is his last name. I always butcher it. That's Dan Bilzerian's representation. Like, he was even tweeting like, I've worked with her before, she's always been great with all my blah, blah, blah. And it was like, she knew a lot of people. Why did they fire this lady?
Is there a spot to build the next Reddit?
No, come on.
I mean, dude,
You say no, but they're being censored like a motherfucker right now and firing the wrong people.
Yeah, oh my God.
They have the power. They literally, that's the problem with Reddit. It's a community-driven thing.
How would you pay to serve it?
What do you mean? It's just a bunch of servers.
Wouldn't it be a massive undertaking though?
I mean, it would be a lot of servers.
Reddit didn't start as Reddit.
That's
But,
true.
I mean, you gradually, go in.
I don't know if there's a place in that marketplace to jump in.
You say that, but Dig is a perfect example of a previous attempt at that type of thing. Facebook, MySpace, Instagram. There's always a new social media site hitting the web. Snapchat is super big compared to Twitter and fucking.
The fact that eBay
Instagram now.
got, I don't want to say eBay's over, but Craigslist is the new eBay to me. The fact that Reddit is the new Dig, the fact that Facebook is the new MySpace tells me that these things happen sometimes.
If you want that, then hire this lady and get started. That's that would be step one, right? Hire this lady, get yourself a couple of big AMAs, get some other promotion just from hiring her. Like, she's hot right now. She could really push a lot of traffic. Maybe you could get in touch with all those mods over at all the blacked out subreddits and be like, come on board. It's free speech around here. We'll give each of you a market share of this thing. Let's get started and build something big.
That would be interesting. Or on the other hand, the mods could just stop protesting in 4 days, and it'll just be... The internet has a short memory. They will not care about this woman in a week.
Someone posted that thing. It was like they took fat people hate, and I said nothing. They did this, and I said nothing. And when they came for me, there was no one to speak up for me.
It's interesting because Reddit is one of the busiest websites. The Reddit has replaced like the internet for me. Like, when I want to read the internet and see what's going on in the world and just sort of be entertained with either deep stuff or shallow stuff or whatever, it's Reddit. Porn. I hardly know how to Reddit. I hardly know how to internet anymore without Reddit. Like,
there's no reason to go anywhere else, really. Like I go to places when I want something very specific, but like Reddit is just the best aggregate for media that I've ever come across. It's so
I have
great.
a team of 6 million people constantly scouring the best stuff and bringing it to my attention.
People. And then they rate it up by what's better than the other stuff. It's very nice.
Yeah, I want to build.
And it's so specialized. We've talked about all the weird niche porn subreddits. Just like, if you want girls with any vaginas, there's a million of them on there. And best part is there's 20,000 other guys just like you, organized, who also like those any vaginas. So you don't feel like a weirdo if your thing is like guys coming in girls' ears or something weird like that.
It's
a
a
little
trade
earplay.
School. If you want to learn anything, go onto a subreddit about it.
That's totally true too. You could
and
learn.
You can ask questions like, "What are you gonna do? Go onto a fucking hot rod forums that has still like 30 active users on it and ask for help on this? Where do I find this one-off part from 1942?" Like, no, you go to the subreddit for that and wait.
Censorship is a tricky thing, man. Like, it's when people use your service that like oftentimes they don't pay for to hate you. It's really tempting to like, all right, you need to stop. And there's a certain kind of hate that's not just like, oh, I hate Woody. It's, I hate Woody and you should too, right? Grab your torches and pitchforks. This is a thing that we should totally be complaining about. And when you have that ability to remove it, this is going to be a PKA subreddit topic soon. They'll be grabbing the torches and pitchforks. But it's super tempting to do it. Sometimes it works, sometimes it's like, all right, let's cut this, and it's just unfair. If you hate that much, then please stop hating. But other times the Streisand effect, man, and it just goes more wild than it's ever been. The most famous one that I got in trouble for was a guy complaining about Patreon. Now, we didn't want, there's like through the Patreon website, there's a way to ask questions and let us know your troubles, and Chiz looks at those. But people would go to the PKA subreddit and fuss. So what I did is I actually answered the guy. Like, I provided, I think I solved whatever problem he had.
Dude, there are so many subreddits that are private. Like, it's a lot of them.
All right, so let me just wrap up the story. I helped the guy, and then I closed the thread. And they viewed that as a censorship and started calling for my head and stuff. And in my head, it was like, no, I gave the customer service he was asking for, and then didn't want other people to think that this was a good way to get customer service. And it just didn't go over well.
I see how that works in your sense in the micro concept, but if you're Reddit, the company Reddit, like, and you've built a service literally on freedom of speech, anything goes, it self-polices itself, why step in and like remove our fat people hate? Like, the only justified reason I can see it is if there was some VC funding or something they wanted and they said get rid of it.
So what are you looking at, Kyle? Global Twitter trends?
Well, Century Club's closed down, just so you know.
No!
Oh, yeah.
Oh, God! 8 years of bullshit! 8 years of karma whoring!
I'm gonna
something
just kind of,
like that.
So I've got a huge list here, but I'm gonna hit the bigger ones. There's tons of them. Like our Alaska is down. It has 7,500 members though. But 4chan, it's gone. 650,000. These are subscribers to each one as I'd list a number. Animals Being Jerks, 230,000. Art, 3.2 million. Ask Men, 200,000. Ask Reddit, 9 million. And then 30,000, 80,000. Black People Twitter, 400,000. It's down. 5.1 million for our books. It's down. Things like Borderlands Burgers, Buttcoin, Buy It for Life, Candid Fashion Police, all those with 50 to 100,000 or so. Cannabis is down. Cinemagraph, 105,000 for Cinemagraphs. Circle Jerk, 250,000 gone. Dad is Beautiful, 3.4 million. Documentaries, 3.3 million. All these are tens of thousands. Gaming, 8 million. Gadgets, 3.4 million. Tens of thousands, hundreds of hip hop heads, 300 grand. History, 3.4 mil. IMA, 8.5 mil. I'm Going to Hell for This, 460,000. 3.5 million from Our Jokes. 400,000 from Life Hacks. 4.1 million from Life Pro Tips. It goes on and on. Like the list just goes and goes and goes.
And I expected a lot of these Reddits to be like things I didn't really know about or whatever.
This will affect your internet surfing now. You will have to go off of Reddit. Look at that. That's insane.
Dude, stuff like our voting.
The people have the power.
Do they? I mean, Reddit
Do they not? They just shut the whole thing down. I mean, yeah, Reddit could enforce it, but then you'd have a worse uprising because now it's not a community-based site. It's the power.
Videos
the
is
government.
down.
Videos down.
With 8 million. It's
Videos
down.
like the one. Like
Today I Learned is down. 8.8 million.
What about Today I Fucked Up?
I'll check it. I know that's
I guess I could
It's good. No, it's still good. Trees is down with 760,000.
No!
Today I Fucked Up is still there.
Well, thank God for that.
There's just tons of random ones with 10 to 100,000.
As long as television's up there.
That's great. And there's a few messages here from each subreddit. I don't know if you care to hear what Art had to say about why they're shutting down, or Ask Reddit, or gaming, but they all had the mods all had a little post before they shut the thing down.
Television's up.
Fat Logic is down. That was 100,000 subs.
What about news? News is still up. Financial independence. Sysadmin. These are the only ones that appeal to me. All up.
Lots of not safe for work stuff is down. That's fine.
No!
Yeah.
Dude, they made a... this one makes me laugh. It looks like her. I'll share it with everybody. She's like, this is fine. That's the CEO. It's from the dog one. Like they recreated it.
Yeah,
that's funny.
Yeah, this is awful.
I saw that the I think it was the Art subreddit. Like their mods specifically mentioned her as one of their main reasons.
Say it again.
The Art subreddit, I think they specifically mentioned her as one of the main reasons for what they're doing.
Interesting board of directors meeting coming up.
I wouldn't have picked fat. I could see why they got rid of Fat People Hate. They got rid of Jailbait previous to that, right? And a lot of people were like, "Oh yeah, Reddit. It's that site with our Jailbait." And if you don't know what our Jailbait was, it wasn't porn of underage girls, but it'd be like
suggestive.
If you saw two 16-year-olds roller skating in a bikini, that would be perfect for our Jailbait. You know, that kind of thing, right? Maybe a 16-year-old leaning forward and you catch like a hint of cleavage but not nipple or anything. That's what our Jailbait was devoted for. And, it was basically girls who were like biologically prime breeders but definitely not legal. Is that it? No,
oh, I didn't like that.
You didn't like that?
Biologically, they can take a dick, but legally, no go.
Guys of the law, this is wrong, but genetics... it's good.
Dude, like Brooke Shields at 16 looked like a grown woman. That's the kind of people they would look for on our Jailbait. And anyway, they got rid of that, and there was no real backlash. Everyone kind of knew that it wasn't right in the first place. Like that's just what it was. Fat People Hate. don't we all kind of know that wasn't very nice?
Yeah, but I don't look at it in the same line. There's
No,
no
it's-
borderline of illegality here.
It was the
It's
next
kinda-
step, right? It was like
Was it?
not the next logical step.
If there was a
but the
subreddit
next,
with like 100,000 people making fun of poor people, you think, yeah, they should have taken that down. Fuck those, pictures of bums on the street and stuff like that, washing
love
windows.
I'd love
I know
that.
you
Wouldn't
would.
that cheer
Somebody
you up
start that
first thing
up.
in the morning?
Bum
Like, got my coffee, taking a shit, and there's some bums just having the worst day of their already terrible life. Like, that cheer me up. That
Pictures of
get me
them with
going.
their signs and the letters are backwards. Like, oh, look at him. He's got no hope in his eyes right there. You know, that
I'd
kind
like
of thing.
that. You ever see like the homeless people that have never taken their shoes off and their feet are all skeletal?
Oh, they've got like swamp, what is it?
No.
trench
There's
foot.
bones
Fuck.
hanging out and stuff. Like, it's great.
Poor people hate is already a subreddit. Well,
Woo!
fuck.
Active.
Favorite.
No, there's only 25 people on it. It definitely need to step up their
Oh, we gotta
game.
take over. We need to be
3 of those
mods.
accounts are me. So
Yeah.
look at this GIF I just sent you. It's Neil deGrasse. As Tucker said,
Neil
it's
deGrasse Titan.
it's Neil deGrasse Titan, as Tucker called him, busting a move here, and I think he might be able to compete with you with this, Woody. Like this is looking pretty slick.
Look at him.
Now,
He's
as an
definitely
award-winning
talented,
dancer,
yeah.
you tell me. We talked about earlier. You got to be a pro to like recognize a pro.
yeah. This guy is right there with me. This
Right?
guy,
It's-
yeah, this is outstanding. You know, that's the thing about Neil deGrasse Tyson. Yeah. All right. That's the thing about him.
Confetti should rain.
It's not just that
It's
he's
a sign of the apocalypse. What do you got a name right?
you're right. At the end of days. What I'm told is, in terms of astrophysicist, I think that's what he is. He's like a pro, but he's not the lead astrophysicist, right? He's not.
Of course not.
He's
He's not
nothing.
the leading mind or anything, but
No.
he's very well credentialed and he's well spoken.
Yeah.
And he's a cool guy that's really good at bridging the gap between today's world and
Bill Nye is not the best scientist ever around,
Not-
but he's
not
the
at all.
one that was in the spotlight before Neil deGrasse Tyson. He still is in the spotlight to some extent or another.
I mean, fucking
About
Stephen
getting
Hawking.
people
I can only listen to that machine make those noises so long before
like Carl. Like here's a
feeling
better.
bad.
was it
Even
Carl
Stephen-
Sagan. Carl
Uh-huh.
Sagan. Yeah, he was like a boring version of all that stuff. Like, he had interesting shows and
I feel like
Small Blue Dot or whatever and that stuff, but he was boring to
the
me.
real astrophysicists, the people at the leading edge of this thing, they're not interesting at all. And they can't dance like this. This guy is reaching people because he's this level of cool. Like Obama has had his success, I think, in large part just because he's cool. Like, we never had a cool person qualified for president before. And
Clinton was pretty cool, man. He busted out that
JFK was pretty
saxophone.
cool.
Okay,
He's
you know
fucking
what?
playing
That
a
was pretty
sax,
wrong.
Getting BJ's in the Oval Office, like
JFK was pretty cool.
You know what? There have been a lot of cool presidents. I take that back. I made a mistake.
Teddy Roosevelt.
I was gonna say Teddy Roosevelt as well.
I
yeah.
love that comment that guy made about him, like after he died. They're like, "Death took him in his sleep, for if he'd been awake, there would have been a fight." Like, that's a great quote.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, I don't know. Makes me proud to be an American. But this guy is super cool, and I can see why people want to hear him talk about stars.
You want to talk about Donald Trump?
Yes, you know what? Dude, I'm so happy. Dude, we got Scott Walker at the top of the polls, and that guy's a fucking batshit insane Fruit Loop. We got Donald Trump, number 2. He's number 2 in the polls right now. Did you know that?
No,
2?
he's not.
No
No,
way.
he's not.
I read it.
What?
Woody.
What?
It was on the internet.
That can't be true.
That can't be right.
No, in what?
There's so
poll?
many legitimate candidates. Like,
What,
what
is
is
he
this
gonna win a
poll?
reality show? He's not a
Is
real-
Ronald McDonald in this poll as an option as well? Like, this is not the GOP nominations of
I
everyone
thought-
that's in there.
The Iowa poll. After New Hampshire, Trump takes... Oh, this is 2015. Oh, wait, no, that's right.
Well, that's
It is
this
2000
year.
Yeah. I'm sorry. This is July 1st, 2015. Iowa poll. Trump takes second place.
Okay, in one
Right.
state.
Who was number 1?
Who the fuck's in
I'm
Iowa?
sure it was
anyway?
Jeb Bush.
caucus.
I don't know. Whatever New Hampshire saw in Iowa... Oh, what the fuck? This is July 1st, 2015. Whatever New Hampshire saw in Donald Trump, it looks like Iowa is seeing it too. After taking second place in the latest New Hampshire polls, Trump is also claiming the silver in Iowa, where he traveled hot off his announcement claiming 10% of support among likely caucus goers. Yeah, so... Scott
Well, I saw
Walker...
that Macy's pulled their deal with him. Serta pulled their deal with him. What's the beauty pageant? Miss America, got rid of him, got totally out of the mix now.
No, so he owns Miss America and Miss Universe. What happened was...
But everybody quit.
NBC canceled their deal with him.
And all the before NBC canceled, like everybody who was associated quit. Like the hosts, they had the same hosts and judges every year. I think like there's like a team.
Yeah. Okay.
Like nobody everybody is distancing themselves from him big time after he made those comments about the Mexican rapists or whatever.
This whole situation is freaking awesome because if there's I want two things out of a presidential election: one, a good president; two, entertainment value. And Trump, he's such a freaking goof.
Looks like Bush is walking away with most across the board.
It's really scary.
According to this
Bush
thing,
is up there because
Bush look at this side I'm on. This breaks everything.
Walker apparently is winning in Iowa.
Walker's in second overall.
And Jeb is first overall?
Yeah. Rubio and Carson are tied for third. Trump's coming in at...
Who's the green
the RCP average, I see.
Yeah.
Oh, so Bush just had some sort of big gain second. Where's Trump? Oh, Trump is polling low, but I don't understand what this is. National?
These are different ones. Let's see, 620. Yeah, this has Bush. So I see CNN's poll has. I'm going to trust CNN's 626 vote.
Yeah, this is the national GOP.
See, national's not important, and I'll explain why. What happens is, like, New Hampshire. No, the first thing to go is the Iowa caucuses, and apparently they don't come with any like people, so it's almost like a practice vote, but they're first, so they have a lot of influence. And then the next thing to come is New Hampshire, and that's the first real primary where delegates are assigned. It's not the number of delegates, because that's not a ton.
So click on the Iowa one. It looks like Walker murdered it. And I'm going to New Hampshire next.
Where do I click on Iowa?
So look, it says at the top in big gray letters, it'll say like national or whatever. There's a nav bar of
Iowa GOP. Iowa. I see.
And Bush is taking New Hampshire, Walker second.
So Walker's winning Iowa, and then I guess Bush, you said, is winning New Hampshire?
And South Carolina, and Walker's second there as well.
South Carolina is fairly early, too. Walker was previously winning. You can see he was ahead of Bush until May. Yes, that's okay.
Oh, and here we can break down Clinton versus Rubio, Clinton versus Walker.
Anyway, here's what I'm trying to say. What happens is Iowa and New Hampshire and those early states will vote, and then that will have a tremendous influence on what happens in South Carolina and New York and some of those later states. So, like, if I'm an underfunded candidate like a Walker or Trump, all I need to do is crush it in Iowa or New Hampshire, and the money starts rolling in because they see that I'm now a serious candidate that can win a state. If you're winning nationally, but you really don't have a state that you win in until the 6th or 7th one, then you're in a tough spot because your momentum is gone, and people are looking at these other people who just kicked your ass 5 times. So
I don't know what this one at the end there is. If you want to click that one, it starts doing a breakdown of Clinton and everyone, and Clinton seems to be beating everyone, but I don't really. It's just general election.
It's so early, you know. So what happens? Like someone like Clinton has a much higher profile than a Walker, a Huckabee, a Trump, or whatever. But once they start debating each other and the world starts treating them as equals, whoever's in second place gets all the platform they need to make their case. You know, I don't even know Carson really. But, you know, if Carson becomes the Republican nominee, people will look at her as Hillary's equal and make a choice between them.
The 26.
So, I don't know. It's super interesting. But I always love these. Dude, so the last time, people forget what a freak show the Republicans will vote for. You know, Herman Cain, the pizza guy, he was winning at one point.
Wait a minute. Well, hang on. What was so bad about Herman Cain besides all those sexual assault allegations? Didn't he have the 999 tax plan?
He did. Yeah. He did. It sounded like a price for pizzas to me.
So the thing about the 999 tax, it was like, all right, so I saw people like go through it and like make it look silly, but it was refreshing to have a guy be like, here's my plan. It's right here. This is what I want to do. This. Everybody else has hopes and dreams and thoughts and ideas, and yeah, it'll be better, change, hope, blah, blah, blah. I'm going to do this thing I wrote on this piece of paper here. That's what I'm going to do. I'm not going to dodge your questions. I'm going to say this every time you ask. This is what I'm going to do. So that was nice. I like that about it. And the fact that he had been in corporate America and had excelled at it is always kind of a good thing. I know you can't run a country like a business, but I feel like it does help to, whatever, you know. Romney, poor guy. It must hurt him on the inside.
Look at that list I landed. I feel like this is like the last one. I love the list of candidates on both sides. you know, the Democrats aren't finished yet. It's the GOP who's been going ham with their nominees. I love that Bobby Jindal threw his name in the hat in there. Chris Christie, Ted Cruz. It is such a clusterfuck.
If people don't know Bobby Jindal, this is great. So
Bobby Jindal.
Back in 2009, he was going to be the next great Republican. Like in 2004, I guess, Obama was kind of pegged. Like he did a great speech for, I don't even remember who, Kerry perhaps, at his what is the coming out speech, the national convention. And Obama spoke there, and they're like, oh my God, this guy Obama just ignites a crowd. He is going to be the next great Democrat. And it turned out great is up for debate, but he was the next super successful Democrat. And people pegged Bobby Jindal as that guy. So in 2009, they had him do the response to the president's first State of the Union address. And Bobby Jindal got up there, and for a fucking hour, he talked to everyone like Kenneth the Page from 30 Rock. And it was all just this meter like, so if you guys don't like what Obama has to say, then you might like what I have to say. For like an hour, he spoke like that. It was the worst fucking address in the world. This guy is famous for talking to us like we're all idiotic children. He sounded like Kenneth the Page, and he's never really lived that down. His own state hates him. He hasn't, like, his own state has done really poorly under him, and he's made some terrible decisions. Like,
didn't he mishandle the Katrina thing or something? Wasn't he the Louisiana governor?
Yeah, I think yeah. And but like, not just Katrina's just a part of it. You know, he also fucked up. Like he's cut education for his people, and he's been this like lowering taxes and lowering services in his state to the point where his state is now failing at stuff. And lowering tax. Oh, and also he's lowered taxes. You know how the Republicans are always like, if you lower taxes, you actually get more money because the economy sells so great. Well, he lowered taxes, got less money, shockingly, and now he inherited this big like budget surplus, and now he has a budget deficit because he's just like fucking up his state, trying to make himself attractive as a president. Like, I'm the guy who lowered taxes and, you know, ran a more efficient educational system. But the educational system sucks, Louisiana. So yeah, go on.
I was going to say pick a Republican. Everybody's got to pick one. I pick Rand Paul, and not for president. This is for my. This is for your candidate.
GOP.
So I guess there's two ways to go about this. If you want a little further guidance, you could pick one that you would like to actually be president. I think Rand Paul is my guy. He seems to really want to pull back from like foreign affairs, which I just feel every time I hear about $1 billion spent here and $300 million to this country, I'm like,
sure,
God, we need infrastructure, you know? Like, let's get the roads and bridges. Let's invest that money here.
Spaghetti Junction.
More Spaghetti Junction. That shit costs tens of millions of dollars. So I would pick Rand Paul. And if I just want one for laughs, it's gotta be Donald Trump, because he can't win, but he will say some ridiculous shit if you put him on that national stage.
If I have to pick a GOP, it's also going to be Rand Paul, like legitimate candidate, because everyone else on this list is just a joke, for lack of a better term. Mike Huckabee, Bobby Jindal, fucking Rick Perry, Rick Santorum,
Huckabee
Donald
especially,
Trump, Jeb Bush, Chris Christie. They're all jokes. And to win it all, it would be Clinton, because
Christie was way ahead in the polls if you go back to like just
couple years
post
ago.
Hurricane Sandy.
Yeah.
Right after that, when he like makes the appearance with Obama, then Obama wins the presidential reelection.
They found out he wasn't a crook and a piece of shit.
Yeah. You got him with Obama like crossing the gap between Republican and Democrat in that time when all the Republicans were like kind of like, don't fucking do that.
I like the
Chris.
way he talks too. I like that Chris Christie. Like, he speaks in kind of a plain, direct, almost aggressive manner. He doesn't pussyfoot around questions. He lets you know where he stands. It doesn't mean I love the guy. I mean, he's really a crook, and
he's a real piece of shit. I used to like him.
He's a real piece of shit.
Is he a crook, or is he?
Yeah,
or
crook's not
the
ideal.
bridge thing, the way he handles marijuana laws over there.
His expense report.
His expense report is fucking hilarious. Like 300,000 or something from food alone. Or like
I don't care about any of that.
His
See,
budget.
Here's the thing, though. Like we're looking for a leader, right? Like, just consider that part of his salary. The president makes like $250,000 a year right
he
now.
fucked his own state, right? Did he not? He literally fucked and saboteured his own state with the bridge thing. that's who you want as your leader?
That's
I don't
not
feel like-
literally fucking. That would involve digging a hole.
He fucked the bridge, Woody.
No.
They thought it was a beached whale. It was Chris Christie naked at 2 a.m.
He made a hole. He put the auto blow in there. And he did
So
his-
so I'm not terribly well educated on the whole Bridgegate thing, but if I remember correctly, he was trying to exert some political pressure on another another politician or another person in government somewhere.
mayor,
You're
I think,
close.
in a
Here,
city.
I can do
He's
this
trying to
better.
exert pressure on this person, and go ahead.
Yeah, it wasn't exerting political pressure. It was political payback. So he had just been reelected as governor, and there was a mayor or a district that didn't support him during his reelection. So to make that politician and those people suffer, he shut down and there's like big traffic jams in New Jersey every day, and he shut down the number of tolls that people who came from that town would have access to. Basically, he put the bottleneck on that town and fucked him. And he did it specifically because he didn't have enough votes from those guys as a retaliatory measure. And
Well, I don't like that, and so yeah. But I don't think it makes him. I still think he's at the top of the list of Republicans. I mean, you look at some of the Huckabee. Huckabee would be a problem. Huckabee would try to take some of your freedoms away. You can't have somebody like Huckabee get in there. Someone who's all the way to the right with the crazy Christianity.
The Republicans
stuff.
don't see themselves as big government on these social issues, but that's how I see them.
Yeah, I fear them. I'm worried about you get a guy like Huckabee in there. He's just a few steps away from starting to stone homosexuals in the streets. He'd probably like that if you asked him, and he'd answer. If you got him drunk, he'd be like, "Yeah, I've already figured out how it'd work, right?" One guy
to the Castro district.
One guy would have the soft rock. And he said nobody would know for sure if they actually killed him, and there'd be a whole thing. No, you can't trust those people. I feel like Rand Paul. Rand Paul's a pretty smart guy. The only thing about his policies that there's one thing that always stood out is kind of bugged me. He's pro-life. Well, how's he gonna fix that? It's the appointment of one of the most important things that a president does, a U.S. president, is appoint Supreme Court justices. So as a lot of people know, we recently legalized gay marriage, and that was because of a really close vote, 5-4 or something like that. 3-4.
No, it was 5-4.
5-4, because that's
5-4 on the gay thing, 6-3 on the Obamacare thing.
Yeah. So whoever's president nominates who they want to go in there, and they might pick a more conservative or a more liberal judge, depending on who's the president. Huckabee would put someone in there in that lifetime appointment, and it would be affecting us for decades to come. You don't want that. You want someone with common sense who's not a psycho putting the people in there. You can't have a super left guy or a super right guy determining who the Supreme Court justices are. Otherwise, you're going to take steps backwards. That's how you end up, overturning abortion laws and stuff like that when you really fuck up the Supreme Court. So hopefully we don't take any steps backwards and keep moving forward like we are right now.
If I had to pick a Republican, it might be Rand Paul, because he seems a little... I really like their foreign policy. I am done with the foreign intervention stuff. So done with it. If the United States was really in a prolonged super war... I think our economy would be the big thing, right? I would like to produce things at home. I would like to have an infrastructure. I would like to have manufacturing and tech jobs here. I think that is how you win stuff. That is how you win the long game here. You don't just fucking go to war and dump money into short-term stuff. So yeah, Rand Paul, I like him because he doesn't want to freaking intervene all over the world. If I needed a real president...
Now, I'll cut in real quick. It says on that list, possible, hasn't decided yet. I would like Joe Biden to throw his name in the hat and run for the Democrats. I really like that. And I think he would be a real contender against Hillary, because right now I don't think anyone is going to pull any votes away from Hillary.
I don't know.
A couple things.
He's got so many gaffes. He's such a goofball. He bombed that somewhere along the way. He's bad at public speaking almost. You know what I mean?
I don't give a crap about his gas. The fact that he said Obamacare was a really big fucking deal doesn't bother me at all.
That doesn't bother me at all. He's done goofy stuff.
Can you name one?
He slaughters people in interviews. Do you remember the fucking was it Rand Paul? No, it wasn't Rand Paul. Paul Ryan.
Do you mean debates?
It was a very close debate.
Oh,
that
it
was
totally
close.
wasn't.
No,
No.
I remember I remember that specifically. I was in Louisville, Kentucky that night, and I watched it on television. And the next day, I listened to all the commentary, looking over it
From
and
local radio?
No, not from local. National radio, NPR and stuff like that. And everyone thought it was a very close one, but they all gave the nod over to Ryan. And I remember there was a specific
Ryan or Biden.
Biden. But I remember there was a specific thing in there that like Biden nailed him on, and everybody like called that the real like
the turning point.
The turning point.
Yeah.
And without that, it would have been dead even. And it was just like I don't know how like you pick like this would be a better leader. He got a zinger in there. Like why don't we just get comedians up there like. Get the guys who do the Comedy Central roast to go up there and debate. Like
I'm fine with that.
But yeah,
Ellie's up there.
I like Biden most of the Democrats on the list. I'm interested in this Bernie Sanders thing. Like on one hand, he's not as well financed. He certainly wasn't as nationally famous, and I get a lot of my news through the filter of the internet, which tends to be, nuts about these tiny candidates. But like Bernie Sanders is drawing the biggest crowds of any presidential candidate right now.
Yeah.
Bigger than Hillary, bigger than any Republican.
Now, I read that. They said, and the quote said something like, he raised a crowd of 9,500 to 10,000 people, the biggest crowd of the campaign. Now, was that the biggest crowd of his campaign or the biggest crowd of the campaign?
I forget what I read exactly, but I read it as he's drawn the biggest crowd.
I feel like it was written to make you think that.
He's going to get the youth vote, though. I believe that. Like, do you really think tens of thousands of people are going to come see Hillary Clinton?
I don't know.
Not at this time.
I just noticed the way it was written. It wasn't very ambiguous. It was a bit ambiguous, I thought, the way it was written. Because it said he draws the biggest crowd of the campaign. But he didn't say, like, bigger crowd than any other candidate, which would seemingly be a better way to word it. Or less.
Here's how MSNBC worded it. Bernie Sanders draws biggest crowd of any 2016 candidate yet.
Oh,
yeah, all right. Cool deal.
Yeah, I believe it, too. He's going to get that young vote like Obama did when running against Hillary.
It's easy to pick who's not winning, right? I can sit here and say Bernie Sanders won't win and probably be right. I could say that about any one of these guys. I could tell you next year, the New England Patriots probably won't win, even though they're always awesome. I sometimes I feel like know-it-alls are like, that guy doesn't have a chance. Yeah, I could say that against Hillary. She probably won't be president either. Most of these guys probably won't, but one of them will be.
I'll take a $5 bet on that. I bet Hillary is president. I'll take that bet. Let's do a bet right now. Who do you think? All right.
Okay. Let's do this.
Who wants to know the odds?
Democrat, GOP, and then president. We'll do that.
Here's the bet you just signed up for. You take Hillary. I take the rest.
Oh, that's no fun.
That was my point.
I have the Vegas.
Well, let's have fun with it. Let's do a real bet.
Like, sure. No, my whole point was I can pick any one of these and say that they probably won't be president. Hillary probably won't be. And you said, I'll take that bet. I don't know who's going to be president. I'm just saying that a lot of guys who naysay these people and then act so smart afterwards.
Unrelated. I'm trying to just have a fun bet here. You pick a
Jeb
Democrat,
Bush is
GOP,
10 to
and then
3?
a president.
I got the odds here from Vegas.
You can have the odds.
Link them.
I bet Jeb Bush takes he'd be my GOP pick.
It's awesome that Vegas has betting odds on this. You can literally bet on it?
Yeah. So I see over in the 1,000 to 1 range, we got Kim Kardashian. Now I think you should take that bet. All right, that's 1,000 to 1. Alec Baldwin is. There's some celebrities here.
Hillary Clinton is
Arnold Schwarzenegger's 150 to 1, and he's not even eligible.
He's not born here.
Some of these are silly. But Hillary Clinton, look at those odds. It's basically even odds, Hillary Clinton.
Yeah. And Jeb Bush is next. Yeah, that would be my pick. Jeb Bush would be GOP, Hillary Clinton, Democrat, and Hillary Clinton wins the whole thing.
Bernie Sanders is 5th. Above Rand Paul. That's interesting to me.
18 to 1.
Marco Rubio's got 8 to 1. That's interesting.
Joe Biden 33 to 1. John Kerry 40 to 1.
Announced.
Condoleezza Rice at 40 to 1. Interesting. Bobby Jindal only 40 to 1 when you got somebody like some of these ridiculous.
All of them are. Like I love Mitt Romney's in here too.
Hey, Mitt's I feel like why not, right?
Can Joe Biden win at this point? Like I feel like Hillary's already raising, I'm going to get my numbers wrong, but like millions or hundreds of millions or tens of millions or something. Hillary's getting all that money. It's crazy. And she had so many people donate $1, so it looked like she had more small dollar campaigns. Like she's pumping up her numbers by getting $1 donations, whereas someone like Bernie Sanders is getting $40 donations, which is interesting. Like because there's lots of $40 donations. There's a lot of people who really want to make a difference who aren't super rich, whereas Hillary's getting millions and one. But I don't know. Maybe can Bernie win? My whole point with the rant about you can choose anyone to lose. Bernie, he's drawing the biggest crowds. He's attracting a lot of money. Is this not how things start? Isn't this how things gather steam?
Maybe. We'll see. Time will tell. I don't know much about the guy. From what I've read, he seems like a bit of a socialist.
Yeah, he calls himself a democratic socialist. He's for a single payer system. He's far to the left of any of the other candidates. It seems like I like a progressive income tax. I feel like, when you have a lot of money, you can pay more in taxes. Even as a percentage, you can pay more. I think flat taxes are really rough on the people at the bottom. And Bernie Sanders, though, like he's so extreme. It seems like he wants to do a wealth tax, like just take away all the money you've saved. And at that point, it's like, well, fuck, that's not fair. Like all my life, they're telling me to save, to not buy iced tea at lunch or whatever. And then finally, there's fuck it, we're just taking it from you and giving it to someone who was less responsible. That's not fair.
We have to pay. I don't know. Isn't that double? Because either depending on what IRA, you either pay the tax when you deposit into it, or like an RFA or whatever, you pay when you pull out of it later, right?
He seems to want to pay. Like it seems like he's talking about a net worth tax. And that's crap. And I'm not just saying that selfishly. I think it's wrong for the nation to say, if you save,
if you're successful, double down. Not
just successful, but if there's a success penalty at that point. When they start taxing your net worth, there's a success penalty, and I think it's too far. We looking at Ronda Rousey now? There's a better topic.
I was just sharing that picture. I thought her dress is so tight you can see her belly button. I thought that was hot. But there's this here. I also looked at the odds of which party would win, and it's even odds on a Republican. 8-11 on Democrat, which doesn't make quite that much sense. 50 to, I guess, because the Independent throws a.
No.
I don't know. I don't know Patty Power. That might be a silly site. But Ronda looks amazing. I always thought Ronda's good looks were overblown.
Yeah, she's not that pretty.
Totally. I don't think she's ever. I've never looked at her and go, wow, she's smoking.
People act like
a lot of the people she's fought are way hotter.
She's good looking for someone who beats people up. That's all.
Yeah,
no doubt about it. I find her I find her butterface. If I only saw her from if I saw her from
she's not a butterface. Okay,
so
look
harsh.
At the one on the left. Look at the one on the left. That's not a butterface.
On the left, she looks good there. But if I saw her from the chin up, I think she was way fatter than she really is.
Like what? 10 pounds fatter? No heifer with that face.
She weighs 135 pounds.
On weighing day. No.
You're fattest. There's no way. There's no butterface here.
God damn it. I need to find more pictures now.
You need to find the bad angle of her that makes her look fat, She's pre-fat. Are you going to call Ronda Rousey pre-fat? Would you?
Guarantee you she's going to be fat when she's older. That's a lock. Her mom's fat too. Well, and her mom was also a pro judo person or whatever. See, a lot of these are from weigh-in day or they're photoshopped.
Her mom was a judo person?
Yeah, her mom was elite judo something or other.
I think she's pretty, but she's not a butterface.
No.
And I'm seeing some here where she doesn't look that great, but in the majority, she looks pretty good.
A lot, or even.
This is what she really looks like. So I've seen a lot of Ronda Rousey. I follow UFC at a stupid level. I watched every interview of every fighter or whatever. This is what she looks like. Is she ugly? No. Maybe Butterface wasn't perfect, but she doesn't have cheekbones. She's got kind of a puffy thing going on. She's not. Maybe it's her jawline. Maybe that's what it is.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's a jawline thing because there's no butterface here. This looks like a cute girl's face. That's it.
Not to me. To me, she's too puffy. There's no definition. She needs cheekbones and jawlines. That's what makes it. That's what beauty is.
And an Adam's apple, right?
Yeah. So so when you grab her face, you got something to really hold on tight to.
She just had a little stubble right here.
I know an interesting thing about Ronda Rousey's nose. it doesn't break. Like her nose, you know, if you press your nose, it kind of hurts or whatever, and you could almost imagine how it could break. Her nose is so like bendable that you can punch it all you want and nothing bad happens. Like
That's
you
not
can.
true.
It is, and then I saw her
right on the bridge. Do it
I've
right
seen
here.
it. Well, I don't know that it's impossible to hurt her, but she has a nose that really bends over like more than a regular nose, and I've seen her do this in more than one interview. She was talking to like Conan or Jimmy Fallon or something, and she's like, "Yeah, you can touch it," and they're just like, and there's a total like, "Wow, like your nose folds down into nothing if you want." And she's like, "Yeah, I think it actually helps with MMA a bit." So like, and she's never had a bloody nose or anything.
Full
like
cartilage nose. That's all it is.
Interesting.
Something, yeah, but
It's like a tiny nose.
it does, yeah. In this picture, especially if you're looking at the same one, she has a nose that's like, it's like a weeble wobble, right? It wobbles but it doesn't fall down.
It's very narrow.
It just you can punch it and it bounces right back. She's got a very punchable nose.
You could break her nose.
I think she would break mine. I think that's
well, I mean, the scenario would be her tied to a chair and you just.
In a scenario like that, I'd do much better.
Well, we're gonna set up the odds just right for you, Wings of Redemption style.
Control the engagement.
I got my mag light. It's dark. Shine her in the eyes with it. Give her the shine, and then
we're gonna make some teeth soup. That was the one. That was the thing.
Teeth soup.
Teeth soup. Yeah, you take a mag light, you smash their teeth out, you get teeth soup.
That's rough.
That's awful.
I did. It was on the show.
Teeth soup.
Maybe you weren't there for that one.
I don't approve of that at all.
Yeah, a lot of my
anyone's teeth mag lights. So did we not want to take a bet for fun? No.
Bet on what?
Or did we already kind of do that? Like you picked your GOP. Who you think is going to win, not who you think you like. I guess
I think it's too far away to start betting now. I'm willing to later, like when we actually know a little more. But right now, here's Ronda Rousey. Is it brunette? That doesn't look good.
What are we looking at?
Is this? Oh, I'm sorry. It's not her. That's Gina Carano.
Oh, Gina Carano. So Gina Carano is beautiful, and I remember they accused Dana White of only creating the women's division because Ronda Rousey's so hot. Yeah, Gina Carano is she's as hot as any woman can.
She's got such a masculine jawline.
Dude,
she does. It's squared.
Linker. How come everyone's looking at the link but me?
Well, I had to Google it. Oh my God, she's got a big. She has a big bone structure too. This is a big chick.
So how come you're not providing links?
I mean, it's just Google.
You're looking at links.
Yeah, here, take a pic. Look at all of them.
All right.
She's a big woman with a big square jaw.
I see a little stubble too. I see what you're saying here. Like, look, all right, on that link,
her smirking with the red tank top one.
Yeah, right.
Here, look
at her
that
mustache.
jawline. Yeah, she's even got some sideburn stubble here. You can see right there. It's a little gray, you know.
Oh, and they said he was only 30% gay, or was it 26%?
30%. So inaccurate.
She's got such a masculine jawline.
Like, look at her.
All these pictures are unflattering. You want to talk about pre-fat? She's got a double chin going on in a lot of these pictures too.
Double chin. She actually did have a hard time making weight.
Dude, all these pictures when she smiles, just her fucking jaw is so defined and squared.
I see her dressed up as Wonder Woman in a lot of these.
She could totally grow a happy trail in this picture. I'm convinced of it.
Oh wow! Look at her ass though. Jesus.
You see the one in
the black and white.
Scroll down until she's wearing like reindeer antlers and she's wearing like lingerie with her ass toward the camera. That's a great one.
Reindeer antlers and lingerie.
Yeah, you just look for her ass.
I'm struggling here.
Seeing like rando pictures.
It's Shucky Ducky Quack Quack. Maybe, let me see if this is a direct. Yeah, here we go. Here's a direct link.
I don't know. Her dressed up as like an SS officer.
Like that.
Shucky Ducky Quack Quack.
Oh, this one right here?
Damn.
Yeah, that's a booty.
I feel like she's got a camel toe in the one right below it.
Let me zoom in.
Yeah, it's hard to see.
A little bit.
But yeah, anyway, they were asking Dana White if they're like, is the only reason he started the women's division because Ronda Rousey was hot? And he's like, no, look at Gina Carano. She was like the champ before Rousey. You know, she's hot. And Yeah. But now she has like a Hollywood career. I think Hollywood
She's very hot.
is both more profitable and easier.
Certainly not getting punched in the face.
Yeah, you know, I had this notion that pro fighters didn't mind getting punched in the face or were never scared or they were cool with it. They're really not. Like again and again, like it. Dude, there was this thing with Brendan Schraub. He does a podcast, but he's a UFC fighter, Big Brown, and he was backstage with GSP, and GSP is like scared to death before his fights. GSP is one of the people in the conversation for the greatest fighter of all time. And he's like, I don't know why I do this. I don't want to go out there. This is so scary. Like, this is horrible. I'm panicked. And, you know, he's just like, this is the worst job anyone's ever had. Like, I didn't know pro fighters felt like that. A lot of them do. You know, Chael Sonnen would talk about that. Are you ready? Are you ready? He's like, I'm never ready. I don't want to do it. It's like, I'm next, but I'm not ready.
I don't want to... Sorry, I totally am interrupting right now. But did you know there's a resupply mission to the ISS about to happen in 12 minutes? It's about to launch. It's on Ustream.
A resupply mission?
Yeah, like to the ISS. Here's a link.
Oh, ISS. I'm hearing ISIS. I'm like, why are we supplying ISIS? This is terrible.
Well, we kind of did already once before, so it wouldn't be that weird if we did it again, you know. But this is about to happen in like 10 minutes. It's going to take off. Monumental episode for the 4th of July as this comes out on the 4th of July.
So Total Biscuit taking a jab at Frankie on PC now.
Ooh, what is he saying?
Here, I'll link you to his tweet that links to his video.
I bet it's a 25-minute video if I had to watch it.
I know we're right in the middle of something, but that ran across my news feed.
Counter-Strike.
SoundCloud?
Lies and videotape.
An audio blog.
How long is this? 15 minutes.
Yeah, maybe later.
Yeah, maybe later. Yeah, there was a movie a long time ago when I was young called Sex, Lies, and Videotape. So I assume Counter-Strike Lies and Videotape is a play on that.
That would make sense. A reference only the demographic of 40-year-olds. He would.
So
I got that one too.
What he did is he filed a copyright claim on this guy. Now let's talk about copyright claims. They're so tricky. Maybe this is boring, but in the meantime, we'll have this
NASA broadcast.
This NASA broadcast going.
Yeah.
Here's the deal. If you monetize content, then copyright claims are usually legit. You know, if you're doing it for free, then this fair use thing carries. It's a lot easier to claim fair use if you don't have a monetized video. If it is monetized, then a lot of the fair use stuff kind of erodes away. But another test, let's say that you're willing to pass a higher bar, and it's a judgment call, so it's not like you can just like nail it. If you're willing to still go after it, the higher bar that is for monetized comment, and one of the things is it has to be transformative, and what that means is like if I show an FPS Russia video and it's the funny part about my video, then I didn't really change it, you know. But if I'm talking about like proper gun technique or like criticizing the way he holds it, or maybe if his is just sort of B-roll, or if I'm talking about a greater issue and he just has like some footage that like informs it, then that becomes fair use, possibly. If I didn't monetize, then I'd almost have a solid case.
But even that will always be up for the interpretation of some sort of a human being at the end of the day, who could lean either way depending on a variety of factors, and sometimes it's just opinion.
Yeah, and that opinion is heavily swayed when it's monetized or not. I have no idea if Louder's video is monetized. I'm not sure, but if you use now, it was transformative. Like Frankie on PC's video, I think was like, "Hey, look, I got good at b-hopping," and then this guy, you know, was, I guess, kind of, I saw the guy's video on a Facebook thing. He kind of was teaching what b-hopping was and why he thought that it was scripted. To me, it passed the transformative test.
Same here.
Mm-hmm. You know, if I make, yeah. So,
well, the thing is, the one that I use is, no one was watching Louder's video because they wanted to see some Frankie footage, right?
Yeah. Right.
Yeah, that wasn't it. It just wasn't it. No. And that's where that comes into play, if you ask me.
Yeah.
Yeah,
10% of the video had Frankie footage, and it was
That's
used
another
to
thing,
talk
too.
about it for the other 90%.
Yeah,
and it was in no way entertaining. There was no entertainment value to the footage of Frankie's that he showed. It was
No audio
strictly
either, too.
It was more. It was like proof. It was like, look, here's
Yeah.
what this guy's doing, and here's why I think it's cheating.
If it makes up a small percentage of your video, then that is a thing too. You know.
But I think the important thing that you need to know is, like, did Frankie click the button and file the complaint, or was it an automated thing, or was it his fans? Like, how did that actually happen? Like did he click the button and file the claim, or not?
Yeah, because I've been accused of flagging a lot of videos, and some guys even say, like, I'm a well-known flagger. Like, they just lay it out as fact. And it's not really true. I've only flagged one video once ever, and it was Keemstar because, you know, actually I can tell you why it was, because he was picking on Wings, and Wings asked for help. So I flagged Keemstar's video because he used my footage, and, you know, whatever. Somebody at YouTube looked at it. A human did. I know,
And they agreed.
And they agreed, yeah, because it's I forget what it is. There's algorithms that do some flagging, but this was a link to an
Content ID system.
The content
Flagging.
ID system.
Yeah, that'll do the flagging.
This was not an automated flag system. It was a link to an off-site video on Twitch, and the human looked at it and confirmed that it was bad. But whatever. His whole channel was shut down a few days later, so it didn't really matter. That had nothing to do with me. But yeah. Anyway, Frankie's being accused of this, and I just take it with a grain of salt because I know how many times I've been accused of flagging videos when I only did it once.
Doesn't help he was actually cheating. Granted, that's not, as we discussed privately, that's no admission of guilt if he did flag the video. But
Yeah,
it certainly
totally
doesn't help
isn't.
him. It doesn't help him, though, in the public's opinion, that he is guilty.
Talk
of
about
something.
censorship. This is Streisand effect. I don't think we'd be talking about it if it was just something. It wasn't
Right.
until
if it was just us reporting, oh, Frankie cheated, like we wouldn't give any fucks. It would not have been as big news. It was the fact that there's a possibility of him censoring the fact that he was cheating, and somebody brought awareness to it.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Are either of you watching anything in particular on Netflix and whatnot? That would,
I've ran out of content on Netflix. I kind of want to watch. I saw there was this this new show called Ascension that I think is a Netflix original.
Yes. No. That came out on.
What's
either
Frankie's
CBS.
name? I want to Frankie on PC in 1080p.
Just,
In
just
1080p.
search for just search for that. You'll find it. So Ascension was either CBS or NBC, one of those network shows, and I've wanted to watch it. I'm glad Netflix has it now, though. But the concept alone sounds super cool. Did you read it, Kyle?
Yeah, they're on like 100-year space mission or something like that. Like it's like
Right.
a generational ship.
Yeah, so it's 100 years to get to where they're going from Earth or whatever. The first generation has died off, and the second generation will never make it there. The third generation will land on this new planet, and this is the story about the second generation of people that have had no home planet to start from, and they'll never have a home planet to land on. They're strictly living their entire lives on this ship, and it's supposed to be really crazy and interesting. So I'm looking forward to that.
Oh, we lost the video. I just look, Frankie on PC in 1080p is losing subs, but not much. He typically gains 2,000 to 4,000 a day, which is stellar. That is a
pretty
very
amazing.
successful YouTuber. 2,000 to
What's his
4,000 a
sub
day
count?
is great. 2.5 million roughly.
Yeah,
but today,
that's strong.
So
instead of gaining 2,000 or 4,000, he lost 28. But that's whatever. That'll blow over.
yeah, it appears now he definitely did do the takedown, though he is now claiming that one of his channel moderators did it, which is, as it says here, that's conveniently impossible to prove one way or another. I don't know what else there is to read here.
I want to flip your thing back on.
He has channel moderators. Yeah, Kyle, you got to turn your camera on.
Oh, I was reading that thing. Yeah, I guess he does. I think I've got a couple on mine.
You have channel
two different-
moderators too?
Two, just so that more than one person can get in there. I do that with
Censor.
everything. So there's a backup to a backup.
I don't have any channel moderators.
Somehow my Facebook got somewhat hacked recently, so it was like sharing all these like spammy messages, and I think we got a handle on that, but I'm not sure because they weren't posting stuff. It was like sharing stuff. It was more like a bot was doing it. It was bizarre. So yeah.
So we are 4 minutes from launch. Kinda
Are you
psyched for
watching
this.
anything on Netflix or TV wise? What do you finished Daredevil?
I finished Daredevil. I thought it was fine. I didn't quite share the super hype that other people got, but
That everybody else got.
Yes, I don't know.
Doesn't help that you stretched it out over, I don't know, 2 months.
That was Jackie's fault, but yeah. I finished Orange is the New Black, and I liked that. I thought Orange is the New Black was good.
Anybody want to give me odds that this rocket doesn't make it?
Why would it not? It's a NASA rocket. It's not a Elon Musk rocket.
Oh, so you should give me good odds then. What odds would you give me on a $10 bet?
That it doesn't make it?
That it doesn't make it.
So what doesn't make it? It just doesn't launch tonight?
It doesn't launch. It explodes. It goes off track. I don't know. It hits the International Space Station and everybody dies. Like this mission is a failure.
I'll give you 5 to 1.
5 to 1.
Yeah, I was thinking 10, but I don't want to pay that much. I'll give you 5 to 1.
So $50 versus $10. Oh.
On a 5.
25 versus 5.
Yeah.
How long do they launch? How long till launch?
It says in 2 minutes it's supposed to. It says 12.
All right, yeah, I'll do $5.
Okay.
At 5 to 1.
You wanted all this? You watched a couple space rockets.
Dude, I just watched the SpaceX one blow
Those don't
up.
count. That's what I said. Not an Elon Musk rocket. All right.
You get
so
excited, right? Just your camera's not working for me. Can you turn it on and off?
Yours isn't working for me either. All right.
Neither of yours are working for me.
Really? Well. I can see mine at the bottom.
Me too. Mine coming. We'll wait and see.
We'll give it a minute. Like it was like, oh look, here's a company that's proving that NASA's just wasting money on all their checks and balances, and they're going to do space flight so much cheaper and better, and they're going to bring in the era of commercial space flight, and it's going to be fantastic. And then it blows up like time and time again. These
3 times now.
I
it doesn't blow up, it just doesn't take off or
or they're like, hey, look, we reached space, and it's not much to it. Like all they did is shoot like a fucking bottle rocket into like lower space that didn't go anywhere.
Well, how many NASA failures did they have when they started, and even in the mid-life cycle of NASA? Let's be real, there's dozens.
I mean, we lost a shuttle not that long ago, like 2003 or something.
Yeah. Did we lose a shuttle in 2003?
Yeah, everybody died.
Right. Yeah, I remember that.
Columbus or Columbia, one of the C ones. It was.
It was after 9/11, and I feared, just like everyone, like, did the terrorists do this? And everyone's like, no.
I never thought.
The shuttle was going 200,000 miles an hour at the time. There's no like you can't shoot a shuttle down. No, that wasn't how it went down.
8,600 RPGs fired at once trying to hit it.
And then I never knew if they were lying. Like there was a jet that crashed in New York City shortly after 9/11. And like it hit like a regular apartment building. People claimed they saw missiles like reaching up to the jet, and everyone was like, nope, not a terrorist attack. It wasn't. And I'm like, well, would you tell me if it was? I think you might be lying. Yeah. I wonder if I can. Does anyone remember this?
No, all I can remember is the exact scenario with the plane that went down in Pennsylvania, which that one I'd bet money on was shot down, just given the evidence. That's that. I don't know if there's other non-9/11 flight that went down shortly after. It rings a bell, but not the theory of it being shot down. I do remember another plane going down.
American Airlines Flight 587. It crashed in Queens, a borough of New York City, shortly after takeoff. All 260 people on board were killed, along with 5 people on the ground. It's the second deadliest aviation incident in New York State. The second deadly, whatever. It took 2 months and 1 day after September 11th. Yeah, so I'm definitely mostly right with these facts. And I wish they could say... I remember on TV, there were a fair amount of people who said that they saw the missile reach up and hit it. Now, oh, shucks, the thing's launching on the side.
Oh, let's see. Oh, there it goes. All right.
I remember on the people that
please explode.
Oh, Jesus.
But people say crazy things and they make mistakes, and you can see things that maybe something shot down from it and they mixed it up and thought it shot up to it. I don't know, but I also think it's crazy.
We're watching history being made
here
with this resupply.
349 people gave accounts of what they saw, because it happened right over New York. About half of them reported a fire or explosion before the plane hit the ground. Others said they saw a wing detach from the aircraft, when in fact it was the vertical stabilizer. Some witnesses reported seeing one of the engines burst into flames and break off the plane. Others reported a loud sound like a sonic boom. There's a lot of people who like...
All of these are normal. You know, you would hear that if it just was taking off and an engine exploded, I think you would hear a sonic crack.
So the vertical stabilizer, I assume that's the thing on the tail.
That's the tail, yeah.
Yeah, but they saw a wing detach, but maybe it was a stabilizer. Some people saw the engine burst into flames before it crashed.
Sounds like a lot of unreliable eyewitnesses if it, like 3 different components of the plane are breaking. Unless the theory is...
blow up!
Jesus Christ.
Oh, what's that? Is that good?
It's what good? It's just going up. Kyle's like,
she's smoking! She's smoking!
Meanwhile, everyone in the ISS is like, oh, please, God, get through the atmosphere.
Yeah.
Please.
It would be very embarrassing if this failed right after SpaceX.
Why is there
I'm
no
sure,
GoPro on this thing? Why isn't there a GoPro on the head of this thing?
I'm sure they want to be able to be like, oh, like they can't do their thing, but watch us do ours.
We should talk about fear crowds for a second.
Should we? I mean, we haven't brought it up at all this whole time. Unless you have him in the thing.
No, I just want. He's on the layout on the background.
Oh,
so
right.
Fear Crads was expected to be our guest. Chiz reached out to him several times today and said, you coming? He's like, oh, is that tonight? Yeah. He was going to cancel plans, I guess, with a girlfriend or something to make sure that that he could make the show. And we were under the impression that he was making the show right up until it was go time, and then
we waited an hour.
Yeah, we actually waited an hour. We started an hour late, and he just didn't make it, so we started without him. And I don't know what the scoop is. Normally, when they're strangers, I drag their name through the mud for missing the show. Hodor, bitch, Chris Hansen, whatever.
Yes, it's mugs.
He did get us makeup mugs, so I appreciate that.
That was the third-party guy in the middle of the Chris Hansen.
It was the lie that bugged me the most, right? The whole he's stuck in traffic.
But that wasn't Chris Hansen emailing me. That was a guy who was later removed from the dealings with Chris Hansen because of said situation.
Right.
That told me that.
So, okay, Chris Hansen's guy, drug his name through the mud then. But Fear Crads I actually like quite a bit, and I've talked to him and stuff. So for all I know, he was...
Got into a car accident.
Yeah, he has some very valid excuse to miss this thing, and
we'll get him on again. I really wanted to have him on because he's been doing. I'm just curious what he's been doing after like not competitive, but he was a guy whose career was built on amazing gameplay. And I know he's been doing like a lot of online poker and stuff like that, and streaming the poker and stuff like that. And I'm curious like how that's been going for him and whatnot, or what's he doing.
I watched his last video in preparation for PKA, and it's all about like. I'm kind of done with COD. I don't know if he did or if he was talking about removing like 1,000 COD videos on his channel, like all his history. Mm-hmm. And he basically said, like I have an interest in being in like marketing or social media. And while you might think that having 1,000 videos on YouTube is a good thing, it turns out like 1,000 videos of one game would actually make me less attractive to a potential person. So he was thinking about removing them all, and he was really excited about streaming. Like he had streamed a couple days in a row, 8 hours in a stretch, and people really liked him. And he's like, I gained 2,000 followers, in some time. Followers or sub, I get it mixed up. And so I guess he's still doing the streaming thing.
Yeah, he's been streaming for a long time. I feel like he's been doing that way harder than making video content. And like I said, he mainly streams poker and stuff.
YouTube's in an interesting spot. I mean, we talked earlier in the show about how Craigslist took down eBay, kind of, sort of, and how MySpace got taken down by Facebook, and how Reddit is primed to be taken down by something. 4chan, I don't know. But maybe not 4chan. Anyway.
Yeah, I was going to bring up 4chan earlier, but I can't speak on. I've literally never been to 4chan, so I was going to ask you guys. But I was like, isn't that kind of another Reddit without like the forum posting ability? It's sharing content anonymously and stuff.
The UI on 4chan, I think, is almost intentionally bad to keep.
I was also going to ask, like, does anyone know? Like, is there a body behind 4chan? Like,
there's a guy. The 4chan people hate him too. I think his name is Mook. And he like made the deadly sin of censoring at one time, and the 4chan people are way more sensitive.
I wouldn't want to piss those off. I wouldn't want to piss the 4chan people off.
But anyway, what was I saying? It was about Fear Creds, and then somehow a thing came up. Oh, Twitch. I wonder if Twitch can take away gaming from YouTube, if they haven't already. You know, right now it's kind of shared, but are we
Well,
seeing
YouTube's
a
also doing
change?
that thing. They made that announcement that they're doing YouTube Gaming or whatever.
They
and
were too
making
late.
Hardcore.
YouTube,
Of course they're too late.
YouTube fucked up. So YouTube hated gamers. Like back when I was going hard in the gaming space, YouTube hated gamers. There was no spot for gamers on the front page. They didn't seem to like us. They were always like policing us. Everybody miscategorized. I remember we had DeStorm on the show, right? And DeStorm, if people don't know him, he was a super big YouTuber, still is, great YouTuber, whatever. I don't want to hurt anyone's feelings. But he was bigger than any of us at the time, and he was like, yeah, education on Fridays, that's my category. Everybody knows, you know, that's when I upload to education on Fridays. And he would take a front page spot with like rap videos or just, you know, like old school YouTube stuff. And but a gamer miscategorizes, and all of a sudden it's this big problem. Why? YouTube hated gamers. They took us off the front page. They found flaws in the way that YouTube gamers were doing things that they didn't have a problem with anybody else doing. They went extra hard against gamers. And now, you know, they wanted to buy Twitch for $1 billion. They're going hard trying to compete with Twitch now, soon. Like, now they wish they had gaming.
Did that ever be confirmed? Because I mean, Amazon paid $1 billion for Twitch. I feel like if the bids were the same, they'd have went with Google.
I forget what the complication was that stopped it from happening. Did they turn down the bid, or it got rejected somehow, or I forget what the deal was. But anyway, $1 billion they wanted in Twitch, and then they couldn't get it, so now they're going at it on their own. It seems like their hate for gamers turned out to be a serious miscalculation, and now they're wishing they still had them. If they liked gamers, one, they would have been more gamer friendly, and two, they would have had better streaming services earlier on.
I don't blame Google for that though. YouTube and Google, although Google owns YouTube, YouTube can't buy anyone to like whatever YouTube does in terms of gaming. I don't know how much the higher ups at Google have over there and put their hands in there. You know,
YouTube can buy anyone. YouTube could. Of
course,
dude. All YouTube needs to do is have.
YouTube doesn't make any money.
Dude, make a better CPM system, and
that's the thing. YouTube literally doesn't make money to break even.
Yeah, breaks even. Right.
Yeah.
But I guess I just wanted to say, YouTube pissed off the gamers. They went to Twitch, and now YouTube wishes they hadn't. So
yeah, I find that stuff interesting. How YouTube doesn't make any money for Google and stuff like that. And like Amazon and Netflix technically don't make any money. They put it back into their into buying new shit. But it's just the amount of companies that just Twitter is another one that doesn't make any money. Facebook technically is turning around now, but for the longest time, since being public and stuff, didn't make any money.
Static websites are fairly inexpensive to run, right? It's computationally expensive to build a web page on the fly and show it to somebody. I remember when we were doing Huppet Gaming. Huppet Gaming had a lot of people. It had like 2 million people a month or something like that. Unique people. It was really popular, but it was expensive to serve. We had like 3 or 4 servers doing the thing, and caching servers. It got pretty complicated in the end to deal with all the traffic that it got. And what I learned was a lot of these dynamic sites, Reddit is another example. Reddit didn't make any money, didn't go that hard at advertising and stuff, but Reddit didn't make money. A lot of these dynamic sites find that the cost to serve a page isn't that much higher than the cost to deliver a page, because it's computationally expensive. So when I hear that YouTube doesn't make any money, I think, yeah, fucking videos, like that's one of the hardest things. And talk about taking a lot of bandwidth, that's rough. And so it's not completely shocking for me to hear that it's expensive to do what YouTube does. You know, upload a video, have them re-render it for us, and then serve it to everybody. And
hundreds of hours of video, like a second.
Advertising's crazy too. Like if you buy advertising, it feels crazy expensive. Like, you know, I'd like to buy advertising for WoodyCraft and put it all over the place, but it's like, wow, you know, like to show it to 100,000 people, how many of those will actually look at it, and it's going to cost how much, and, you know, thousands. It feels expensive when you're buying stuff. Sometimes people hear about the prices that, you know, we charge to advertise on PKA, and they're like, my God, I would never. What, you know, am I sure I'm going to get all those thousands back, you know, for an ad? That's the thing. And then when you're selling advertising, though, it feels really cheap. Like, you know, it really low. And without advertising, you can't go anywhere. And it's Yeah, it's on both sides. You know, like Netflix has no ads. You just pay $8. Like it's so low.
Yeah, and they better not have any ads. There was a lot of I don't know if you know, there was a lot of pullback of the suggestion of them adding ads, quote unquote, not ads like selling against Amazon products or anything like that, but like ads for other shows that Netflix had and stuff. It's like kind of like when you go to see a movie and they have all the pre-rolls at the start, previews. You know, and people lost their shit over that. I can understand. Like, I don't want to up another $1, you know, and I'll keep paying for your service until you've got until $14.99 Netflix, and then after that, you're charging too much. That's why HBO is just ridiculous with what they want to charge for the amount of content they can deliver.
Well, how much is it really now if you get the if you've got the Apple TV?
I think it's still the same rate. They're in talks after they get out of this. All right. Well, last I heard, there's in a phase right now of 3 months. Apple has exclusivity, or you can watch it, I think, on your computer, and the rate is $15 a month. I think after that phase, last I heard, you can pay in advance and get a cheaper rate. And I think I did the math for us. Like if you buy the year, it actually comes out to being $1 less a month than if you bought Netflix every month, which I'm fine. One, I don't have to deal with a subscription service every month, and two, that's a decent value for what
HBO has pre-rolls. You watch an HBO show, yeah, they will absolutely.
But I want
advertise their other shows.
I don't mind that. You can fast forward through that shit too.
I'll deal with that too for the amount of content HBO has and the exclusive content they have. I won't deal with the Hulu situation.
I mean, I just paid. So I'm going through the entire Sopranos catalog right now with my girlfriend because she's never seen it. And
Amazon Prime, it's free.
Well, oh really? I wish I'd known that. I spent $9 on 3 episodes last night.
Yeah.
But I've got the box set, like this huge thing of all the DVDs, and so I just prefer to go through those that way because they've got all the DVD commentary, and I just like the DVDs. So and I've already got them, but I was missing 3 episodes and I had to buy them. It was $9 for 3 episods. So and you get so much. HBO's got a huge library of content, even if you just want to things like Generation Kill. All the True Blood and all that stuff. Like, there's always something to like dive into, and they've got long, well-made series. That
They've
I like
got a lot of long, well-made series, but once you finish them, like they don't
They're
seem
not, like,
to
adding
keep
the
up.
whole
Yeah, it's not coming at the rate that you want it to.
You'll get maybe 2 HBO shows a year, 3, I think. Like I look at their
pipeline. No, they do. They do more. They make a couple that are good every year. They make several a year.
But the thing is, they only can make 2 to 3 a year and then keep them going. It's like 3 shows, whereas Netflix, it's like, all right, I've got House of Cards in February, Orange is the New Black in June, Daredevil's in April, a new Marvel series will be in the fall of this year. They tried Sense8, didn't work. There's that Bloodline show, I think it did pretty well. And on top of their original content, they're getting new licenses for movies and TV shows.
And don't forget they're doing the Brad Pitt movie.
Yeah, that's. Let me talk on that. That's not. They didn't win. That's not just Netflix. They run the HBO Apple thing. They paid for the rights to get it first on Netflix. They can still have a theatrical release and stuff after that. I don't know what the time period is off the top of my head.
Well, that's better.
Is it better? They paid a stupid amount of money.
60 million, right?
I think it was like 210 million.
I think it was. No, that doesn't make any sense.
I'll look it up because it was a lot.
Like that's more than that's more than the movie cost to make.
Oh, it's supposed to make.
Oh, you're
more
right.
than it
60 million.
Yeah.
60 million. Yeah.
Yeah, but you can't pay like Netflix can't pay the. It would make more sense for Netflix to produce their own movie with Brad Pitt than to pay $220 for one with Brad Pitt. You know what I mean?
So it was 60 million for just.
I don't know.
Amount of time, but
Netflix is doing interesting things, and they're taking risks as a business, which is cool to me. Like, remember Machinima, right? Machinima had a business where it seemed like they just took a little piece of everybody's earnings, and they were supposed to be agents, like to place people in there and take a little chunk of that, and they had a business there. But then they got into content creation, and half their staff was making shows that nobody watched. Whatever. I'm not going to say they were all bad. I don't want to hurt anyone's feelings, but
Hutch and Sark did a great job, but other than that, it was real shit.
That's not an original series, though. That was just 2 hosts.
I think APL Fisher was actually really good too.
I never saw his stuff,
but that's not their original series.
Which is probably telling.
The Mortal Kombat stuff,
wasn't
Battlestar Galactica stuff. There was another one, I think, for G.I. Joe. That stuff. I think the only one they did well that actually is on Netflix is the Halo Forward Onto Dawn one or something, which I haven't watched that yet. But like, I think the very first one was a Mortal Kombat one, and it just didn't.
It seems like they spent like $8
They
million.
went through that money fast.
It seems like they spent like $8 million on that Mortal Kombat bullshit or something like that, and it's just like
when I
then they would do the
heard that they
shady
were
stuff
making
of, hey-
content. Oh, go on. Go.
Well, I
You
was
do
gonna-
it.
with that line of them producing the originals was we're gonna use all of our channel network, all right, and you can sign up and like this original show, and we'll sometimes use it to like your videos as well. That whole thing, you remember that? Like,
Yeah.
give us approval to access your account to like and
That was serious
favorite this
cocksucker
video.
shit. Like, and
so fucking shitty.
And they had so many staff that took this like moral high road when in reality they had like and favorite bots that they just like every channel in their thing represents a like and favorite.
well,
on
every
this
channel
video.
that agreed to.
Yeah, but
Right, but how many of the like tens of thousands of channels got that treatment of that? I know I didn't.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
didn't.
you're a special case. You were you were in the top 5 top dogs at the time.
I was at they just never did it. Like I'd be like, hey, I'm doing a thing like a music video or something special. I'm like, I think I'm ready. Like we should do it on this. And it was always something slow with them. Like, oh, I don't know, we're using the like and favorite bot on this video. You need to submit yours. It'll be a week from now. And I'm like, I can't. Like it's too topical. It's a week. I can't sit on that.
Yeah, they're
And
just being shitty.
they were just being shitty. And
They just didn't want to help you. That's all that's about. Because
Their
like
series were horrible.
Because like I probably shouldn't say his name, but that guy was like, oh yeah, good video when he saw it on my computer and was just like, hey, yeah, push it, yeah, network wide, yeah, now. And like I guess they were like I just imagine somebody like pulling a big switch and then it just happened. It like while we were like standing there looking at the computer. It happened.
they were just being shitty. And so anyway, they had like and favorite bots, and then I didn't like that. Like while they do that, they're also claiming moral high ground all the time. That kind of sucked, attacking YouTubers and shit. What else was I gonna say? So Machinima was producing content, and it seemed to me like an obvious mistake. But Netflix is producing content, and it seems like a genius move. Like their content's actually working and enhancing their platform. If they were just a bunch of old movies, Netflix wouldn't be what Netflix is.
But the problem is, right, it's Machinima. It's the gaming network, right? Every gaming movie has fucking failed throughout all of time.
I mean, I don't know if you guys ever went out to the studios and over at Machinima and like saw what was going on there. Like,
yeah,
I just trust Netflix a lot more with content creation.
Yeah, I saw what was going on there. Yeah.
I didn't even catch all that sniffling.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Yes. I don't know what you're doing because
I don't know what you're doing.
I'm sorry.
It sounds like you're snoring a little. Actually, like that's what it sounds like.
I've
sleeping
never
next to
done
Woody.
coke. I don't know how to do it.
I love how you just threw the subtlety out of I've never done coke. Oh. Guess that was all the sniffing about there. It wasn't a cold.
I've got a little bit of a head rush from my fake coke.
Yeah, I just remember every time I would deal with those guys, it seems like the staff are all wonderful people. They're all working their dream jobs because they're getting to play video games at work, for work in some cases.
They were cocksuckers.
And it was a real laid back
so I went
environment.
to the Machinima headquarters, right? And this was like after hours and stuff. And what happened is another network had fired up and offered us higher CPMs. So rather than like leave Machinima, we said, hey, this is the deal we're getting from other companies. Where do you stand on this? And they were like, we'll have to think about it. So then I met them in person. I think I was there for the dancing thing anyway. And someone on staff had a picture of Benedict Arnold or something with my head on the guy's body.
Wow.
Yeah. And it was like, wow, I'm like public enemy. He had it on his like cube wall. And I'm like, some cocksuckers working here.
Nice.
Yeah.
Breaking news reports: Russian unmanned supply ship successfully launched into the ISS. So you owe me $5.
Apparently so. Still a good bet.
It was a good bet. But yeah, Machinima, like Kyle's saying, like not the best employees. Their production staff, I'm sure, was there, and the content is just so hard to make appealing and successful. It's literally all their series were based on, with the exception towards the end of like Battlestar Galactica. And the Halo thing is a game.
Well, see, that's the thing. So what we see is those offices and everybody in there, and the other thing we mentioned with some of the higher ups, maybe. But what was going on with this that content creation is they're writing checks to someone to go make this happen. Like that's not in-house. You know that Mortal Kombat thing, and those are professional actors. There's a whole production studio that's hired to do that. It's not machinima people making any of that stuff, any of it. They're just signing a check and sending and paying a production company to do it for them, and they were just not good at that. And that's what Netflix is good at because they're picking the right. I mean, the Wachowski brothers made that Sense8 thing, despite the Wachowski siblings, even though it didn't do very well. They're getting professionals to make their shit.
But even I don't think Netflix. I think the Sense8 thing might be looked at as a pretty bad bomb. I don't think they'll get a second season. But I know the series we don't like as much, like Hemlock Grove. Like they're on season 3 and stuff like that. Like some people do like.
They've got a small following. Yeah.
Is Hemlock Grove the one with that guy that looks like Charlie Sheen?
I don't know anything about it.
I've never watched an episode. I just know you hate it and didn't have anything good to say, so I didn't look.
Oh, that's the one with the vampires. And
there you go. I thought it had to do with vampires.
I thought it was werewolves.
Yeah,
show us what we know.
I think there's actually a bunch in there. I tried to watch it. I couldn't get into it. I'm thinking of a different one. Bloodline, maybe.
Bloodline, I think, did do well. That was it is the guy who looks like Charlie Sheen. His name is Ron Livingston, I think. Or no, it might be a guy that looks like Ron Livingston, because Ron Livingston is the guy from Office Space. And there might be a guy that looks like him.
I like Ron Livingston. I thought it was Ron Livingston.
He had a series on Fox that I think only went in 2 seasons. They were like...
Kyle Chandler, maybe. Yeah, Kyle Chandler.
Is it the In-Betweeners or something like that? The one you're talking about? Is it because it seems like it's him?
No, it's Bloodline. What he's talking about.
I meant the one on Fox.
The one. Oh no. Shit. Can I find it? It was Ron Livingston. He was the negotiator person for police during hostage situations.
Oh, okay. So, I like Ron Livingston. He's one of those actors that I want to do well. He was in Band of Brothers and in Office Space, and I loved him in both those roles. And I always I want to see him do stuff.
Let's say filmography.
David Duchovny's the same way. I always like to see him succeeding.
So handsome and cool. I'm gonna watch his series too. He's got one on. I don't know if you heard of it. It's called Aquarius. They released the whole thing at once. I think it was NBC or something. It's based on it takes place in 1960s, and he's a cop working on Charlie Manson or something like that.
Did you guys watch Hot Girls Wanted or something like that on Netflix?
Never heard of it. Is it?
Yeah. I fast forwarded through that looking for nudity. Yeah.
Interesting thing, man. So they took a bunch of girls, and at the start, they're all kind of excited and really sex positive and stuff like that. And it appears that what makes a porn star valuable, this is the career trajectory. You go in, and now you're like a virgin, right? Or you're playing a virgin or something like that, and nobody knows you. You could be, even if you're not playing a virgin, you're a new person. You're not hardened to the porn scene, and that makes you attractive to a set of viewers. And then if you take off, Belle Knox or something, that Duke University porn star, whatever.
Bella, I believe.
Is it Bella? Okay. If you take off, then you can start getting good roles. If you don't, then you get some of the rougher subgenres. There's bondage, and I hear bondage, and I think too consenting, safe words or whatever. No, they're doing slapping the girls, hitting them, rough. They don't show porn in it, but there's a girl they make her puke, but by pretty much making her puke on some guy's dick, and then they have her lick it up on the ground, and they're saying things that hurt her feelings along the way. And dude, it's hard. I saw it, and I'm just wow.
I can't feel any empathy for that, because you did something and you went down that path into that. It's like calling a crack whore a bunch of insulting things. You know what you did to get here? No, fuck you. I don't feel bad that she's being talked to inappropriately.
They tried to be a porn star, right? What they wanted to happen was they go in, and of course they're super valuable because they're near virgins, right? At least compared to a porn star, they're just regular people, right? They go in there and they may have had sex with they're young, right? So 7 people in their whole lives, 3 people in their whole lives, and then they become a porn star. That number goes up in a hurry. But after a couple shoots, 5 shoots, 6 shoots, whatever, if they're not taking off, then they're going into the rough stuff. And the only way that they can make money is to do harder, less desirable jobs. And And then they get out of the business, like towards the end of the show, and then it goes to a bunch of new girls, and they're all sex positive and excited because they're new girls, and they just haven't been through it.
Oh, you just
How about you go back to
porn
school
studio.
and get your how about you get your GED if it doesn't work out for you on that path?
Yeah, I don't. I mean, you know, if you go to a porn studio for an audition, like you should know going in.
It's like feeling bad for all of the actors that work at restaurants as waiters and never get that big break. It's like, no, you understand this is a career that is very far and few that make it to the tippy top. And if you're okay, you know, there's always a path to turn around. Go back to school. You know, try something else.
I know a lot of those. I don't feel sorry for them either, because it's like you're agreeing to do what you're there to do. Like, you know, you don't come to like the humiliation factory if you're not ready for that, right?
And the
like,
fact that she's
don't
willing
appear in a the film's like slaptoes.com. Like if you're going there for a job, be ready to be a slap toe.
Yeah. I already kind of think less of you like the girl who got famous or whatever from the university. She quit high school, I think, something like that. Or
no. She dropped
out of college. But like, I feel like if you're going in porn, you already go, this is a sweet gig. This is easy. I get fucked and I get money and stuff like that. So there's like a laziness mentality, I think. And if you don't succeed at that, and now you have to go dark underground and do this other shitty line of work, then you're really lazy in my book. That you're willing to tolerate, you know, all of this shit, you know, the sad feelings and stuff. Like, go back to school. Like, stop being lazy. Like,
have you seen any of Bella Knox's work?
Sorry, was that Annie Milanoxis?
No, Bella Knox.
It's Belle, which in Disney is pronounced Belle.
Let me open my torrents here. I don't know about that.
I think that's Bella.
You think it's Bella as well?
Yeah.
What the hell? The from Beauty and the Beast. Isn't her name Belle?
Yeah.
How's it spelled?
Belle, probably. Hang on, let me open. I'm looking here. I have
Belle. Now, how's the porn star's name spelled?
Bella, with an A on the end.
Oh, well, there's my mistake.
Oh, here's a YouTube video.
Oh no, it's B-E. I'm right.
Woody's right. It's Belle.
Okay.
Yeah.
Belle Knox. Okay, I thought it was Bella.
I did too.
I saw a porno with her and Lisa Ann, who's like the super popular MILF porn star, who I think has now retired or went to like only masturbation videos. Real shame.
You hate to lose a good porn
Very
star.
high. She's on the Stern Show every now and then. She was, you know, she was part of their fantasy football thing. She's apparently really good at fantasy football, like legitimately, like she's a fucking champion or something. So. She was kind of interesting. She wasn't like a bobble-headed moron. She had a head on her shoulders and seemed interesting to listen to. You want to watch 20 Seconds of Justice?
I was gonna say, let's watch this thing Kyle linked a while ago.
Belle Knox also did like the forcible like throat porn or something, and they showed
worked her way up.
She did she did the thing, and then she kind of crashed, and then people discovered her, and she went wild, and she's on like The View and stuff like that, and the other porn stars were watching her. They're like, look at the way she talks about the rough ones. Like, she doesn't talk about it. She tries to, like, they're like, she was damaged too. You don't see it. All right. Is this a link you want me to see?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, he linked it a while ago. It's 26 seconds.
So what am I looking at? Is this okay to stream?
Yeah. This is justice porn.
Ooh. I'm always down for justice porn.
Let's do this.
Working the screens. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Yep.
3, 2, 1, play.
Love it already.
Is he dancing or doing martial arts?
He's challenging this guy. He's been
Can you
talking.
tell his mating dance? Thank you, bitch, in the background.
Oh shit! Holy fuck!
So what happened here is a young guy is he's trying to like bitch this older guy out. He's like he's in a stance. He's talking shit. He's acting all crazy. He's basically challenging this guy to fight. And the older guy's like not having any of it. Hands in his pockets. He's like, fuck you, man. He's like walking out of the establishment. Then the young guy comes, kicks him in the ass, and stumbles a bit.
Does a very pussy kick to the ass. Didn't hurt this guy
it throws him off balance.
into the sliding glass door. He lands into it, and then this guy just turns around and just clocks him on the butt, and he hits the floor.
Oh my
The
God.
older guy's arms are about this big around, and the younger guy's arms are about this big around. like he was fucking with the wrong guy, and the guy in green knew it the whole time. If you like after the video's over, like the thumbnail freezes, and you can see how like big this guy's arms are. Like he should not have he's got a belly. He's not like an athlete anymore, but this guy's strong. And this younger guy is just a punk. He gets the fuck hit out. Oh, he hits him so hard. That's great.
Hard.
Dude, just how his punches, he goes right through his head.
Yeah,
like
he went all the way.
I think maybe the other... Here's my theory on it. I think it's possible that the other guy went back to dodge it because it's like his head didn't even slow down on the punch.
He's unconscious now.
He might have hit his back at the back of the head on the cement too. That happens in hockey a lot. In hockey, sometimes some of the worst injuries are not from the hit; it's from the head on the ice. And this guy's head sort of hits the cement on the fall. Let me see if I can catch it better.
Yeah, I've watched it like 8 times.
It's off camera, so it's hard to be sure.
Slow this down to quarter speed.
Watch his whole body when he gets hit. Like everything just like shuts down when he gets hit. Like
it's like a hit with a taser. He's just like, oh.
Here it is. I'm at quarter speed too. Oh, it's almost like his back is arched or something as part of the dodge. But
look, there's no dodge. Like if you keep watching, like when he hits the glass, he stumbles. And there's no like reaction. He doesn't see this guy coming back at him. Like he hits the thing. There's no dodging. I see.
I'm gonna look. I'm gonna see if he's.
Punch.
I just don't see it. I think he's still trying to get up off the fucking glass pane.
Whatever it is, he got fucked up.
That is great. I love that.
Yeah, that's pretty good. At first, you're like 26 seconds. How am I gonna get justice porn in that amount of time? And then they deliver. Reddit Revolt.
Now is that Reddit down?
Reddit Revolt is what?
Trending.
Yeah, I saw that earlier actually.
Scare times.
Reddit to me is just one of the... So a community website is only interesting when it gets a community, right? One of the reasons WoodyCraft is so successful is because WoodyCraft is so successful, right? Like we're on that list of big servers. People go there because other people are there. You can get in a game and things happen. And it's weird when those tides change to some extent. And is it possible that Reddit is actually sinking right now?
Just picture this if we banned guns. Like this is the power of the people right here. They're shutting down every fucking thing, revolting, nailing people to crosses, figuratively speaking, and saying, no, you need to do this right now or we'll fucking self-implode.
A few of the top posts
it is a revolution.
Are people wanting to ban their own Reddit, their own subreddits. Like, here's a petition for our America to go private.
Yeah, it really is a revolution if you think about it.
A little one. We'll see how it plays out if they do this for more than 8 hours.
If you've got a week, that's...
Dude, it keeps going. Like, but I'm looking at a message to all. Like, if you go sort by all, Ask Science has decided to stay open, but protest and make their top-rated thing like, we're not happy with this. Petition for our America to go private.
Faggots of the year Reddit admins by 4chan's admin protest.
The top 4 things on our all are all about the...
More than that, dude. Just keep scrolling down. Victoria this, or we're revolting on this. Like
Scumbag Reddit.
Oh, I'm sorry. It just keeps going. All the top posts are about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, either Victoria or like we're banning this and shit like that. Congrats, Reddit. Interesting. Wait, am I on? Oh, yeah, I am. Total Biscuits up here.
Huh. Yeah.
Wow. That's all interesting. That Reddit on trending Twitter has 101,000 tweets about it. Donald Trump, thank you, Donald Trump, has 162,000 tweets.
Nice.
Why are they thanking Donald Trump?
I don't know. I'll click it.
Did he drop out of the race?
I don't. All right, what's this? Thank you, Donald Trump. Huffington Post. American Ferrera. Dear Donald, you've said some offensive things to Latin immigrants. Blah, blah, blah. This is so long. Sincerely, America. That's what made this nation.
So Bobby Jindal, the guy who talks to everyone like Kenneth the Page, did a Ask Bobby thing, and it totally backfired. Everyone, they're all like, hey, use hashtag #AskBobby, include your name and city, and we'll reply to you. Did Jesus ride dinosaurs with or without a saddle? Hashtag #AskBobby. When are you going away? Soon, I hope. Love Louisiana constituent. Ask Bobby. Ask Bobby, what's your all-time favorite exorcism and why? How does it feel to sell your soul for political gain and yet not gain anything politically? Hashtag Ask Bobby. When are widely famous people going to learn how Twitter works? Hashtag Ask Bobby. Go ahead. You want to say something?
Oh, I don't know who America Ferrera is. It's this woman. I guess she's the one who wrote this open letter to Donald Trump about he's ignorant and racist towards immigrants, and that's why all this is trending. I don't know who she is, though. She looks like... Oh, well, she looks Latin. Yeah, so
it's so hard to be a conservative online. It's weird to me that... Like, are there as many conservatives as it seems? Where are the conservatives? Watching TV, I guess. Listening to the radio.
Watching Fox News.
Ask.
I know who we're going to say.
Yeah. Where do you guys hang out?
Church.
Drudge Report.
Drudge Report.
Drudge Report. Yeah. They love that one. But as a Reddit user, I know how important the titles are, right? Reddit users who go for karma totally get like that the title is a very important thing. It needs to be kind of clickbaity, but not clickbaity. It's funny, and it has a huge impact on how you feel about the next thing you're about to see. The Drudge Report was completely founded on that. They'll just be like, look at these crazy fucking liberals doing this or that, and then you click it, reading to see how crazy they are, not reading to see what they do. That title trains you on how to react to what you see. As a Reddit guy, that's so obvious. Every Reddit person knows it. Drudge reporters don't agree. Drudge reporters feel like they're making up their own minds. It's crazy.
Bunch of bastards.
You guys want to call it a wrap? Or did you?
I think so. I have one question for if you're a conservative friend. I want to know if the dinosaurs were alive during the time of human beings.
Did Jesus ride a triceratops?
I doubt anyone is claiming that, but were there dinosaurs on the ark? Did dinosaurs and human beings exist at the same time in history? I'd like that question answered.
How do you get a megalodon?
Why? Is it a trap or something?
Of course it's a trap.
Of course it's a trap, because a lot of those people believe that humans and dinosaurs roamed the earth at the same time. That's one of the founding things they believe.
6,000-year-old Earth, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah. There isn't this Jurassic period millions of years ago. It's like, no, Adam and Eve and the dinosaurs and all the other creatures.
They think that within the Bible is the entire history of the earth.
Yeah.
And that only stretches 6,000 years or so.
Yeah.
And they believe that there were dinosaurs here and that they were people dealt with dinosaurs.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Velociraptors, Tyrannosaurus.
I don't know what my conservative friend would say. I do know that he said, he's like, well, some science is good, but geology, that's science. That's not right. They get it all wrong.
Well, I'm sure paleontology goes right alongside geology in that gentleman's mind. I'm not trying to poke fun. I would just like to know his thoughts on that.
He might believe in observational science. Well, were you there to observe the dinosaurs back then? Do you really know they were there? So maybe he believes in observational science. Because you weren't there. You can't prove that.
Can't know 100%.
I was on the.
I mean, you really can. I mean, the thing was right that they had feathers, right? The dinosaurs had feathers all over them.
Some of them did.
Did they? Is that a thing?
Yeah.
Well, it was always that they were just scaly, cold things. Like they fucked up two things. One, that a lot of them had feathers, and two, I think it was one of the long neck ones or something was like not a real dinosaur. They had combined the bones of two different ones and went, it's this.
And
dinosaur.
a lot of them were a lot of them turns out were warm blooded, according to new research, and I think the reason some of them had feathers is because of the evolutionary link between dinosaurs and modern birds. Those dinosaurs that survived the mass extinction 65 million years ago, they had to get smaller, lighter, and survive in a much different world. The same world that those tiny mammals that were like little mice and rats and other what we would consider little varmints, shrews and stuff like that. That's who our ancestors were. And theirs had to miniaturize and live in that smaller world with less in it.
Birds and alligators.
Yeah.
I watched Newt Gingrich debate
turtles,
like a paleontologist or something, and he did super well it was interesting to see a professional politician. He debated about dinosaurs. Then we saw a professional politician go head-to-head with the paleontologist, and Newt Gingrich did really well. And he argued that dinosaurs came from birds. No, that birds came from dinosaurs, and that they ran on 2 feet. And he said he sees birds catch varmints the same way. Now it seems like Newt had the facts on his side, too.
Well,
I'm not sure.
Wait, did the paleontologist not agree with that? That
Right,
birds
he
are
didn't think.
descendants of-
Yeah, he didn't.
Well, that's odd to me.
Well,
it
I'm
was a
wondering
while
why-
ago. This was like 10, 15 years ago.
Yeah, but I'm wondering
Still.
what was the paleo. It seems like Newt was arguing for evolution. Clearly,
Right.
why wouldn't the paleontologist?
I wonder.
What was their
Where did the birds come from? Like,
What
I feel like
were they
everyone knows
debating?
that one.
Interesting. Well, in
I think any
case.
well-educated person, even though we can point and go, you're clearly kind of wrong on this, like evolution. Like that's the thing Bill Nye and Ken Ham did. Like Ken Ham can really sell his side of things if you're just educated and dive into that enough. So you can have an interesting debate, but at the end of the day, you know that person is just wrong. They've just managed to warp things around properly to spew their agenda.
Yeah,
what they believe.
I mean, the little things that sell me is when I watch programs where you can see, millions of layers of sediment and stuff like that, and you can literally go back and they're like, oh, you see this where this layer is? There's iridium in this layer, and that only comes from asteroid impacts, and that coincides with this mass die-off that you can see here. You see how below this layer, there was this creature and that creature, and after this layer, they aren't. That's because that represents an impact. And you can see that, and then they date those layers, and it's pretty clear science. It seems simple and easy to understand.
God put it there.
So,
God put it there.
So here it is. It's Newt Gingrich versus Jack Horner. And
1998.
1998. I told you it was old.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
And Newt Gingrich, I feel like, crushed him. And a lot of people, like I'm reading this thing, and they're like, wow, Newt Gingrich really did his thing. Horner appears to be a gracious host, throwing softballs and letting Gingrich win. But that's not how I interpreted it, really. Like, Gingrich was just crushing it. And in here, they're quite impressed by how much research he had done. But, yeah, it's... I don't know. Somehow it came up well, Gingrich is an amateur paleontologist. He's got... That sounds lame, but it's a passion. It clearly was. He knew what he was talking about. But also, it struck me as I watched this thing how great a skilled debater is compared to just an expert in the field.
What is this clip?
It's a clip from TED. It's the media's reaction to a teddy bear coming alive.
Let's watch this. I think I remember what excerpt this is from.
And that's in Georgia too. If you look closely at the scroll at the bottom, that was a Georgia route. That's funny.
Look what Jesus did. There it is.
All right, we can call the show there, I guess, if you want.
Very good. Extra long one.
Yeah, coming up on almost 5 hours.
3 guys hanging out. Let's see. 4:30, 8-ish, something like that. All right, I hope you guys enjoyed the show, and have a good night.
Thank you, Squarespace.
Thank you, Squarespace. Click on their links, buy stuff from them. Patreon, etc.
PKA.